country's population.
Have a problem with. We have a major problem with that. Don't come from a failed homeland because we're not trying to denigrate you. It's like this, and I made this analogy before. If we walk by a store and there's a homeless man on the ground, we'll give him $1, we'll give him some money, and we're not going to denigrate that person for being down bad. But if that homeless person with stains on him turns around and says, "Hey man, thanks for the $1. By the way, your outfit is whack," we're going to say, "Hey brother, you got piss stains on your clothes and your shoes are dirty and you got missing teeth." And now we're going to have to really humble that person because they're not in a position to point the finger at somebody who just helped them. A lot of tethers do that. They come here from failed homelands. They come here from filth and degradation, lies and scams, and then come over here talking about, well, you are lazy. We got a problem with that. So yeah, you're going to get humbled if you come over here with that damn goofy disposition because it's very disrespectful. And that type of mindset is the kind of mindset that has everybody failing back in the homeland. Nobody's cohesive. Everybody's tribal. The white supremacists and the Asians can come over there in small numbers and dominate everybody because everybody has that tribalistic mindset. So that is a problem, and we acknowledge it for what it is. And African pride. You're Somali, right?
No.
I could have swore you were Somali. What part of you're from East Africa, right?
Yeah, I'm Ethiopian, Eritrean.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, the
But
most
yeah, but
the most
but
con.
yeah, yeah. Much respect to them. I ain't got no problem with those brothers and sisters. Most of them are actually cool when they come over. They ain't talking too greasy. They ain't talking too crazy. Some of the Somalis, they do a little grease talking.
Well, that's
But
another point I wanted to make too. Is that there's like five specific ethnic groups or countries that really like come here and undermine FBAs, but you kind of generalize and everyone catches strays.
yeah,
So
that's how it. Everybody's gonna have to look. We told folks, we told people, hey man, why don't y'all get your tether class and check them? Because if we start checking them, I mean, people gonna catch strays, man. And we beg y'all for years to check your tethers. See, with us, our Sambo class, we check them. We always check them. Like when Jesse Lee Peterson comes up somewhere, we say, hey, listen, guys, there's a guy named Jesse Lee Peterson. He's a Sambo. He's gonna say something dumb. So when he comes in, don't even trip. We'll say, hey, there's a dude named Larry Elder. He's a butter biscuit eating Sambo. He's gonna say something dumb, so don't worry about it. So we kind of warn people about our Sambos. Y'all don't warn people about the folks y'all Sambo. They just show up, and then all of a sudden, weird stuff start happening. So
I,
we
I
have to
think
find out on our.
I think our
Go ahead.
contributions overshadow the few like or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
Like what?
we contribute a lot, and
Like
just
what?
because some tether online talking like you're gonna have people talk. I mean, you feel what I'm saying? Like
Okay, what are these contributions? I got to hear this. What's the contributions?
I mean, like we talk Hubert Harrison, Marcus Garvey. Uh, I mean, I can go down the list. I mean,
What was the what?
the greatest leaders, well, not the greatest. I mean, but a lot of prominent leaders were Garveyites. Nation of Islam. That was Elijah Muhammad was a Garveyite. You know what I
The
mean?
thing is, but Garvey didn't get anything popping. Garvey, listen, Garvey only got things popping because of the Foundation of Black Americans. It wasn't the other way around. Garvey didn't get popping in Jamaica. Garvey got nothing popping in Jamaica. Garvey got things popping because of us. We helped Garvey. Garvey was allowed over here. They didn't want to let Jamaicans over here in 1915. They had a policy where they weren't letting Caribbeans and Africans over here. It was black folks on the grassroots in Tuskegee fighting to get those policies removed. That's how Garvey was able to come here. The foundational Black American community elevated him because we were on that global Black pride kick. We were on. So he came and that was our foreign brother. We elevated him. It was not the other way around. Understand?
You ever heard of a group called Blacks for AI?
No, who is that?
Well, it's the only um, black group in terms of like the AI field. It was founded by an Eritrean woman and an Ethiopian woman. And they also took the government to court because they were using artificial intelligence to discriminate against, you know, everyone here, all of us black folks. So that should look into that.
Well, yeah, that's some kind of anecdotal. That's not no big major movement. You understand? And AI is AI. There's all types of AI apps and prompts and things like that. So yeah, you're talking about some type of little anecdotal organization that filed a suit. That's not a major contribution to our society, sir. You
Taking the
know that.
government to court because they were using AI to like pretty much discriminate on black people was not contributing.
No, it's not because we've already been with these folks. No, what another lawsuit? They go to court. People go to court with these folks all the time. We've been filing lawsuits against these people since the 1800s, dude. That's not nothing new. That ain't nothing.
It's actually groundbreaking. You kind of like you got to look
Really,
into it. Actually, yeah.
it ain't really groundbreaking, dude. We've always gone to court with these folks for discrimination. That ain't nothing new. We fought discrimination in this country from day damn one. We've been fighting discrimination since 1526 over here. Understand? That's nothing.
But I can keep going on and on and on, especially back in the day, civil rights. So that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. You're comparing that to some tethers talking online. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And yeah,
Tethers talk.
that's
Yeah, no, and these tethers who talk crap online end up being vice presidents like Kamala Harris. You understand?
yeah.
That,
Kamala Harris is an Indian bedwench. You
that's
know
what
what
I'm
I
saying.
mean? So yeah, she's not a tether. Coleman Hughes is not black. I
She's a
mean,
tether. She,
but he's not black though. I mean,
no, I mean, Kamala Harris is the queen of the tethers. That's the queen definition of a tether. She's running around here trying to cosplay as a black person. That is the very definition of a tether. That is the very definition of a damn tether. And that's not just somebody talking crap on the internet. See, it'll start on the internet, but if you let it fester, then they'll slip up in the White House, and then we got a tether dictating our policies. Like Obama, he's a tether. You see,
I even heard you call the that Haitian lady who works for the Biden administration a tether. I mean, you just throwing that label around.
she is a tether. Karine Jean Pierre, she's a tether and a stud wench.
Okay.
And blocked. She's blocked me for years. She doesn't like me.
I mean, me personally, I would rather have my daughter look up to her than Sexy Red, but everyone's cup of tea is a little different. But
The irony is, Sexy Red's manager is Haitian. You see, that's the irony. So yeah, this is why we got to clean up. And Karine Jean Pierre is a do nothing stud wench. She's a nothing burger, and she's not a representative of our culture. That's why we don't want tethers misrepresenting us at all.
all
We
right,
don't
cool.
want it.
I can see there's no talking sense into you. It's just, you know what I mean? So have a good one.
Just, you're just giving us random anecdotal tidbits about nothing burger. You haven't talked about any real contribution because there are none.
I just said the Nation of Islam was a Garveyite. They
The
were
Nation of Islam was a foundational Black American, an Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, foundational Black American, stood on who built up the Nation of Islam, one of the longest, most respected organizations in this country. Ain't got a goddamn with Garvey. If that were the case, why are Marcus Garvey's organization still around with effect as huh?
Yeah,
Okay,
I disagree with you, Tariq, because I think like
I
you saying everything I'm saying is underwhelming. You're dismissing it.
right.
Now, how can you dismiss Garvey?
Yeah, I am. Garvey was not what y'all think he was. Garvey was somebody who we elevated. We elevated Garvey. Let's get that Garvey thing straight. Garvey didn't get a damn thing popping in Jamaica. We done said this multiple times. Garvey didn't get a damn thing popping in Jamaica. The Jamaicans did not even like Garvey. Garvey tried to get his movement started in Jamaica. He failed multiple times. He only got it popping when he came around foundational Black Americans because we were embracing everybody. If you were Black and you were talking about Black empowerment, come on, you are our brother. It is not the other way around. He didn't influence us. We influenced his movement and we elevated him. We were already on that. We were already about elevating Black people globally. Yeah, Garvey never even went to damn Africa. Garvey failed. Garvey failed. Let's be real. And then when he went back to Jamaica because of the whole mail fraud thing, because some of the Caribbean tethers he had around him were undermining him. That's what John Henry Clark said. Some of his men that were undermining him, feeding information to law enforcement, were Caribbeans. His fellow Caribbeans undermined him. And then when he went back to Jamaica, he ran for political office against a white man. The white man won. That's why he left Jamaica. He left. He said he's ridiculous over here. He died in Britain. He was disgusted with Jamaica. Let's get that Garvey thing straight. That didn't do us no damn favor. He didn't do anything for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And Elijah Muhammad stood on FBA business. Elijah Muhammad had the real blueprint. He did things the right way. That's why the organization is still strong to this day. The template is still strong. Nation building, men standing on business, respecting the women standing on business, respecting the men, Black empowerment, investing in land, investing in businesses. Elijah Muhammad was standing on FBA business. You understand? And he influenced so many other people. But yeah, don't tell me about some Garvey influenced some damn body and Garvey failed. Garvey failed. Yeah? Well, we got to get this history straight. People come in here talking about their contributions. Man, please, y'all been getting it in off of what we've created. And I'm not trying to denigrate nobody, but no, 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 no. We got to speak truth to power. And this dude start talking about some random lawsuits. That's not some major contribution to us collectively because some people filed a lawsuit. Are we going to get the lawsuit money? What happened with the lawsuit? Sound like the lawsuit failed. So yeah, that no. I don't like when people do these little non sequiturs and act like that's something to pop your collar to. That wasn't nothing for us.
The Honey Badger and the Mongoose is a children's story for the family of how a honey badger and mongoose fight an evil alliance of venomous cobra snake and hyenas that overhauls the balance of the savannah. The Big Five. The honey badger demands reparations. Will the Big Five give reparations? Can the evil alliance be stopped? You can find this book at Amazon, Audible, and Kindle.
What's going on with you guys? Just tapping in with the family real quick, see what's on your mind. Doing the late night tap in. How y'all been, guys? Y'all good? You guys had a good holiday weekend so far? What's up, War Talks? I see you, player. I still got to get with you, brother War Talks, about getting the Hidden History Museum site together. I'm just tapping in, man. We're doing a late night, Saturday night chop up, seeing what's going on with you guys. Just want to see what's on your mind. What's up, Nikki? How you doing, beloved? What's up, Juicy Genius in the house? I've been busy, even though I'm, still trying to get 100% with the little sickness virus that's going around. I'm about 90% still got that little nagging 10% bothering me. But yeah, I'm good. And I hope you guys are good. What's up, D Tubman? I see you. Waiting on everybody to pile on in the room. I've been seeing little clips of Soul Train, the Soul Train Awards tonight. It was, from what I've seen, the clips were actually pretty good. Surprisingly, the program seemed pretty thorough. They had a lot of good acts on there. So Escape, they were good. What Morris Day and the Time, they had a lot of good people. Shantae Moore killed it. So I like that they mixed a lot of the old with the new, some of the more seasoned vets with some of the new booties. So yeah, that was a good thing. Whoever put it together, they really had their thinking caps on over there. They put together a nice program. I didn't even know it was coming on. You know, I don't know how they even advertise these things anymore. But from what I've seen, the performances were pretty good. What was that whole thing with Escape? There was some kind of shading going on there. I don't know. I know the gossip sites are going to be having a field day with it tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting. What's up, D? I see you. So what's, I'm gonna start bringing folks in a minute. Let me say this. Do we have any LA people in here? Where are my LA people? All my people from LA. You know what we need? I need any brothers or sisters out here, any brothers and sisters, if you are if you're an interior decorator for commercial properties, we want to get some we want to get an interior decorator for the museum. And we need some seasoned people who's out here in LA. If you're in Memphis, that's not going to do us any good. If you're in some other state, that's not going to do us any good. Much respect to you. We want somebody out here in Los Angeles. We are actively looking for an interior decorator for certain things that we're trying to do with the museum out here. We need to holler at you ASAP. We want somebody in LA. If you are in LA, you're an interior decorator who's thorough and experienced, or if you know somebody who's thorough and experienced, you know my email. My email is info@tariqelite.com. All right. And we talking about experienced. Don't call me with your auntie who's a deaconess at a church and she organized the church pews. She's not really an interior decorator. That's not what we're looking for. No disrespect to your auntie. We're looking for some people who know how to really freak some shit. You know what I'm saying? To really put some stuff together. So info@tariqelite.com. That is my email. So hit me up and let me know who you got in your family who can get down with this. So let me get some folks on here. Let me know what's on your mind. Let me get some folks up on here. Raise your hand if you want to get on. Who wants to get on and chop it up? Let me see what's on everybody's mind. What's up, Mikhail? I see you down there, brother. Oh yeah, Mikhail, I know you know some people, brother. Throw me some folks. My brother Mikhail knows everybody in LA. So yeah, I know you know somebody, brother. Yeah, throw me some names. I know you about to text me too. Let me get some folks in here. Y'all raise your hand if you want to get on. Let me talk to the family. Let's get Warfare's little brother, Chairman Kane. All right, Chairman Kane, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, brother Tariq? I just want to talk to you today. Also, happy Thanksgiving. You know, hopefully that sickness clears up, yo.
Yeah,
But brother Adonis.
Adonis. I don't think I know him personally.
Yeah, so I just want to let you know, bro. Some Thanksgiving plate from his mama just came in. All I'm saying is, I don't know if those was jumbo carrots or yams. You feel me? So I don't know. It's not very looking too good for him. You know, we trying to check his blackness in the other space, but I appreciate your time. Like I
Now
said, hopefully the
why are you
sickness
dumping
clear
on
up.
our brother? Now why are you dumping on Adonis? Adonis is cool. Why are you dumping on Adonis?
Hey man, it's not me. I'm a listener, but I'm just saying, you FBA, so I'm just trying to see, man. So,
So you're not FBA, right?
nah,
Now where you from? Where's your family from?
I'm from Texas.
Where's your family from? Okay, this is Tether Babble. Where's your family from?
Oh, Houston.
Okay, that means Ghana somewhere. Okay. All right, I see your flag. Yeah, you got a Jamaican flag. Okay, why don't Tethers? Why are you guys so ashamed of your homeland? Why do y'all do that? Why are you so ashamed of your homeland?
Well, I'm not Ethiopian or Jamaican. I just had those in there. I can't
Oh,
speak a bit of Pat.
okay. So look, Tethers, don't hop in our spaces with your shame. You guys have all of this passive aggressive energy because of the shame of you and your family having to flee. Y'all don't project that stuff on us. Y'all come with all that corny tether babbling. You can tell I knew he was a tether because his jokes were very corny and unfunny. That's one thing about tethers. They zero sense of humor. I can respect good jokes, but this, nigga, that shit is corny. Where the hell you from, nigga? That's why these tethers get mad because they don't know how to roast. Their jokes are corny, and they run up on an FBA, and we start verbally light that ass up. So they hold that shit. They harbor that. You called me a butcher scratcher when I was 3 years old, nigga. It's that type of thing. Because you never learn how to roast. You're not witty. You're corny and you're passive aggressive and you're jealous of foundational Black Americans. Get that out of your system. Nigga, you fled. Pop your collar to the people you fled to. Just do that. Stop bullshit. And then when you start trying to check the paperwork, motherfuckers want to play dumb. I'm from Cleveland. No, nigga. Where are you from? I, I am from Dallas. No, nigga. You're not from Dallas. Where are you from? I was born here. No, nigga. Where's your ancestry from? You dig? That type of thing. Because we're checking people's paperwork now. None of that $5 FBA stuff. People trying to fake the funk now. A lot of folks trying to fake the funk. All right. Let me get the Dirt Boys. All right, let's get the Dirt Boys in here. Y'all hear my dogs back here snoring. The Dirt Boys. What's up, Dirt Boys?
Not much with you. Peace to the room. Appreciate the time and space coming up here. Man, I kind of the same thing. We could chop it up about that. So I had a couple spaces. What are the benefits to the diaspora to the Black Americans? You know what I mean? We couldn't really come up with no real answers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing. And no disrespect to the brothers and sisters in the diaspora, man, but we just kind of came to the realization, like, hey, man, this whole Pan-Africanism thing that we've been promoting, unfortunately, it's been extremely one-sided for a long time. You can find one or two sympathizers here and there, but as far as really groups of people rolling out the red carpet for us in the diaspora, we just came to the realization it's not really happening. And you know what? We also came to the realization that's okay. You did? That's fine because we have 40 something million of us, probably around 50 million. There's 50 million, and I'm throwing a kind of a conservative number out there. I believe there's around 50 million of us. There's 50 million foundational Black Americans who's thorough. And that's all we need. And we're realizing that. We're realizing that, wait a minute, we don't need all of these one-sided coalitions that really don't work. No disrespect to anybody, but we ain't doing the one-sided coalition no more. And we talked about that at the rally. Did you guys see the footage of the rally? I posted the footage last night. People love it. The footage is beautiful. And this is really my first time listening to many of the speeches all the way through because I didn't actually hear all of them. I know who the speakers were, but I didn't really get to hear everybody's speeches because during the live event, I'm running around doing stuff backstage. But man, everybody represented, man, and it's so beautiful. You guys go to my YouTube channel. Tariq Radio, to see the whole HD 2 hours and 30 minutes film. We did it like a documentary film to a certain degree. We mixed in some interviews with the crowds. Beautifully shot. My camera crew was fly. Beautifully, beautifully shot. And the speakers were dynamic. Everybody, my good sister Jade was a phenomenal host. Dr. Randy Short was representing. Brother Dwan B came and represented. Brother Raheem Shabazz represented. Connie Collins really got down. That sister was spitting hot fire. Brother James Small was spitting. Brother Kaba was breaking down some history. Boyce Watkins got up there and represented. Oh man, Sister Mayat from out there in the DMV, she represented heavy. Greg Marcel Dixon brought the house down. My sister Teslin got busy with it. I was phenomenal. Did y'all see how fly I was? I don't like to brag. I like to be humble, but nigga, let me talk to the ladies for a minute. Hold on. Ladies, did y'all see how fly I was? Ladies, pop your collar. Pop your goddamn collars, ladies. Did y'all see how fly I was and how I was moving and spitting with my fly ass suit? Ladies, did you see it? Did you see it, woman? You know you saw that. I have to say it myself. I was fly as a motherfucker. I had to pop my collar. If I'm fly to myself, I know I was fly to you too. I looked and sounded great. I was in a zone, baby. And everybody was in a zone. It's a phenomenal video, man. Phenomenal video. Y'all better go watch that, man. I put it up there. Great stuff. People are like, man, when is the next one? That's how excited. People are like, damn, I wish I would have went. Y'all should have went, man. Y'all, that was history. That was history. That was a historic event, man. Phenomenal. And we got it organized within a couple of weeks, man, to be honest. We got that thing popping within a few weeks organizing it. We didn't even get the location until, we didn't even know the location we were going to get until like 2 or 3 weeks before. Yeah. But it was phenomenal. But the next event, the next big nationwide event is going to be, well, I have a lot of events coming up. There's a lot of them. February, we're going to have the theatrical release of the new movie American Maroon, and then we're going to have it on our streaming site. So we're trying to get all that together. We're going to have an event out here in LA, all my West Coast people, and some people might be able to fly in. I might make it available for people to fly in. We're going to have a big VIP event at the museum. We're going to have a soft grand opening there, and that's going to be in February. That's going to be a big event, especially out here in LA. That's why I want to talk to some of my interior decorators out here. I need y'all to holler at me. If you are an interior decorator in LA, holler at me. And my dog is sitting here farting on me. So I've been giving my dog Thanksgiving leftovers, and they farting, and it smells like shitty yams and all types of stuff. Good Lord. But I digress. I'm trying to breathe with these dog farts in the house. But the next big event nationwide is going to be Dallas, the Dallas event. We're going to have the Business Expo down in Dallas, and that's going to be phenomenal. The FBA Expo in Dallas, possibly Memorial Day weekend. And we're going to keep everybody posted on that. Let's get brother FBA Warrior in here. FBA Warrior, hop on, brother. Then we're going to get Wade in here. FBA Warrior, hop on, man. I'm good. Man, thank you so much, brother. Happy holidays to you. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. Coming live from D.C., Northwest to be exact. I do want to say respect to Miss Carly Collins and brother Olu for holding it down that Saturday because they were working their butts off, and I want to show my gratitude to them. I do want to speak about briefly the whole Jerry Jones situation. I can't stand these buck dancing coons taking up for him. So I'm glad that we are on code and pointing out the the contradictions. And Kanye, I don't know what the hell is wrong with him. I mean, he's all over the place. He's hanging with these type of people, but on live he's saying
Yeah,
some, he's saying some things that I can agree with, but the people he's hanging with, I don't understand it at all. So I'm glad that we're all on code and we're pushing forward. And I just want to say that FBA Warrior, I'm out.
man. Much respect to you, brother. Much respect. Let's get Wade in here, brother. Wade, hop on.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? I just want to say I respect the movement. My family's actually from Jamaica, but we've always, ever since I was young, my mom always told me about, the foundation of Black Americans that paved the way for us to be here. So just so you know, not all of us are tellers, man. You got a lot of us that are really
Of course, of
brothers and
course.
sisters.
All of the foreign brothers and sisters are not tethers at all. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
really
you all right over
appreciate
there, brother?
everything that you do.
Okay? Let me. Okay. Okay. Brother was over there making some oxtails or something. I didn't. There was a lot of noise going on over there, brother. I don't know what was happening. Let me get some more folks in here. Let's get Joe Butler in here. Let's get Joe Butler. Joe Butler, what's up, brother?
Hello. Hey,
What's up, Joe?
Tariq, what's going on, bro?
What's up, Joe? How you doing, bro? What
Man,
city
hey,
you in, bro?
long time listener, man. Thank you for what you've been doing, man, for real. From Nashville, Tennessee,
Much
myself.
respect. There you go.
I didn't know it got a delay in here, man. Hold on. This is first time on Twitter Space. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Oh,
Look, I got the Metro PCS Wi-Fi, man. My fault. Hold on.
there you go. And I know you probably got a Bluetooth on. Come on, brother. What's going on?
But no, hey, I want to say thank you for shedding light on Mason, Tennessee, with the whole trying to dissolve that Trump hour. Well, they were trying to, thank you for that, man. Because the local news out here didn't say no word about that at all. I didn't know nothing about that until you said something about that. So appreciate that, bro, for real.
No doubt, man. All right, Joe, I appreciate
I'll land my plane.
Call, brother. All right, Joe's going through some things over there. Joe's up there making some barbecue in the middle of the night, and he hear a delay. There's no delay. All right, let's get Jody Joe. Let's get Jody Joe in here. What's up, Jody Joe? Jody Joe, what's up, brother? Where you at, Joe? Or is Jody Joe a girl? I don't know. Jody Joe?
Yeah, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
What's up? There you go. What's on your mind, Jody?
Oh, my bad. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. What's up?
Okay. No. I'm just checking in. I just tuned into it a little later though. But no.
All right, Jody. Okay. Jody's confused. All right. Thank you, Jody. All right. If you guys are confused, you don't need to hop on. It's okay. Jody was confused. Some of y'all are just coming. It's Saturday night. Some of y'all are just coming home from the strip club. Many of you are confused. You're lap dance drunk. You done been grinded on by hood rats trying to get their rent paid, and that confuses a lot of niggas. You drunk and sexually confused for the night. You don't know what's going on. You've been teased all night by a musty stripper somewhere at a hole-in-the-wall strip joint in Tennessee somewhere. All right. You don't know what to do. You've been in there drinking them janky drinks in a smoke-spilled club, smelling like weed, and you got stripper must on you. So that's a deadly combination. That confuses a lot of niggas. Bad liquor, weed, and stripper must. That's a combination that just fucks the mind up. Niggas don't know where they are. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know where you're going. But you're going to work it out. You're going to work it out. Everything is going to be all right. Just take a good bath with some Epsom salt. You got to get that stripper must. You're going to have to use Epsom salt to get that out. That stripper must is a different kind of must. My fellas know what I'm talking about.
Peace.
What's up, Juicy?
Hey, peace, Tariq. Peace of power to the family in this
How are you,
space.
dear?
How are you doing, King?
What's going on, beloved?
Congratulations on everything. It's been a phenomenal year for FBA. Thank you for all the
Yes, it has.
efforts and all of spending your time and your resources for putting all these extremely important projects from the museum to our historical rally and to our FBA Expo coming in. Phenomenal. Also, I wanted to say, I can't wait to see you on 85 South. I believe that's going to be super lit because they definitely
Yes,
need some
yes.
FBA energy on that stage. So I'm so excited for you to come here to Atlanta for that. Last thing I wanted to say was that I did tag you in this post from CNN where CNN was acknowledging Black Twitter, saying that we were mourning, what Elon Musk has been doing. I said, well, it's interesting that CNN has noticed what Black Twitter is doing as it pertains to our discussions about the new Elon Musk Twitter, but y'all ignored everything as it pertains to Rally for Reparations. So just wanted to say
Right.
that.
Exactly. Real talk. Thank you so much, beloved. Now, yeah, like I said, I'm going to be in Atlanta next week, actually. I'm doing the 85 South show. So I'll be back down in Atlanta. My Atlanta folks, holla at me. My Atlanta folks, holla at me. I will be down there. What's the weather like? Is the weather good in Atlanta right now? Because I be forgetting now. I go to these cities because I'm bundling up. Like, because I should have had more warmer clothes for Dallas. I be forgetting. I go to these cities and I see the weather forecast, and it'll say 60. I'm like, oh, I can rock that. 60. Okay, I bring this little jacket right here. That 60 ain't nothing but a thing. Then I go there and it's like 49 damn degrees. I'm like, shit. I'm like, hell, let me get one of these illegal immigrants crossing the border over here to give me one of their jackets. Shit. It's freezing in this bitch. It was cold as hell in Texas. I'm down there freezing my ass off, dude. And niggas outside watching the Dallas Cowboy games. They had like a big screen TV outside downtown. People out there watching the Dallas Cowboys. I'm like, if y'all don't take your asses inside and barbecue something and invite me over so I can be warm and eat with you, shit. Cold as hell out here. So I hope it's not that cold in Atlanta. Hope everything's gonna be cool in Atlanta. Raise your hand if you want to get on. Let's get Draco. Let's get Draco in here. We're gonna get Draco in here. I'm good, man. What's going on with you, Draco?
Not much, man. I hope you get over that sickness quickly, man. I wish you a speedy recovery.
Yes, sir,
Yeah,
man. Much respect. So
yeah.
what's on your mind, Dre?
So, I had a quick suggestion because I looked at the goofy white chick that was interviewing the Hebrew Tetherites. That's the term I came up
Yeah,
for 'em, the Hebrew Tetherites. Y'all pass that around,
yeah.
and the goofy op nigga. And it just dawned on me like, if you ever do another event like that, or when you do another one, have a couple of your people on the outskirts to deal with those propagandists that want to come and film, slanted perspective on what we're doing. So that was just a suggestion I had, and I'll land my plane there.
There you go. Well, here's the thing, and I get where you're coming from. But and we had folks looking out, and folks were just looking out on their own. And shout out to the family. The family was just kind of, policing the area on their own. Now let's keep in mind, at the rally in DC, we had eyes in the skies on us too. All right, let's not forget, we had eyes in the sky on us. You had federal agents all on top of the roofs, all on balconies with guns. They were surrounding us, and the people took pictures of them. If you look at them on my timeline, if you look at the Rally for Reparations hashtag, you'll see we posted pictures of the federal agents on the roofs with guns. So they had eyes on us, and they were watching their ops that they sent. You dig? We have to understand that these oppy niggas that they sent out there who weren't effective. They weren't effective there, but they had their ops out there. They had their assets, as they call them, running around there trying to disrupt stuff. You dig? And that Hebrew Israelite group that was there, the one of the big Hebrew Israelite organizations, they were like, hey, those guys are not a part of us, which I kind of knew because the way those dudes were dressed in DC, it was, I've never seen the Israelites dressed in that type of outfit. These niggas look like Power Rangers. I don't know where they were from. But some of the other larger Israelite groups are like, hey, they ain't us. They ain't us. And when they were at our event, we made our security, we told them to back them niggas up somewhere. They can't be around what we got going on. We got a permit for this area. These niggas up here babbling and tether splaining, doing whatever they're doing. I had my security back their asses up off of our plaza onto the sidewalk way in the back to let folks know these niggas ain't got nothing to do with us, because I knew they were bad news. And then now we see some old oppie white chick was out there interviewing them as if they were with us, and these niggas are talking all types of crazy and reckless stuff. Like, yeah, we're going to enslave the white people. The Bible said we're going to enslave white people. Like, okay, nigga. And they were trying to act like them niggas were that. No, they ain't with us. They weren't with us with all that goofy stuff they were talking at all. You dig? So it is what it is. It is what it is. Let me see who else we got. Y'all raise your hand if you want to get on, because I ain't going to be on here too long. I just wanted to tap in because I know it's kind of late and I got to, take me some more nighttime medicine so I can get right, because I got to shoot a commercial tomorrow. So I'm going to be doing that. So I'm not going to be up too late. And like I said, my LA people, if you know an interior designer, an interior decorator in LA who's thorough, who has experience with commercial buildings, y'all email me, info@tariqelite.com. That's my email, info@tariqelite.com. Ladies and gentlemen, info@tariqelite.com. Let's get FBA Pizzazz. Let's get Brother Pizzazz in here. What's up, FBA Pizzazz? Oh, what happened to him? Oh, brother disappeared. Let's get T-Way in here. Let's get T-Way in here. T-Way, hop on. Waiting on T-Way to hop in.
What's going on, man? Quick question.
What's up, T?
What's going on, brother?
How you doing, T-Way?
It's working. Trying to make a living out here. It's working.
No doubt. No doubt. So what's on your mind?
I don't know if you've covered this before, but what's your opinion? How you feel about the whole Friedman label? If you have covered it, I ain't caught it yet. So
Oh yeah,
my bad.
I
Yeah, okay.
have. And oh yeah, I've covered that before, and I'm 100% with that. We should see. We have to use a lot of. Shut the fuck up, dogs. Well, hold on, wait. Well, hold on. I hear the police. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. So the police done pulled somebody over right by my house. That's when my dogs are barking. All right, I'm gonna check on that in a second. But yeah, back to my man talking about the Friedman label. Great thing. Oh yeah, absolutely. We should use that because when we use the Friedman label, that will alleviate the white supremacists trying to say that things shouldn't be race-based or whatever. I wish they should. Okay, let me hold on, guys. Hold on, because my dogs are throwing me. I'm gonna let their asses in the backyard. Hold on 1 second. Just barking like they gonna do something. They take their ass outside and they both get shot. Hold on. That's why I want to get another pit bull. I got a Frenchie and a. Hold on, get your asses out of here. I saw about that, guys. I got these little cute dogs for the kids. My wife won't let me get a pit bull. She's scared it's gonna eat up the kids. Like, no. I want to get another damn pit bull. And she's like, I'm not cleaning up that shit. And I know you ain't gonna clean it up. You know, but like I said, back to the freedman label, I absolutely agree with using that because that's what we were designated as. We were using that term after slavery, and the reparations were supposed to be designed for freedmen. So that's a term that we should definitely use. We have to um, learn how to interchange our terminology in different settings. You understand? In a courtroom, if we're going to talk about um, getting reparations, the freedman label would be absolutely perfect to use because that's a status designation. And you're still talking about foundational Black Americans, but you're just not saying the word foundational Black American. You're talking about freedmen, which isn't a racial term, but it's about a specific racial group. So you can play that game too, you see. And descendants of slaves, that's another great term to use from a legal standpoint so that they can't turn around and say, okay, you're making race-based policies, which is unconstitutional and all of that stuff. You can say descendants of slaves, you can say freedmen. What's important, and I've always said this, before we get anything together, we have to have the cultural understanding together. That's where the term foundational Black American comes in. So now we're talking about our general culture and how important our general culture is. So when we talk about our culture, we always use the term foundational Black American. That's why we're so codified now, because we're focused on culture. Foundational Black American, that's really something that helps us focus on the culture. Who are we and what have we done and what is our culture? And our culture is damn near everything. We didn't create it as foundational Black Americans, damn near everything of significance. You dig? And we're going to display a lot of our creations and inventions in the museum. We're going to display a whole bunch of that stuff. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Do that. Okay. We have the white gentleman. We have Mr. Media. He's back. This is Mr. Media. What's up, Mr. Media? Hop on. This is a white male who has some interesting views about Black society, but hop on here, Mr. Media. What's going on?
How's it going, sir? Good evening to you. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
Yes, indeed. What's on your mind?
I have a screen film, like a screenplay idea to pitch for you, and I was hoping to, I just want to pitch an idea to you really quickly. I think you might actually fund it. All right.
Okay. Well, let's hear this screenplay idea. Let's hear.
All right. So it's an FBA themed movie. All right.
Okay.
12 Years a Slave Catcher. Okay. Now.
Okay. Got
the
it.
premise of the movie takes place on the African savannah, and the young man, his name is Bucku to Bucku.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
All right, so Bucku to Bucku speaks like a popping language with his like he speaks like a poppy, like like that. So he starts off like in a tribe, like in a small gang of like young Black men, young Black spear truckers of the time. But he's the most exceptional of the spear truckers, okay? And he works his way up from like age 11. All right, his first project is to go round up a small village of new slaves, okay, to be transported over to like Senegambia or Upper Guinea or Windward Coast or Gold Coast, okay?
Got it.
And his first slave, his first catch that he does on his
got it. Okay. You got the thing is you gotta
okay, I'll get there. So his first
you gotta speed up. Yeah, come on. I understand the suspected white supremacist. Your wit is not that good, but you gotta speed it up because I have a film idea.
Okay.
Okay. While you're conjuring some more material, let me tell you about my film idea. I got a great film idea.
I'm not finished yet. No, I'll wrap it up. I swear to God, I'll wrap it up in like 30 seconds.
Hold on. Let me listen, but I got to give you my idea. I got a film idea. It's about a bunch of it's kind of like a horror movie. It's a town full of white supremacists, and they realize that their numbers are dwindling. Okay, they realize that they are a global minority, and they're surrounded by a whole bunch of black people, and all the white women starts having sex with the black dudes. Got it? And then all the babies are black, and the movie is called Staying Alive. You think that'd be a great idea? I think that wouldn't that be cool? Staying alive, right?
Hey, Tariq, I'm trying to pitch you a success story. All right,
I'm
a love
telling you,
story.
Staying Alive
Like
would be the
it's all right. Look, it's the founding people of FBA. Period. All right, that's what I'm saying. Like this is about an 11-year-old who makes his way up to become like the Donald Trump of the slave trade operation of the time where he is, and his main mansion is in Baghdad. You know, because if you were balling back then, you were living in Baghdad, in like the golden era of the Middle East. Anyway, so. And plus, he contributes greatly to the birth of the slave trade that would become, just what it was between North America and,
all right.
and Africa.
Okay, I got another film idea. Okay, and let me throw this one at you. This is the great idea. I think you'll like this one. This one is about a white supremacist with a 12-inch penis, and it's called Finding Neverland because the shit don't exist. All right. So let me
That's
let me
very
get
rude. Very rude, Jake.
no, that's not rude. That's not rude. I think that'll be a good movie. Finding Neverland. All right. Get your ass out of here. All right. With your troll material. Anywho, this piece of work. All right. Oh God, man, get to the point with your damn trolling, just all over the place, just dragging on and on and on and on and on. Anyway, it's been real. I think we had a good conversation tonight. I think we had a phenomenal conversation tonight. We kept it short, kept it sweet. I don't want to be on too long. But listen, like I said, guys, I'm looking for an interior decorator out here in Los Angeles. Email me, info@tariqelite.com. My brother Macau just sent me a couple of people. Some thorough commercial interior decorators in LA. If you know some people, hit me up, info@tariqelite.com. I'm out. Y'all follow me on my YouTube channel, Tariq Radio. I go live tomorrow night. And y'all be good. The point is, we have to understand history and tie it all in. Let's get category progressive. Let's get you in. Just turn your microphone on, category progressive.
Hey, what's up, brother Tariq?
What's up, man? What's your name, sir?
My name, Omar.
Omar. Now, Omar, where are you from? I see you in our room a lot, in our rooms. Where you
Yeah,
from?
so I'm from East Africa, man. I'm both Nilo-Saharan and I'm also Cushitic. My mother's side is Borana from Eastern Kenya, and my dad's side is Nilo-Saharan, so from West Sudan.
Okay, all right. So from Sudan and Kenya.
Yeah.
Now, who's that in your profile picture? Because that ain't
That's
you.
me.
I know
That's me, man. That's me.
I ain't never seen a motherfucker from Sudan swole like that.
Well, swelling up is just like going to the gym, bro. But I used to be skinny,
Okay, you must eat giraffe meat or something to get that fucking strong from your area. But go ahead. What's on your mind?
I don't eat giraffe meat, but I could if I needed to. So
No doubt.
everything you say about African Americans are true, man. Like I know a lot of things, including, the lady who invented the GPS and all those things, And most of the time I wish, like, I was just talking to another Black American, and he shared some information about these inventors. And I'm like, these are the kind of content you need to be flooding the Twitter with, not just these celebrities, that create stereotypes, So I agree with everything you say. I only have one disagreement with you on the issue of immigrants, So if you allow me, for instance, most FIBA people think that Africans who came here because FIBA fought for them to come here. This actually is not true. And if you give me a minute, I can explain.
Okay.
So in the 60s, during the height of Cold War under Jeff Kennedy, because of geopolitics, most countries were taking sides, either with the communists or with the capitalists, the West. Now, you are very informed, and I know you know this. If you didn't, I know you'll look it up and you can get back to me on this. But African diplomats who were in DC, and DC was just across the street from the South, which is Virginia. Most Africans during segregation, the diplomats were being really mistreated. They were not allowed to stay in some hotels. They were not allowed to eat in restaurants, use public bathrooms. And this word got out about African diplomats being mistreated. So the Russians started using this as a political ploy. They started saying, like, well, you see, these people in the West, the capitalist system, they're talking about human rights, but see how they treat diplomats in their country. So Russia was also fighting for African support during the geopolitical fight. So Jeff Kennedy heard this, and he got really furious about this. It's like, all right, this is getting embarrassing. We need to find a way to solve this segregation thing, so diplomats from Africa can access any restaurant they want to go to. They can sleep in any hotel they want to stay in. So this kind of pushed up the integration of Black people, and especially Africans into
What? What? No. What? What?
just listen. And if you disagree, actually, you can retort.
That don't make no sense, brother. That makes zero sense. That's something you make up, man.
No. You can look it up. But meanwhile, you can tell someone you have a co-host or a friend. They can look it up while I'm speaking, and you can just give me a feedback. So just listen. Let me finish it. So when Jeff Kennedy saw that the diplomats were being treated that way, he's like, okay, we need to move forward with this integration thing, and that's how Jeff Kennedy started a program called the Airlift to bring African students to America. That was before civil rights was even passed. Civil rights legislation was even passed. They started bringing African students to America, including Barack Obama's dad, way before civil rights legislation became a law in America. And this was because of...
The civil rights, before it became a legislation, there was a movement. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
It didn't just happen overnight. There was a big movement.
You're right. But
and nobody was focusing on what you're talking about, dude. Nobody. That wasn't a major thing, what you're talking about. A couple of diplomats, because that was being drowned out by the major civil rights movement that was going on in the streets of America. You had Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Medgar Evers, a lot of these people making a lot of noise over here.
Yes.
Wasn't nobody thinking about no damn diplomats, dude. Nobody was tripping on that.
You're right.
What are you talking about?
You're right. What I was saying is that for Africans to start coming here, it was more geopolitical ploy by the Kennedy administration than to do with anything to do with the civil rights. It was just like, oh, we're going to influence more African students to come here because they're going to be the future leader, because Africans were just starting to get independent. They're like, okay, let's go there, get some of these young Africans to come study American culture so they can align with us on the capitalism against the Russian communists. So it was a geopolitical fight, and that's where they started doing the airlift. Anybody, I know there's so many people here, you can go look up the African...
Zero sense. Huh? Okay, listen to what you're saying, sir. That makes zero sense. So Kennedy said, we're going to show the Russians by bringing some Africans over here.
Yes.
And no, that don't make sense.
But look it up, brother. You can look up this while I'm speaking. Do you know the first Black person to go in space was Cuban, and he was sent to space by the Russian?
Okay.
You know that, right? So
okay, what does that have to do with what you're talking about?
But that's what I'm saying. It was a geopolitical fight where U.S. was trying to fight over support around the globe, and Russians were trying to do the same. So what the United States did, started airlifting a lot of young Africans to come study in America, to adopt, they were trying to spread the American culture. So they started bringing students to come here, like, okay, we're going to bring these African students to study here, then they're going to go back to their countries.
We're talking, look, dude, they brought like 5 or 10. It wasn't even that many.
Oh, no, there were many. Look it up. There were many.
They weren't brother. The only people they would let over here were students. They would let students over here, but they weren't letting people over here in large numbers before that immigration bill, sir. They were not, and you know that.
But what I was trying to say to pass across is this: the starting of the flow of students. Before that, there was nothing like that. But this all started. It was due to geopolitical fight between. It was, brother. It was.
It wasn't. It was not, sir. You're trying to make up some type of alternative history
I'm not
that
making
didn't
it up.
exist.
I can't make it up if it's there.
You're making up a history that didn't exist.
You're saying that
They didn't start letting people immigrate over here for no geopolitical reasons. They did it because of the pressure on the streets that foundational Black Americans were making. You understand? You're saying that Black people had no bearing on that. The hell we didn't. Black people had the international press with cameras over here seeing what was going on. Nobody knew about no handful of students, dude. Stop it. Really?
bro.
And you know
Like,
what you're saying is bullshit.
no, it's true though. But you can.
Nobody knew about no handful of students that
It
wasn't
wasn't.
moving. They weren't moving the needle nowhere and talking about it was some geopolitical thing. So we're gonna let a bunch of them come over here, and for what?
In politics, every move is geopolitical. Every move, no matter how small you think it is, it makes a big
So
impact.
what was
Because
okay?
it's more just like it's
So
like.
what was the okay? Stop, man.
Yeah.
What? Oh, so in your words, what was the purpose of JFK letting those students over? What was that going to show Russia?
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to you. Like, it was during when Africans were getting independence. Do you know this?
Okay, no. Answer the question and stop babbling, brother. What was he supposed to prove to Russia by letting those African students over? What was he going to prove?
What he was trying to do is influence African governance towards the West, away from Russia, by trying to educate young Africans here so they can be more adapted to a Western culture than Eastern culture. It's simple, man.
What?
It was a ideological war. You get people, you train them on your culture.
You haven't thought this out that well, brother. You haven't thought this out well at all. You haven't thought your bullshit out very well, brother. And you know this don't make no sense. Sir, just say foundational Black Americans helped us out. You couldn't even get your bullshit together. You're just saying anything, sir.
But that's not. Look, I can give
this
you.
This don't make sense, and you know it doesn't make sense.
Look, okay, I can give you guys a lot of credit in so many things you did for yourself. You guys have done a lot.
I just asked you what was if this was some type of Machiavellian move, what was the point of it? And you said some shit about advancing African Western culture. What does that mean? What does that mean?
What do you think they do with
how was that going to punish Russia?
Okay, but it's about winning. How do you think China and Russia are winning these other countries? They don't like bring people in mass, but what you do, China even right now is bringing a lot of Africans to go study Confucian University in China because they're trying to spread China Orientalism culture, Chinese culture back in Africa. So they pick a lot of students and they give them scholarship to go study in China. That happens even right now. They don't do it because they like Africans. They do it because they want to influence African culture and they want their culture to be to be integrated into African culture. So they bring a lot of African students. You know this. They bring them to China. They give them scholarship. They go to this Confucian University, whatever it is, and then they hope that if you go back, you're educated in their culture and you work in the government, you can tilt favor towards Chinese favoritism. Everything is just about favoritism. Like, people become friends in geopolitics.
So you're saying JFK wanted to influence African culture by bringing over a handful of students here.
JFK
and educating them. So for what? Educate them so they can go back to Africa and influence. You haven't thought this out, but go ahead.
No. I think it's so simple. Like what I'm saying is JFK during Cold War, the deep of Cold War, wanted Western culture, capitalism, influence in Africa. So they picked African students to come study here and show them the good of the West. So when they go back to Africa, they can be favorite. They can have softer heart towards Western culture over Eastern culture. You know how the world was divided back then. You can study history; it's all there. So these things happens, man. You go, you take someone, and
no.
Okay. I mean, if you disagree, it's fine. I'm just telling you.
And you don't. That's the most asinine justification to try to deny foundational Black Americans out here in these streets making all of that noise, pushing for the immigration bill. It was foundational Black Americans pushing for that immigration bill off the momentum of the civil rights movement, because they didn't, after the bill was passed, all non-white groups started coming over. You understand?
But the bill was mostly targeting Chinese Exclusion Act. It has nothing to do with Africans. There's nowhere in that clause that mentioned even African or other people around the world. It's just like it was against Chinese Inclusion Act. These things are here, even here in San Francisco.
No,
where I am.
they fought because there was a racial quota. There was a racial quota in the Civil Rights Act. You understand? The Civil Rights Act had a racial quota. And Black people said, no, there should not. If we're going to get civil rights for us, let's also remove the racial quota in immigration so that non-white people can come over here too. We don't need no discrimination, no anti-Black racism, no discrimination in jobs, in immigration, or anything. We wanted to fight to eliminate racial everything. Take all the racial shit off the plate. That's what we fought for, sir. Okay, let's be very clear.
That's true,
right?
And that one was caused by the Chinese Exclusion Act. What I was trying to tell you that before even that became a thing, African students were coming here under JFK Kennedy instruction of the African
small numbers. They were very small numbers. Just like
it wasn't small; it was a large number. That's how Barack Obama became American, and
it wasn't large numbers, sir. It was not large numbers. They were not letting African people over here in large numbers, sir. They simply were not.
And even past that, even now, the population of Africans immigrants in the U.S., which is less than 1.5 million, make 0.001% of African population. And it's the way U.S. dish out their visas, they have a number of visas a year that they dish out. And Africa gets the least number of visas that to come to United States. You know that, right?
But I understand. But you keep saying that they let over a large number of African people during Jim Crow, and that's just not true. Where were they living?
The number is relative. What I'm saying is,
where were they living,
bro?
All of these African people, where were they living?
Well, listen to me. What I'm saying is this.
What I'm saying is, if there was a lot of them, where were they living? Because at the time it was rigid segregation, and you could not live anywhere near no white people.
Yeah,
where were they? And Black people, we don't remember no damn African people living among us.
No, they were living in colleges.
They never seen no damn African people. So where were they living?
They were living in colleges because it was funded by the U.S. government. So here's the thing.
Which one?
The number
HBCUs. Right?
No, there was Yale University. Barack Obama's dad went to Harvard, man. So they were already in these public universities that you're talking about. It was, So anyway, because
it wasn't a lot of them at no damn Harvard and Yale. Now in the 60s, before the 1960s and 50s, it wasn't a lot of damn Africans.
I can name for you at least 5 students who were airlifted from Kenya that went to Harvard, including Barack Obama's dad. So that one is just a fact.
In the 50s and 60s?
When they got here in the 60s.
Name them. Who was
Barack Obama's dad was in Harvard, no?
In the early 50s and 60s?
No, I said in the 60s. This was during JF Kennedy, after JF Kennedy became president. So it must be in the 60s. So where did Barack Obama?
I would like to know who they were.
Where did Barack Obama's dad go to school?
I think he did go to one of those Ivy League schools, but it wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot, though. It wasn't a lot.
Okay,
because W.B. Du Bois, I think he went to Harvard and Yale too, years before. So yeah, there were some Black people going to Yale at one. But
so the contention here is that the number, right? You think that it's not a large number, it's a handful, and I think that the number is large based on what I think is large. Okay, but
it wasn't a lot though. So you're trying to conflate a small handful of people. It wasn't a lot.
Okay, let's say
it couldn't have been a lot because I understand the socio-political climate at the time, and they simply it could not have been a lot of them. It had
Okay,
to be like a handful.
so let's say it wasn't a lot. Let's go with your number. Okay, it wasn't a lot. It was a handful. But what I'm trying to say, that was the breaking of the ceiling that
No, it's
allowed
not the
Africans.
breaking of the ceiling, sir. That
That's
was not
where.
the breaking of the ceiling. No, you're trying to pin the, um, I guess, the Immigration Act on that instead of the black people in large numbers who were in the streets by the thousands, really putting in work. You're trying to negate that was seen all around the world. Black people in the media, the international press, in the streets, all around the world. You trying to negate that to say that they a handful of African students really broke the ceiling, and that's some bullshit. That's bullshit, sir.
So
All right, all right. Thank you so much. Because you're gonna repeat the same thing, and I don't want to hear the same thing. That's just bullshit. All right, and he's just gonna try to remix his bullshit. That's bullshit. That just no. What's up, Tia? My sister in here. Everybody say what's up to my sister Tia up in here. Everybody say hi to my sister. Now, family, that's the problem. See, the fact that we're reminding people that the Immigration Act was because of foundational Black Americans fighting. So now people want to try to remix history to negate that fact. Oh, can y'all hear me? Wait, somebody said they can't hear me. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If y'all can hear me, raise your hand. Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me? Raise your hand. Okay, everybody else, raise your hand. If y'all can hear me, raise your hand. Okay, I need some hands raised. Everybody raise your hand if you can hear me. Okay, all right. My sister says she can hear me. Tia, my sister has a janky phone. Tia, I'm going to have to buy you a phone, dear. She's like, brother, I cannot hear you. She texted me, said, I can't hear you. Tia, it is your raggedy phone. My sister got a janky Obama phone. All right, everybody can hear me, Tia. We're good to go. All right. Let me get another person here. Let's get Freckles in here. I think Freckles might be Middle Eastern. Let's get Freckles in here. Miss Freckles, turn your microphone on, ma'am. Hello? Hello, Freckles. And I'm waiting on you to turn your microphone on. Now my sister's texting me saying it was her phone. There you go. All right, Freckles, get on. And while we're waiting on Freckles, we'll do Lunac. Lunac, while we're waiting on Freckles, we'll get Lunac in here. Lunac, hop on in. Turn your microphone on, Mr. Lunac. All right, Mr. Lunac, turn that microphone on, sir.
Oh shoot! I was just raised my hand. What's up, Tariq?
Versus someone that comes here from Bermuda or Jamaica or wherever they may they may come from that is black.
That's right.
And the purpose of that is what? Because you on the surface it would be like, hey, everybody here that's black gets treated a certain way. Why are you making that delineation?
That is an excellent point. You know why? Because you see, those people coming in from Jamaica or coming in from Africa, they have not been treated like black folk in this country. That's the first thing. And secondly, historically, they haven't had those historical experiences. They come in here voluntarily. When they come in here, they bring some cultural aspects from Africa. They can go back anytime they want. But the black people in this country are exceptional people. Nobody's been mistreated, maltreated like them. Black folk are exceptional. They're the only people that came here out forcefully, one. Two, they're the only people that denied their humanity. Three, they were the only people that denied a right to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Four, they were the only people that denied the right to participate in government. Five, they were the only people that denied the right to vote. Six, they were the only people that denied the right to have an education. Seven, they were the only people that denied the right to have a business. Eight, they were the only people that participated in every war that this country has had since its founding, but whose mother country has never been against this country. All those immigrants come from countries where they fought America, and they came in. And there's seven, that they are the oldest and most patriotic people in the country. Not the Confederates in the South. They're not the most patriotic people waving the Confederate flag. The most patriotic people in this country are black people, native blacks, because you see 99% of all those blacks have been direct descendants of slaves. They've been here before 99% of all the other people ever arrived in this country. They are special people. And because they're special people, they need to be recognized, appreciated, and reparated for what they've done in this country and building this country. They're the ones that built the bridges, the roads, cut the timber, the trees, and cleared the land, raised the tobacco, cotton, indigo. They're the people that fought to raise in every war to protect this country. The people coming from Africa or coming from Jamaica didn't. They came here voluntarily. And the most important point on this is if you lump them with black folk, then you give the dominant white society a justification to say we don't owe black folk anything, because you see the blackness black people's blackness is more than just color. It is their heritage, it's their history, it's their code of conduct, and more importantly, it is their badge of honor, and it symbolizes the indebtedness that this country has to them. This country does not have an indebtedness to people coming from Africa. They only have an indebtedness to people coming in from the Bahamas. If you lump black folk in there, you deprive black folk of the benefit, the debt that's owed them. Don't do that.
Do you not see this, man? Come on, let's keep it a buck.
Name
This
me
is the age of
specific program.
information. Stop
Specific
trying to
statute.
spin it around. It's already been exposed.
You can't see
It's
you being
already been
vague.
exposed.
You're being vague, sir. I'm sorry.
It's not being vague. It's just the facts. It's already out here.
It's
Just
not a
because you
fact.
don't
You
want to
can't.
acknowledge it, don't makes it not true.
I asked the question. Name the specific program that that's supposed to be for Black Americans or any Americans that they're reallocating towards illegal immigrants or DACA people.
No, because what
And
happened?
you can't name one.
No, we're telling you all of these programs that they were getting. They were getting housing assistance, food stamp assistance. They were giving refugee cash assistance. They were getting
business loans,
state-funded college tuition and financial aid, resettlement benefits.
Wait. So if they let's say if they do get like state
Health care for children. Come on now, they were getting a whole bunch of shit. Don't act like they weren't getting nothing. There's a reason why they were running across the border. There was some goodies on the table for them. You're trying to reword it. Well, what were they getting that black people couldn't get? The thing is, we have to wait in line and compete for these damn benefits. So by the time we go get some of these Section 8 housing vouchers, they're all gone. Because
Wait, what black American can't get FAFSA?
We can't
or get financial aid because of illegal immigrants.
I'm down here in Texas. They has taken over everything. You hear me? Like down here in Texas, Dallas.
Let's talk
Just period. This is the state. They have taken over everything. You can't get no assistance. I don't care with anything.
Exactly.
Any black woman can't get nothing.
You can't get shit as a black person now.
No. Okay, let's talk about. Let's talk about specific programs. Let's talk like financial aid for college students.
You're not going to babble. I'm telling you from experience. We got the Hidden History Museum. There are earmarked funds for minority educational institutions. When we try to get something, the well is dry. And then we look and see who's getting all of these millions of dollars. It's all of these immigrant groups and LGBT and all of them. But a lot of these Hispanics, Arabs, Asians, all of these other groups get all of these resources that were supposed to be for minority, and we're supposed to be the face of minority, yet we don't get shit. I'm telling you from experience. We're not just whistling Dixie, and we don't get nothing because
HBCUs never received federal funding.
Groups are prioritizing it. But speaking of HBCU, they're putting in a lot of these immigrants in the HBCUs. They're going up in there.
Black immigrants
and Hispanic too. And
I mean, at a small scale, but like it's majority black immigrants.
Hispanic too, and
at a small scale, it's not a big percentage. I was at Spelman the other day.
Let's get Aaliyah in here. Let's get Aaliyah. All right. Let's get Aaliyah in the building. Aaliyah, what's up, beloved? Aaliyah?
Why she blocked me? Wow.
Oh no. Oh, because you are a Democrat shill and I blocked you like when you first came on from Tyreek. Like listening to you, like I hate you.
You don't even know me
because you don't even know how dangerous you are to our community. Okay, so let me break it down. I used to do a lot of immigration, helping them get their citizenship and paperwork with Queen's Flip Mother. Queen's Flip Mother is Haitian for like 10 years. Queen's Flip Mother is Haitian. And we were working partners for years doing these government programs. When I used to write the documents up, when we submit our paperwork for Black programs as well, we have to submit like 100-page application. We get denied. When it comes to all of these immigrant programs, I'm telling you, Tyreek, you could just write a letter on a loose leaf paper and submit it to all of these NGOs, Democratic Shield NGOs, especially in New York City. It's hundreds
Name
of
the
billions
organization.
of dollars.
Yep.
Name the
Hundreds.
organization.
Terry Lee, the Christian Cultural Center, one of the biggest churches. Oprah come through there. All of the mayors come there. Bloomberg. The Christian Cultural Center is connected to everybody. Okay, yeah. And I used to
They
write the
do good
documents
work.
for them.
They do good work.
But when it comes to getting Black youth programs, I couldn't get the money for the Black youth programs. I would connect it to Eric Adams, Senator Parker, all of the different senators. They know me by face. I was connected to Kenneth Thompson, the DA, all of the principals in throughout Brooklyn, and even in the white
I'm not
areas.
seeing the
We
connection.
couldn't
How's
get
that
money for
immigrants
none
though?
of the Black programs. But when it came to immigration programs, I could get Section 8 vouchers for Dominicans. I couldn't get no Section 8 vouchers for not effing one for a Black person, not effing one. But I could get 100. I got my girlfriend's Section 8 vouchers that's Dominican. Okay, their mothers, their family members. I got them Section 8 vouchers. But when it came to Black people, I couldn't get, and I didn't understand the shit. I felt like I'm responsible for this invasion that's taken over. And a lot of these people turned out to be gang members, gang bangers, killing our own people, it's like I brought in an invasion, Tyreek. It's bad.
Yeah.
Because like some of these people turned on us, some of them, they turned on us once they got their benefits and stuff like that. They basically told us to kiss their ass. They didn't even, a lot of them didn't even meet the requirements. We was doing like illegal shit, Tariq. I'm telling you, we were bringing illegal immigrants over with no paperwork, giving them, we could give them food stamp cards, we can give them cash cards, and we bypass Black Americans. My mom lived on Atlantic Avenue. She had is a homeless shelter over there. We couldn't give nothing to the Black people that was out there. So stop. You're dangerous, Gabriel. That's why I blocked you. I hate listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
I mean, the governance of New York is a New York City problem, not an American problem as a whole.
Gabriel,
I'm failing to see the connection on how
you tether splaining right now.
I'm not tether splaining. I'm actually putting it in context. My second point is
You're not going to tell us we ain't seeing what we're seeing. We're seeing it firsthand. That sister sees it first.
No, I'm saying the problem. I'm not.
She's going through in New York. We're going through the same thing out here in LA. We try to get programs for the Black people here. We get the runaround. They don't give us a dime, but then all of the resources and funding goes to these damn immigrants like nothing. Actify Press, hop on, sir. Brother Actify, hop on.
Yeah, I had to double mute. Hey, Tariq. Hey, Gabriel. We just had a press release just came out from Catholic Charities. They had $250 billion in grants from the Biden Harris administration. $250 billion in grants, and all of it went to supporting illegal migrants. All of it, buying cars, housing, walk around money, whatever the case may be. That's how it's done. It's shuffled through the nonprofit system.
I don't know about cars, but probably like basic
yes.
necessities,
Read
but not cars.
Just Gabriel, stop lying and Google.
I'm not
right?
lying.
Yes, you are, Gabriel. Okay,
I'm
so
not.
let's get down to the bottom of this, right? This was an actual ethnic cleansing campaign targeting the cities we live in, right?
Let's not be hyperbolic.
So let's be clear, right? So if we can't get anything and these new people are getting things, that means they're trying to flush us out of these cities that were targeted through Cities for Action and on the Offices of New Americans, right? We were being pushed out actively. And if we would have done another 4 years of Kamala, we would have been gone. And they were specifically targeting the cities where our powers, where our national power is, which is the cities where were in swing states. That's why we sat our asses down, because we watched this happen in front of our faces.
Yep.
And you spit in our faces, and people are going to sit on their ass, and that's really what happened. And that's all I got to read.
My man.
Sit on their ass. What do you mean by sit on?
Well, we didn't vote for Kamani. We didn't vote for your people. We let her crash and burn. We let her get embarrassed.
What do you mean by we? What do you mean by
We
we as in what?
the black grassroots. That's who. We.
I mean, who was her most loyal demographic?
Yeah.
Or who was her most successful demographic? Was who?
Well, shit, it don't matter. She didn't win.
No. But like the reasoning, but your reasoning why she lost is wrong.
What's the reasoning? Why do you think why?
I mean, what demographic did she suffer with in compared to 2020?
The
It
black
wasn't Black Americans, Tariq.
Black grassroots. She lost.
But if she literally got the same percentage as Joe Biden did in 2020.
That woman got washed. You can sit here and try to explain all you want.
I'm not denying that she got washed, but you're saying because of Black Americans sat at home is the reason why she lost.
Who else?
How's that like? How can you even like? What data supports that?
Who else was responsible for Kamala and the Democrats getting washed? Who was responsible for that?
You think the number one reason was Black Americans staying home?
You tell me. Who do you think was responsible?
Well, let's look at the data. Look at the Hispanics.
Oh, don't.
Is it not? I mean, a Hispanic man voted 54% for Donald Trump. That's a huge that's a huge that's a huge change from 2020 from 2016. Look at the Obama numbers. Hillary Clinton won a Hispanic county. It's like 97% Hispanic. Hillary Clinton won that county by like 15 points, or like 75 to 25. Donald Trump won that county, Starr County in Texas. Donald Trump won that county.
The Hispanics many of them always vote right wing. They do that all the time. That's nothing new. They always vote right wing, especially down there in Florida. The Hispanics, they try to vote as white as they can vote. They always do that. Kamala lost because of a significant number.
No, that's not true, because in 2020 they voted 67% voted for Joe Biden. In 2024 that percentage went down to 54%. That's a 13 point difference.
But the thing
you didn't see that with Black Americans, Tariq.
You did see a huge drop. What are you talking about?
Where? What numbers support that?
April.
How many Black people stayed at home and didn't vote?
There was how many people stayed home? Period. There was a demographic drop across
we
the
talking
board.
about Black people though.
But that
Now
was
it's
not
starting
unique.
to get a little different.
That wasn't unique. That wasn't unique towards Black Americans. Though,
No. Listen. Yes, it was. Listen.
Nothing
You take a look.
what do you have to prove that?
Gabriel, when you look at the numbers, right? This is what happened. I think it was like 27%. I think it was like 7% of Black women, I want to say, and then was it 92% of Black women? I mean, so 8% of Black women. I think 20% of Black men voted for Donald Trump. That is a huge drop off.
They did the same thing in 2020.
They did not. That's not true.
20% of Black men voted. 20% of Black men voted for Donald Trump in 2020.
That's not true. It's not true.
It is true.
That's not true.
Yes,
you
it
can
is.
Google this shit, Gabriel.
You can look at. You can go to Pew. You can use Pew Research. You go to AP. Go to NBC. Like, come on.
Her numbers dropped. That's what they were complaining about. Her numbers dropped amongst Latino voters, Black voters, every demographic. Her numbers dropped compared to Biden's.
Her numbers were with Black Americans. Her numbers comparison to Biden's 2020s. Her numbers were the most similar between Black Americans.
No.
Than any
Similar
other
and dropping is the 8% is a big difference, right?
It didn't drop 8%. If it dropped, it only dropped like 1 or 2%. Kanye.
Now you just lying. Now you just flat out lying.
According to who am I lying?
The numbers don't add up.
You could go on You could go on the exit polls at NBC. You could go AP. You could go to Pew Research. I don't think Pew.
What were they crying about the most about the exit polls? What were they crying about the most on the exit polls?
Why would they be crying about the exit?
Remember when Obama came out, he was like, "Black man, he's not feeling it." You know why? Because the internal polling showed them we wasn't supporting her. And then guess what? Not only did she lose a lot of the votes, a lot of people stayed at home too. Because a lot of people was like, you know what? I was gonna vote for her, but I'm not gonna vote for her.
You're reading that wrong. You're reading that so wrong. Obama should have never been. Obama was wrong. Obama was wrong to talk about black men. Black men wasn't the. Black men wasn't the.
Can you hear me? Let's simplify this, right? When Black people stay at home, who tends to win the race?
When Black people stay at home, who tends to win the race?
Yes, sir.
How does that apply in this context?
No, I'm asking the question. Just answer the question.
It's non-pertinent to this conversation.
It's very pertinent to the question because if Black people stay at home, Republicans tend to win. So a stay at home is a vote for who? That's what your people were saying.
We say that across any demo. We say that for any demographic.
You say what now?
You say that for any demographic.
So I'm right then, right?
No, because it's not. It's not.
You just said I can say
It
if he's
doesn't apply. It
African,
doesn't
you can
apply
say
to this
you don't know
conversation.
what
It
you're talking
doesn't
about.
apply to this conversation.
It definitely applies to this conversation because if black people who would have voted for Kamala didn't vote Kamala because they stayed at home, that is a vote for Trump by definition, correct?
The
That's yes or
demographics
no.
would drop across the board, though. It wasn't unique to Black
That's yes or
Americans.
no. We talking about black Americans, so we're not talking about everybody.
Okay, but like the phenomenon with Black Americans wasn't unique only to Black
But you do
Americans.
agree with me that if black people stay at home, right, the Republicans tend to win.
If they stay at home at a lower rate than other demographics, yeah, but that
If
didn't
they
happen in
stay
this
at home,
case.
period. Now you trying to switch it up.
No, I'm applying context to what you're saying because
No, no, no,
it's
no, no,
not the
no,
same
no.
thing
The
across the board.
context is
I'm
them
sorry,
staying at
it
home
doesn't
and
compute
they
in your brain. I'm
voting.
sorry, it doesn't fit with your narrative. I know it doesn't, but
You're
it's the
just
facts.
wrong.
It's
You
the
don't know what you're
facts.
talking about. I mean, even on the numbers, you're wrong. You're wrong on the numbers, and you're
How
wrong
am I
about
wrong on
this.
the numbers? If Joe
Even
Biden got 87,
the simple logic of what
if
you're
Joe
saying
Biden
is
got
so far
88%
off.
of the black vote in 2020 and Kamala got 87 to 86, where's the drop off? I mean,
Wait,
sorry,
wait, how much
but
did
where's the
Biden
drop
get?
off?
How much did Biden
If
get?
he got 80, he about got 87 to 88% in 2020 and Kamala got about
And she
86
gets
to 87.
83.
She didn't get 83.
What
If
did she get?
she got about 86.
She did not.
Okay.
She got about 83. It's literally a huge meme floating around for black women, and there's like 92% voted up. So if 92% voted for her, that means 8% voted for Trump. And she only got 80% of the black male vote. So my math might be on, but 20 plus 8 is 28, means 82%.
Mm-mm.
That combined with the people who stayed at home.
Trump got 20% in 2020 of black men. He got 21% of black men
He
in
did not get
2021.
20% of black men. He got like
Yes,
17 or something like that. It wasn't like 20%.
arguing on the
Either way it
margins.
go, but you do agree with me
Okay,
that
but
the
for the
point
sake
is
of
you understand what
argument,
I'm talking
let's
about.
say for the sake of argument, let's say we're off by like a couple points. Let's say we just disagree about that. So the drop off between her and black people, let's say about two to th- two, 1 to 2 points in my estimation, maybe 3 to 4 points in your estimation, or 5 in your estimation.
Get
But
5.
for his,
More like 8, but go ahead.
I don't know where you're getting 8% from, but okay, because you just said 17% for black
I
men,
can
but it was
count.
21, but it was 20% for
Yeah, combine
Donald
of the
Trump.
people
So
who
I don't know
stayed
how
at
that. I
home.
don't know how that's at 8. I don't know how that's at 8%. But
You know,
okay,
85, like I think it was 85 million people voted for Joe Biden or something like that. Kamala only got what, 75? So that's a 10 million
that's
drop.
total.
Who
That's
do you
not
think
Black
stayed at
Americans.
home?
That's total. That's total.
No,
That's
no,
Black
I'm saying,
Americans.
but you understand the idea of people staying at home is a
Yeah,
voting for Trump, right?
that's
Because
what.
that's what they were saying.
That goes to my earlier point.
They
Every
go to
demographic
stutter.
was low across. Every demographic was low across the board. That goes to my earlier point.
Yeah, and which includes Black Americans, which, when you look at the percentage points, means a whole lot more for a smaller
But that's not unique.
demographic,
But
correct?
again, to my earlier point, that's not
So
unique to Black
5% is a
Americans.
huge jump, right?
Again to
Thank you.
my
All
earlier
right,
point,
appreciate it, Tariq.
again to my earlier
This
point,
nigga know what he's
it
talking
goes,
about.
no, he's just wrong because
No,
he's being
Gabriel,
dishonest, he's being wrong, and he doesn't acknowledge the
Gabriel, you're tether splaining. Gabriel, it is a fact that most of the low turnout was happening in them swing states. And you tried to put it on the Hispanics, but in many of them swing states, not a lot of Hispanics. It's black. You understand?
I literally said the turnout was lower across every demographic. That phenomenon was not unique to Black
Oh, but
Americans.
them swing states, those
Again, in the swing states, it's not unique to Black Americans
it is.
either. Was I was explaining to Kanye.
Those swing states are unique as far as black people because we are the swing states. Basically, the swing states means those highly populated urban areas. That's where they're talking about, those areas where we are highly
That's not, but the black areas didn't kill Kamala in Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Pennsylvania, Erie County, which is predominantly.
Politico. There's an article where Politico even admitted this. Turnout dropped in urban black neighborhoods, driving down Harris's vote totals. Go look at an article. Politico broke this down. Go Google this, guys. How Kamala Harris lost voters in the battleground's biggest cities. All right, so they know what it is. All of the pontificators, they've sat here and said what it is. It was the black vote that killed her and the lack thereof.
Tariq, okay, Tariq.
You
That's again, you muted me. You muted. Okay.
Listed as much as you want. It's been said, it's been talked about, it's been analyzed. The bottom line, Kamala lost because many black voters sat out and didn't vote for her little ass. That's why she lost.
You're ignoring all the swing. You're ignoring all the swing counties that are not majority African
Dude,
American, Black American.
them,
That she lost as
I know,
well in these swing states. The suburban white county.
right, because most of the outside of those urban areas, they vote Republican. Like in Michigan, it's a swing state because all the black folks are basically in Detroit, damn near, and then the rest of it is a bunch of rednecks and Republicans. Yeah, it's like that in a lot of places. But that highly concentrated black population is very important and a significant.
But even if you get a highly concentrated, like even if she got a little bit higher black turnout, she still would have lost those swing states, especially in Pennsylvania,
No,
because she lost county. She lost a lot of suburban white counties like Erie County. That's not really suburban, but Erie County, Northampton County, Bucks County. Those are not predominantly
right.
Republican because Joe
If
Biden.
all the black people would have came out in Detroit and Philly, if all the black people would have came out in real strong numbers, she would have got those states. But we didn't. That's why she didn't. Let's get
No,
Mika in the building.
Hey,
Hey, Mika, how are you, dear? Oh, what happened, Mika?
no, she got killed in the suburbs, but that's just in that country.
hi Tyreek.
Yeah.
Um, I'm in Pittsburgh, PA, and I see a ton of set asides for these illegals. I'm in property management, and just to go back, like they are getting everything here. There are a ton of homeless blacks here. I'm seeing so many illegals here working in positions that I've seen black people working in. So as far as that, they're not getting anything. They are getting everything. They're getting the world handed to them in a handbasket.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Job training, the whole nine. Gabriel, you ain't gonna sit up here lying, man. Please.
I haven't lied once in this whole conversation, man.
What you do a lot of Democrat shillery. But anyway,
I, I've never
all right.
said
That's
that.
I just can't hear no more Democrat shillery. Good Lord, good Lord, this guy. All right, let me get my brother the Maverick approach. Let me get Mav in here, and then I get the Federalist Pirate again. All right, Mav, what's up, brother?
What up? What up? What's going on,
I'm
brother?
good, man. How you been, fam?
Good, man. Good. Just got back in town, man. I just had to tap in real quick, give a boy some facts. Oh, I see he's not up here no more. But real quick, when it comes to the vote for for Trump and comparing this election to last election, Kamala got about 75 million votes. Now Joe Biden in 2020 he had about 81, 82 ish. So it's almost a 10. I would say let's round it off to about 7 to 8 million fall off.
Yeah.
But on the other side, Trump had 20% of the black vote. Now that's a 13% increase of the black vote from last election. So I don't know what old boy's talking about. So how could it be that Trump is actually getting more black votes and there's a fall off at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
So how does that make sense?
From New York Times best-selling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for Black Americans today, Nasheed exposes the tactics used to manipulate, subjugate, and control Black communities. In this powerful read, Tariq Nasheed equips you with the knowledge to resist injustice and reclaim your narrative. Don't miss out on the book that's redefining the game. Foundational Black American Race Baiter, available now at officialfba.com. Get your copy today.
The logics and all that type shit. No, you cannot be a fool. A fool can't do that.
Well, the reality of the matter is if you're studying from a biased point of view or a point of view that is not based on the correct path, you can be following that path into
but everybody charge you with
into
that.
your ignorance, okay? So the reality of the matter is this: we're not going to discount the colonial powers and how they underdeveloped Africa. Are y'all sitting up here telling me that Africa didn't get carved up by the colonies?
Yo, why are you talking about the? We're talking about okay. So
right.
fine. If you're talking about the again, What do you want to
Bro,
argue?
we talk about the past. Hold on.
Okay.
We talk about the past all the time. You talked about
So
peonage.
I'm asking right now. I'm asking right now.
You talked about the Housing Act under FDR.
No, but I
you
want
talked
to
about
be,
all
but
of these things.
But I bring you to the present. Okay, so when I mention the
Yeah,
past, I
but
never stay there.
I'm not saying there either, though. I'm not saying there either.
Bring us to the present. So
I will if you let me lay it down. Lay it down. All right. Okay. So, and actually, I already did that when I said about the CIA president in Nigeria right now. That is bringing it to the present.
That's alleged.
Alleged. Fine. Call it you want.
Okay, so what country are you going to start from the past?
Hold up, bro.
I'm just asking a question, bro. Which country are you going to?
Bro. Okay. This is what I'm saying. Like, now, the reality of the matter is, I'm going to, well, anyway, that's neither here nor there. So
I'll pull it up for you. Now,
no. I wasn't, listen, hold on, relax, okay? So, like I said, every country that we're talking about in Africa that we want to sit here and point the blame and say it was just the Nigerians or it was just the Ghanas or it was just the Rwandans. There was European colonial powers involved in all of that. Okay, so we're not going to sit here and act like they got any. Hold up, wait. We're not going to. We all know, brother. We're not going to sit here.
We don't know that. You got to teach us.
Okay, so as I was saying, if you won't cut me off, the reality of the matter is, when we talk about Rwanda, we know the France and the Belgium was involved.
We don't know that. Hold up. Explain how.
Okay, I'm about to. They're the one who set up the class system between the Hutus and the Tutsis. It was Belgium and it was France who set that up. Okay, they actually just burned down the France and American and Belgium embassies in Rwanda not too long ago. Okay, because they're tired of this bullshit. So
that's your proof.
Hold on, no, my proof. My nigga, we don't. See, this is what I'm saying. Y'all want to talk to me about history.
We want to know your proof. That's all, bro.
Y'all want my. It's a. Why do I have to prove simple history? Okay.
Because it's not simple to us. We want to know, how do you know this stuff?
Okay, Google it right now. All you got to do is Google Belgium and Rwanda. That's it, and they'll show you everything that I'm saying. It's not rocket science.
Okay, so if I Google
France and Rwanda, it's not rocket science, bro.
Hold on.
Like, stop.
Okay, so if I Google Rwanda genocide, it's gonna mention the Belgium?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Who set up the class system? Who armed them?
Okay, no, you said it will, so let's see.
Exactly.
This ain't my history. I already know.
Google Belgium's involvement in Rwandan genocide.
No, I'm not gonna guide AI. I'm just gonna ask about it and see what AI says naturally.
Oh yeah, AI. Sure.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, because you don't want to put the caveat of Belgium in there because you don't want to find the truth.
Google.
You only want it from.
Okay, so slow down, bro.
You only want.
Okay. All right. Calm down, man.
All right, so Google Belgium's involvement in Rwandan genocide.
But you don't gotta talk every second. You can stop it and give a pause.
You're talking every second.
No, I'm trying to talk as well.
Google Belgium's involvement in Rwanda genocide.
No, I'm not going to Google that because I can.
Because you're scared.
Dude, relax, man. I don't want to mute you, bro. Again. Okay, be quiet for a second. You're the main guy on your own show. When people start talking, everybody, be quiet. And you don't show that same respect.
That's not true. I allow people to talk on my show.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you cut them off quick as hell, especially if they disagree.
Not true.
Okay.
Sure. Go watch my show.
All right, I already clipped it, my boy. Stop. I knew you would come with this behavior. And by the way, Moon Eyes, when I call into other people's platforms and shows, I'm never like this. Like, they got to tell me to talk more. I'm so respectful. I'm never like this.
Well, I haven't been able to get 2 sentences edgewise.
Right. You just said a whole book in like 30 seconds.
Whatever, man.
And then, like, you're just talking, but you don't go into depth. You don't explain. Like, for example, when I went there and talked,
you said go back to save your people, smart guy. I'm from New Jersey, you dumbass. I grew up with this guy. I'm biased.
Wait, like, you do know Tether City from, but
he knows my father. He knows my, like, He knows my lineage. I'm from New Jersey. What are you talking about? I have zero African in me.
Yeah,
I'm just not gonna allow y'all. I'm not gonna allow
See,
y'all to remove the culpability of white supremacy while y'all play diaspora wars with each other like y'all smart. All right, get out of here. I'm saying y'all basically on some Hutu and the Tutsi shit right now, trying to ignore Belgium involvement and go to war with one another instead of going to war with them. It's the easiest fight.
Who is them? Who is them?
Jesus Lord.
Who is them?
The people who owe you reparations, the people who disenfranchise you.
Who are those? Who are those people?
American government, the bourgeoisie, the elite,
Wait, the
whatever you want to
American
call
government is
them.
ran by people. What are you talking? You can't attack a system. You got to attack people. So
Brother.
what people? You see, this guy just talks and just talks,
Okay,
and
so
everybody is just mysterious. Go after this person, that person. There's nobody. Who are
there
these
is no
people?
mysterious. There is no mysterious about it. You need to have your quarrel and your fight with the American government and the colonial powers, not running around here talking about,
Why are
yeah,
we having a
man,
fight with colonial
these
powers?
Jamaicans is dirty.
No, but
Yeah, these
why are we
Nigerians
having
is
a fight? Why are we having a fight with colonial powers?
because that's who owe us reparations. That's
No,
who
they don't.
underdeveloped.
America, no, they don't. The
That's who.
American,
That's
no,
who.
no,
They're a
no,
colonial power, you
no,
dummy.
no, 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 no. See, this is the guy don't even know the argument of reparations, bro. You got to hold somebody accountable for the damage they did to you specifically.
Is America a colonial power?
Bro, dude, American government. That's who.
Is America a colonial power?
No, you got the American government.
Yes, it is.
No,
Knock
it's
it
not.
off.
No, it's not. You got the American government. We actually were fighting. We're actually American. How the hell are you a part of a colonial power? Like, what are you talking about? We're actually American.
Okay, we're American, and the bad fact about it is America is aligned with all of the rest of allied powers and the colonial
Bro,
powers.
we don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Yeah, well, you need
You're
to
just
figure it out.
talking very fast, so we can't catch you. That's all you're doing.
There's nothing tether about me. Y'all want to hide behind that word tether because it gives y'all the impetus to basically legally disrespect everybody that's black while y'all hide from the actual fight against white supremacy. That's what y'all want to do, okay? Y'all just want to get on here and trash each other. That's the bullshit. That's the bullshit, bro. Like, oh yeah, these damn goddamn Nigerian, dirty Jamaican, shithole country ass Jamaican. Y'all mean, you're evil, you're mean spirited. All right, that's the very real fact of the matter. Y'all don't want to acknowledge y'all don't want to acknowledge what white supremacy has done throughout the world because y'all just want to have a legal right to hate one another. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, you're no better than all the rest of the people you're talking about every day. They just come over here talking about we lazy, we this, and we're returning the favor. You shithole ass, dirty country, dirty Nigerians. You're doing exactly what they're doing. Then you want to call yourself the leaders of the world and say we should be in the supreme position and be the leaders of the world or in the forefront of the world. But yet, how are you going to lead? But who are you going to lead?
Take a breather.
Who are you going to lead? You refuse to work with anybody, so there's nobody for you to lead. You want to cut everybody off. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then you want to say that we should be in the seat of power and we leaders of the world. Well, guess what? Leaders, they have more understanding for the people that are trying to follow them because we're the leaders. When you're a leader, you understand that the people you're trying to get to follow you may be lost, and you don't leave them behind. You don't leave the lost people or the lost sheep behind. You actually lead them and you guide them into a better light and a better understanding. So this whole we're the leaders of the world, but then yet we're going to disrespect and call everybody who has anything positive to say about anybody around the world that's black, he's a tether. Like, come on, man. Like, y'all got to stop this.
All right. So I got Rwanda, right? Okay, it's not too long. Okay. So now I went to I tried my best to get to a great credible source. Okay. I did not do Wikipedia. I went to the United Nations. Is that okay?
Thank you, Pablo. Watch it. What up? So I'm saying, anybody that's not on your wrench wave with a wrench, which you only got 4 or 5 people commenting with the wrenches that all want to try to disrespect
they all
anybody
got
with the
wrenches.
opposite.
Wait,
Anybody with
but
the opposite
I'm over here trying to
argument.
tap a conversation now. I just told you that I try to pick a website that you would agree to, right? I didn't go to Wiki. I went to United Nations. Is that okay?
The United Nations is not going to give an accurate. I don't know. I have to read what they have.
I haven't read it either.
I highly doubt. I believe that they too would have a whitewashed point of view.
So who would have? So in your mind, what website? What website do I have to go to?
Bro, all you have to do is put Belgium's involvement.
No, but that's going to bring me to a
Rwanda.
website. No, but that's going to bring me. Look at this guy. You drinking, bro? Yo, that's going to bring me to a website still, and it might be the UN again. So I don't want to read from a source for this guy just to say he disagreed. Now I'm gonna do the United Nations anyway. This is a credible website. Okay, and this has a brief history. This has a timeline. Brother, give me something similar. I will read yours too. Find me something like this, and I'll read it. From a credible website, of course. That shit can be jokes.com, not like that. Okay.
All right.
Lay down.
I'll give you a website. Before you read that, just understand, Chad. He's afraid to Google Belgium's involvement in Rwanda genocide because he knows it's going to lead them to tons of websites. So he's trying to be disingenuous and only go to a website that's whitewashed.
I got it, dude. Relax.
That won't give you Belgium's involvement.
His health cannot be good.
That was
all
great.
this screaming, you're never calm.
I actually just came from the gym, so I'm already
I wonder why you're there. You see your health problems, bro. Shit, people be in the gym because of health problems.
No, I'm in the gym because I'm Aki, you heard?
All right, so calm down. Why you so hyper?
The last half an hour trashing me. Yes, am I right?
Okay, so now everybody can see it. So everybody see the website, un.org. For some reason, this is a trash website. I would love to see.
Yes, watch it. He running from the sources.
Okay, so now it says Rwanda, a brief history of the country. Oh, it says prior to the colonial era. So we're gonna talk about it all. Okay, so it says by 1994, Rwanda's population stood at more than 7 million people.
Here's a game where you have to cross a line.
Conveniently, they start at 94.
Let me do that. That's not what he started. Yo, this guy. This
I
guy
just thought
really
that's what I heard you say.
Nah, that was a quote man I was reading from. But hold on, I'm going to send it to my laptop so I can just let a computer read it. I ain't gotta waste time trying to make it big and read it. Where's the chat? Where's the chat? Right there. There's the chat. Now, while I'm doing this, I will hope that you will be going to a website you're more comfortable with so I can read that one too. So we get it from both sides. So that's what I would think you'd be trying to do.
If it was a point you wanted to prove, if you wanted to prove Belgium was responsible for Rwanda, you'd find 10 sources right now. So stop being disingenuous.
Okay, so if it's that easy, why you can't do it in the blink of an eye?
I can if you would Google what I told you to.
Okay, so I'll do that next. So it says, I'm gonna do that next. It says Rwanda is assigned to Germany as part of wait, why am I reading this? I got a stat bot who will read it for me.
Rwanda is assigned to Germany as part of German East Africa. November 15th, 1884. At the 1884 Berlin Conference, the territory of Rwanda was assigned to Germany as part of German East Africa. Under German rule, the existing hierarchy remained intact. Tutsi chiefs maintained order over the majority, made up of Hutu lower classes.
Oh, so even under German rule, they still had their hierarchy. Okay. So, interesting. I wonder if your website is going to say that.
By 1994, Rwanda's population stood at more than 7 million people comprising three ethnic groups: the Hutu, who made up roughly 85% of the population, the Tutsi, 14%, and the TWA, 1%.
Okay, so the Hutu is the majority.
Prior to the colonial era, Tutsis generally occupied the higher strata in the social system, and the Hutus the lower. However, social mobility was possible. A Hutu who acquired a large number of cattle or other wealth could be assimilated into the Tutsi group, and impoverished Tutsi would be regarded as Hutu.
Okay, so they had a classism. There's some classes on there. Okay, prior to colonial era, they had classism. All right, interesting. They had a lower class and upper class.
Hutu. A clan system also functioned, with the Tutsi clan known as the Nyanjinya being the most powerful. Throughout the 1800s, the Nyanjia expanded their influence by conquest and by offering protection in return for tribute.
So they expanded their themselves by conquest. Interesting.
Tribute.
Okay, now let's go here. Let's go chat bot.
Late 1950s. Ethnic conflict begins.
Ethnic.
The former colonial power, Germany, lost possession of Rwanda during the First World War.
Okay, so Germany's out. My fault.
War, and the territory was then placed under Belgian administration.
Okay, so now Belgium is in.
Administration. In the late 1950s, during the Great Wave of decolonization, tensions increased in Rwanda.
Okay, so this was during the Great Wave of decolonization. Tensions increased in Rwanda. Okay.
Rwanda, the Hutu political movement, which stood to gain for majority rule, was gaining momentum while segments of the Tutsi establishment resisted democratization and the loss of their acquired privileges.
Uh-oh. SETI voice. Uh-oh. I'm just going to make the font bigger so the chat can read along. Because it's still tiny. I think it's, okay, it's legible. I know it is. Okay. So tensions within themselves were growing. All right, let's keep going. Stats bot.
Privileges.
We got them.
You don't have nothing.
We got them. All this black allergy. I call this bluff, and we're gonna Google what you say. Okay, because we're gonna definitely Google what you say next. But right now, you're looking bad out here.
Late 1950s.
Okay, there we go.
Ethnic conflict begins.
I read this.
The former colonial power, Germany, lost possession of Rwanda during the First World War, and the territory was then placed under Belgian administration. In the late 1950s, during the Great Wave of decolonization, tensions increased in Rwanda. The Hutu political movement, which stood to gain for majority rule, was gaining momentum while segments of the Tutsi establishment resisted democratization and the loss of their acquired privileges.
Okay, so the Hutu, weren't they 85%? Okay, so it says that they stood to gain majority rule because they was 85% of the country, the Tutsi were 14%, and the other folks were 1%. Okay, so in the majority rule, the Hutus gonna always win, 85% of the population. All right, I got it. Let's go.
November 1959. In November 1959, a violent incident sparked a Hutu uprising in which hundreds of Tutsi were killed and thousands displaced and forced to flee to neighboring countries. This marked the start of the so-called Hutu Peasant Revolution, or social revolution, lasting from 1959 to 1961, which signified the end of Tutsi domination and the sharpening of ethnic tensions.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Last one. No, I guess I'll keep going until it's over. I was gonna stop and go to your source, but you don't have a source. You're gonna see it
I
first.
do have a source. Shut up.
1960s. Rwanda gains
So
independence.
you got a source. That means you got a specific website, right?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. Cool. I'll type it in next.
Okay, thank you.
Independence, 1962. By 1962, when Rwanda gained independence, 120,000 people, primarily Tutsis, had taken refuge in neighboring states to escape the violence which had accompanied the gradual coming into power of the Hutu community.
Okay, so the Hutu was coming into power, and the violence that the Tutsis were victimized by were from the Hutu. Okay.
Community. A new cycle of ethnic conflict and violence continued after independence. Tutsi refugees in Tanzania and Zaire seeking to regain their former positions in Rwanda began organizing and staging attacks on Hutu targets and the Hutu government.
Okay, so now Tutsis are responding. Okay.
1962 to 1967. 10 such attacks occurred between 1962 and 1967, each leading to retaliatory killings of large numbers of Tutsi civilians in Rwanda and creating new waves of refugees.
Sounds like genocide to me. Okay. Wow. 480,000 Rwandans became refugees. Okay. No problem. I haven't read the Belgians yet, but okay.
It's because you didn't Google what I told you to.
I'm good. Yeah, but you got a source though, so we ain't got to Google. We can go right to it.
That's fine. But it's
By the end of
disingenuous
the
you refuse to
1980s,
Google
some
it, though.
480,000 Rwandans had become refugees, primarily in Burundi, Uganda, Zaire, and Tanzania. They continue to call for the fulfillment of their international legal right to return to Rwanda. However, Juvenal Habyarimana, then president of Rwanda, took the position that population pressures were already too great and economic opportunities too few to accommodate large numbers of Tutsi refugees.
Okay, so just a reminder, we read the word Belgium or whatever, yeah, Belgium, literally one time. Okay, that's no exaggeration. All right. So let's keep going.
That actually is proving my point, though, because
Okay,
Belgium.
wait, hold on.
Colonial.
I'm only stating a fact.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Because you said Belgium,
And
and
France.
we read that one time, and now
France and
we're in.
Belgium. That's
Okay,
because
but
that's the source you
I
wanted
didn't
to
read the
read.
word. No, okay,
You
cool.
wanted to read the KKK
Dude,
source.
let me just read. This is UN.org. I guarantee it's gonna be more respectful, uh, more legit than whatever you're gonna Google.
No.
Okay.
Civil War.
Yeah, he wants to read finalcall.com type shit.
I'm not, though.
And that's okay. I'll read it because I said I'll read it, but we're gonna laugh when we get done. Okay.
All right, because everybody's making this stuff up.
Right.
Rwanda.
Oh, shit. Yeah, well, I mean, that's your angle. This
But
website,
them
you
who
went,
have a
when you went
vested
just,
interest
all
in
right, dude,
reproving white
relax.
folks.
Come on.
They're right.
Where was I? Was I here? Yeah, I was here. Okay, this is looking really bad. This is the streets want a body, and I think we got one.
We're actually
Civil War.
looking bad.
In 1988, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, was founded in Kampala, Uganda as a political and military movement with the stated aims of securing repatriation of Rwandans in exile and reforming of the Rwandan government, including political power sharing. The RPF was composed mainly of Tutsi exiles in Uganda, many of whom had served in President Yoweri Museveni's National Resistance Army, which had overthrown the previous Ugandan government in 1986. While the ranks of the RPF did include some Hutus, the majority, particularly those in leadership positions, were Tutsi refugees.
They stay overthrowing each other governments. All right, here we are.
On October 1st, 1990, the RPF launched a major attack on Rwanda from Uganda with a force of 7,000 fighters. Because of the RPF attacks, which displaced thousands, and a policy of deliberately targeted propaganda by the government, all Tutsis inside the country were labeled accomplices of the RPF, and Hutu members of the opposition parties were labeled as traitors. Media, particularly radio, continued to spread unfounded rumors, which exacerbated ethnic problems. In August 1993, through the peacemaking efforts of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, and the governments in the region, the signing of the Arusha peace agreements appeared to have brought an end to the conflict between the then Hutu-dominated government and the opposition Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF.
Wait a minute. Yeah, chat. I could have sworn we read the genocide. We didn't even get there yet. Oh my God. I thought all that time we were reading about the genocide. So that means that these guys were fighting amongst themselves naturally. Yeah, I thought we were getting down to like how it was resolved and reparations, whatever. I didn't, so the genocide didn't even happen yet? Oh man, this shit is over. This shit is over. They already
is
hate
it
each
my
other.
go yet? Is it my go yet? You've been going for mad
In
long,
October
bro.
1993, the Security Council established the United Nations Assistance Mission for Rwanda, UNAMIR, with a mandate encompassing peacekeeping, humanitarian assistance, and general support for the peace process. From the outset, however, the will to achieve and sustain peace was subverted by some of the Rwandan political parties participating in the agreement. With the ensuing delays in its implementation, violations of human rights became more widespread and the security situation deteriorated. Later, evidence demonstrated irrefutably that extremist elements of the Hutu majority while talking peace were in fact planning a campaign to exterminate Tutsis and moderate Hutus.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop right there. I'm not gonna read the genocide because that's the part you want to cover. So I want to go to your source on the genocide.
Okay. All right. Go to my source.
But I thought I was reading genocide that whole time. We didn't even they did so much killing. We didn't even get to the genocide yet.
Mondediplo.com.
Who?
MODMONDEDIPLO.com. Yes.
No .gov.org.
Bruh, just listen to the veracity in the claims.
No. I'm good. I'm good. So now I'm gonna Google like you said. Yeah, we're not gonna cherry pick some Black Panther. Malik.
No, it's not that, brother. But let me get my article. I don't need you to. Now you being disingenuous.
It has to be legit. It has to be a legit article.
It is the legit.
What am I typing? Okay, cool. What am I typing in Google? Yeah, I'm not reading. Raheem Moore's.
I'll read it myself then.
No. We're gonna see it together,
bro.
Okay,
certified.
You said go to Google. I'm at Google. What am I typing in?
Belgium's involvement in Rwandan genocide.
Belgium's.
Now, while you're Googling that, let's start with the fact that in late May, President Emmanuel Macron
We're gonna be together.
No, we're gonna read that. But
we're gonna be together. No.
You're such a coward, bro. Like
I shared my screen, and you want
to just talk for an hour. Now I can't set up. I can't set up my stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know because we're gonna see it together. I shared my screen. I know you can't fuck them, so I could be
okay, whatever. But France's President Emmanuel Macron apologized for their role in it. Okay.
Sure. Okay. So how do you account for it? These guys are.
And in April 2000, the Prime Minister guy.
How do you account for? Okay, so
went to the Kigali and said, "In the name of my country and of my people, I beg your forgiveness."
All right. So which one do you? Okay, so look.
You a coward.
Okay, so where we at? Here, this is your website right here?
Straight, yeah, that one. Yep.
Okay.
Click on that. Click on it. Right there. That's what I want you to read.
But what is this?
Oh my God.
Because I know this university.
Just click on it, bro.
Right, first what it is.
Ain't nobody lying.
Manda EP. Let me look this shit up.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
First you
I
want
know
to not
your
Google
ass is
Rwanda. Now you don't want to go to my source.
yeah.
This guy.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's your source. I don't have a source. I just
This
Google. I got your source.
guy. This guy. This guy.
You gotta check this guy right here. We know he can't research for shit. Okay, so what is this?
This guy. Yo, Watcher, do you see this guy? Did you see this guy, Watcher?
Yeah,
He's scared. He's scared. Now I can't read my source. This guy's scared.
We don't trust you. You need more people.
Oh God! First it was I don't have a source. Then was I'm not going to Google Rwanda's role. Now I'm not going to read what you give me. Come on, bro. You come on. You're being disingenuous, brother.
All right, so we are here right now.
Okay, thank you.
I just gotta fact check your ass.
All right, that's cool. Now let's read. Okay.
Where I'm starting from.
Hold up. Go back up to the top. To the top. First of all, let's start there. In late May, President Emmanuel Macron, who is the president of France, recognized France's responsibility for the Rwandan genocide in 1994. But intercommunal hatred grew during decades in Belgian rule. So we got Belgian right off the top. All right, you want to read some white supremacist website. Now keep going down. And let's get to
this is a French. Wait. Yeah, do you know what website this is?
No. It's a French website. That's cool.
Okay,
but
so that ain't waste. That ain't a colonial ruler.
Now I'm talking about UN. The UN who have a vested interest in making certain nations look good. Stop.
So the UN is
I don't even want to argue. Just read. Let's just read.
No. See, that's the thing. Shut up and just read. You keep making claims. I want to respond to your claims. So
you don't want to respond to my claims.
So you should have just read. I was quiet when you was reading. Okay. So the UN website is garbage, but this one is good, right?
What I'm saying is journalistic integrity might have more of a viable role in this website.
What makes the UN website garbage?
Well, because they have a vested interest in propping up white supremacy. Journalistic integrity.
So the French people ain't going to have that as well?
Not necessarily. Not when someone has journalistic integrity. Now, guys, let's read.
Wait, no. Guys, is this guy slow, man?
Just read.
No. We're
you
not
know you about to
lose.
lose.
Okay, how am I gonna lose?
Read.
I'm gonna lose. Okay, now he don't even know what we just read. We didn't even. Matter of fact.
See how long it's taking this guy to read.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna go back here. All right, because everything I read from here, it was building up to the genocide. So everything here is true. This is all true shit.
And my shit is true too.
Okay, all right. Well, we didn't even read it yet.
Well, let's go. Let's go because it's my turn. We just went through your thing.
Relax. Okay. All right. Let me mute you. You're going on mute or the waiting room, man. God damn. Okay. So we didn't even read the genocide over here. So he don't even know if it's. Dude, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room in a second, man. Really.
I'm not even saying nothing.
Okay. All right. So stay on mute until I explain. Okay. We didn't even read the genocide here. This might line up exactly like this. What we read was how it built up. So it was already infighting. There was already tensions. They were already slaughtering each other before there was Belgium's role. Okay, because the Belgian people were not even named over here. Okay, so he just discounted this website completely without even reading their account on genocide. I stopped. So now he said that the UN has this bias. I mean, he just makes shit up on the fly. And then he says the French people who are white supremacists themselves, they're going to be honest. I mean, I just can't make it make sense. It's like, okay, that's why I asked him, like, yo, so the French are going to be honest, but you ain't going to lie? So what from 93 until all the way to, let's say, the 50s, it says pre-colonial, so the 50s, so all of it, they were just lying? So this ain't history, so I can't read this nowhere else. This is just on this website only. Okay, so I'm going to compare and contrast both at the same time because we're going to see if they say the same thing. Okay, We're gonna do both. I'm really interested to see if they're gonna say the same thing. Because if they say the same thing, dude, you're out of here.
Belgium's share of the blame for the 1994 Tutsi genocide in Rwanda is
Okay, so real quick, you can mute yourself. You can mute yourself. Okay, so
I can't believe you went back to this.
okay,
I'm gonna
so
mute you and kick you to the waiting
yeah,
room.
I got you, dude, because
It's
you've been
crazy.
wild since you came on the channel.
Crazy.
Right. Well, dude, I gotta make sure. Okay, this
Crazy.
is my channel. I gotta build it up the way I want it built up, and I can't let you come here shitting all over it. Okay, why you don't
Crazy.
treat your own podcast like this? All right, so yeah, so we do things different here. This ain't unbiased sports. All right, this is
Crazy.
totally different here. It's gonna be order, and it's gonna be a format led by the guy who has the
Can I
damn
ask?
channel.
Can I just ask one
Wait, wait,
question though?
wait. Before we do that, before I read here, the question of the day is Belgium splitting blame, or they taking full blame for what happened in Rwanda?
Blame is partly on the French as well.
No, but okay,
But
so
no, it's
okay,
primarily on the Belgian.
okay, so okay, here's a better question. So from the genocide on, the Tutsis and the Hutus, they're innocent, right? They're just being played at this point.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Yes, they're absolutely being played and played against one another, and in a
So they're
very
innocent. Like, are they still warring with each other, or like, is it peace? Is it over?
what I'm not gonna say they're innocent. I'm not gonna say that because let me expound. I'm not gonna
Nah,
say that.
let me just read. Let me just read because I thought you knew in advance, and I
Well,
was
can
trying
I?
to.
Well, so I can't say nothing.
I just want to read. I just want to read because you look,
Well,
dude.
just let me answer that question you asked
I
on
got
why I said that.
Belgium's
Okay.
role in Rwanda.
Nah,
Hold on. Let me answer
Rwandan
the question.
genocide.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I thought you was gonna.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
This is
because
how
I
you
want to
run your
make sure.
platform.
Yeah, people like you that just want to preach.
I'm not. You asked me a question. I want to be able to
Belgium's share of the
expound on
blame
it.
for the 1994 Tutsi genocide in Rwanda is often overlooked today because of the debate over France's role. But Belgium's responsibility can be traced back to the aftermath of the First World War, when a League of Nations mandate gave it administrative control of the two former German colonies of Rwanda and Burundi. The Belgians knew nothing about these two small countries and decided to administer them indirectly, using existing local structures. In this case, a feudal system headed by a Mwami sovereign who ruled by divine right. The Belgian government was unwilling to spend time and effort on running territories far poorer than neighboring Congo, present-day Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, which King Leopold II had owned and ruled directly between 1885 and 1908, and enlisted the help of the Roman Catholic, missionaries of Africa or White Fathers, hoping that evangelization would become a tool for both colonial domination and development. The Belgians were influenced by anthropometry, then a fashionable science, and obsessed with the classification and differentiation of races. They decided that the Tutsis' facial traits showed they were of Hamitic or Nilotic origin, and were descended from a cattle-herding people who had come to Central Africa in search of pasture, and imposed themselves on the local Hutus, Bantu farmers, and Twa, a pygmy people who were the original occupants of the land. 1.
Is your source, right?
In Rwanda, as in neighboring Burundi, the legitimacy of the monarchy was based on religion rather than ethnicity, and the Belgian colonists and missionaries were able to undermine the authority of the Mwami, Yuhi Muzinga, eventually deposing him in 1931 on the grounds that he refused to convert to Christianity. The local monotheistic cult of Amana, which had been a unifying force, was replaced by Catholicism and Rwanda's aristocracy. The Tutsis became the focus of the missionaries' attention. In the 1930s, there were mass conversions to Christianity. Baptism was frequently performed with hoses, and in 1946 Rwanda, by then considered a model of evangelization, was officially dedicated to Christ the King.
It's a long bar. It's a lot of reading right here. That's not that much.
I want to be able to expound though on certain points.
Well, we don't need to. We're reading the article.
I know, but you paused and expounded, so I would like to do the same. You did. You stopped.
No, I emphasized on certain words. I didn't get my thoughts on it. I had no thoughts. I'm reading it for the first time.
The Tutsi notables, who had come to believe in the superiority the Belgians attributed to them, became tools of the colonial administration.
You can point out what we read, right? So if something stands out, you can point that out. But
that's what I want to do.
No, but to add, yeah, but okay. So what to the literature that we see, but to
okay.
add,
so let me just ask this then. Let me ask this. No, I just want to ask a question.
This is okay. What's the question?
The question is,
read, man.
All right, but the question is, after we read it, will I be able to expound?
Well, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna preach. You get like 1-2 minutes. That's it.
3 minutes. Let me get 3 minutes.
Administration responsible for assigning forced labor and punishments.
But nobody likes preaching, my boy. Like, nobody likes preach. People talk on podcasts. Nobody preach, man. That preaching shit is old.
3 minutes is not a lecture.
Punishments. They inspired growing hatred among the Hutus, whose chiefs had all been deposed.
Start over. I'm missing the damn context.
The Tutsi notables, who had come to believe in the superiority the Belgians attributed to them, became tools of the colonial administration, responsible for assigning forced labor and punishments. They inspired growing hatred among the Hutus, whose chiefs had all been deposed by the Belgians. Over time, the Hutus were given increasingly onerous forced labor assignments, which led to several famines. Only Tutsi children had access to education, for example at the secondary school in Astrida, now Butare, in Rwanda's southeast, where future employees of the colonial administration were trained. Another factor of social cohesion destroyed by the Belgians was the system based on 3 categories of chiefs, in charge of land, cattle, and military affairs. From 1930 to the late 1950s, the colonizers and missionaries unpicked the fabric of the Rwandan nation, even issuing identity cards that recorded the bearer's ethnicity. For a time, the system worked, but as the Tutsi elite began to show an interest in the independence movement spreading through Africa, and the UN pushed for an end to colonial rule, the Belgians, who included progressive Christian Democrats, suddenly realized that the Hutus, considered more docile though more numerous, had suffered discrimination and been excluded from political power. The Vicar Apostolic of Rwanda, André Perodin, encouraged his secretary Gregoire Kayibanda to publish a Bahutu manifesto in 1957 and to found the Hutu social movement, later the party of the Hutu Emancipation Movement, Parmehutu, which advocated racial confrontation with the Tutsi invaders. Canon Eugene Arnott encouraged Parmehutu to build an organization based on local cells, like the Legion of Mary, too, while the Tutsis joined the Rwandese National Union, ANR, which called for a quick transition to independence and a constitutional monarchy. The Troubles began in 1959 with a revolt by smallholder farmers, directed not against the Belgian colonial administration but against Tutsi notables and officials. This social revolution, was supported by Belgium's special military resident Colonel Guillaume Logiest, the colonial regime's
Belgium
top-ranking
supported
official,
it.
a tough
They
man who had
supported the
lived in South
Hutus
Africa
after
and
they
openly
supported the
sympathized with
Tutsis.
Parmahutu and with Kayibanda, who later became the country's first president. Independence, declared in 1962.
Yo, why are all the independents in 1962? The Nigerians, now these shithole people, and the Jamaicans, yo, all of them in 1962. Like, what is up with
Wait, I thought we
1962?
was reading. What happened?
Yeah, no, because this date, everybody's independence is in 1962.
I should be able to expound on my
This
article.
this is Jamaica. Well, I'm pointing out something. It's a pattern. I'm a pattern guy. I'm
So real
pointing out.
quick, let me point out one thing. Let's
Wait,
point
hold on,
out
you
how.
finish. Well, I'm gonna
Real
stop.
quick,
No, this dude. This I don't know how much you got here.
real
All right,
quick. I
well,
just.
then I'm not gonna do it. I'm either gonna play the rest of it or I'm not.
All right, go
Because
ahead, play it.
it's already 10
Play it.
o'clock. But that independence thing, that is interesting. How everybody getting their pens in 1962.
Independence, declared in 1962, was presented as a victory for ordinary people. The Tutsis' huts were burned, and 300,000 fled into exile, many to Uganda. Until 1990, the Belgians supported the Hutus, in the belief that the ethnic majority was also the political majority. President Juvenal Habyarimana, seen as a moderate next to his predecessor Kayibanda, who made no secret of his hatred of the Tutsis, was a regular guest of Belgium's King Baudouin, taking part in prayer meetings at the royal palace. For 3 decades, Rwanda, the land of 1,000 civic service workers, young Belgians who chose to perform civic service overseas instead of military service, was one of the biggest recipients of Belgian development aid. It was often favorably compared with Mobutu Sese Seko's uncontrollable Zaire, now the DRC, even if, by the end of the 1980s, structural adjustments had forced a devaluation of its currency, and anger was brewing among an impoverished population in the grip of an AIDS epidemic.
Oh, I goddamn reading here.
But when war broke out on the Ugandan border in October 1990, Belgium failed to support the Rwandan government against the Army of the Rwandan Patriotic Front, FPR, made up of Tutsi refugees who had fought in the national resistance.
Wait, why did war break out?
Oh my God. War broke out because Belgium
No, I want to read
first.
it. No. I'm gonna read why because we're reading. I want to read like why did it skip the Tutsi notables who had come to believe in security became Tutsi. It's just repeating. Yeah, it don't really tell you why the war. It just said war broke out. All right, whatever.
Resistance army that brought Yoweri Museveni to power in Uganda in 1986. Munitions already paid for were not delivered, and the expected military support never arrived. Instead, Prime Minister Wilfried Martens went on a diplomatic tour of the region. The Rwandan government turned to France, which sent a few squaddies, in the words of Jean-Christophe Mitterrand, then African Affairs advisor to his father François. Fighting alongside Zairian troops, the French managed to repulse the FPR offensive for a while. From
Wait.
1990 to
All right. So one of the African nations turned to the France, right? It says the Rwandan government turned to French. So the Rwandan government and France was fighting side by side against a black nation. Interesting.
From 1990 to 1994, the Belgians did all they could to promote dialogue. They supported the Arusha negotiations and the principle of power sharing. As the regime became ever more oppressive, they encouraged the Hutu opposition parties. They denounced human rights violations, political assassinations, and localized ethnic massacres unreservedly, but everything suggests they never really believed that a people who had been their protégés, if not their friends, for so long, were capable of genocide.
What? They denounced 19. The Belgians did all they could to promote dialogue. So the Belgians did all they could to promote dialogue. They supported the Arusha negotiations and the principle of power sharing. As the regime became more oppressive, they encouraged the Hutu opposition parties. They denounced they denounced human rights violations, political assassinations, and localized ethnic massacres unreservedly. But everything suggests they never really believed that if people who had been their proteges and not their friends alone were capable of genocide. Hmm.
Genocide. They never believed the Hutus would really carry out the threats of exterminating the Tutsis, so often and openly voiced on Milis Kalina's free radio and television, RTLM.
So the Hutus.
But did you just cut off?
So the French was trying to. That's interesting. All right, let's go.
Did you cut up orange?
Want nobody to miss that?
If Belgium, and especially its defense minister Leo Delcroix, had realized the true scale of the threat, the 550 blue helmets it sent to Kigali in autumn 1993 to form the core of the UN assistance mission for Rwanda, UNAMIR, would surely have been better equipped. They would have had better maps of Kigali. They would not have been scattered across 14 undefendable camps. And they would not have been promised a holiday in the land of 1,000 hills in early 1994 with serious incidents becoming more frequent. Belgium finally grasped the level of hostility and asked the UN in vain to amend the mandate, which placed its peacekeepers under Rwandan military authority, so as to allow them to intervene.
Oh shit! We're about to get into it.
The murder of 10 Belgian blue helmets on April 7, 1994, the hatred expressed on RTLM, and the threats against Belgian expatriates who were lumped together with the Tutsis and had to be evacuated.
Wait. So the Hutus murder Belgians and the Tutsis? Wait, run that back, Turbo. Wait, so they killed the Belgian and the Tutsis. Am I reading that right, Focus?
I'm just gonna wait for my thought.
So yes, I'm just commenting what we're reading. Okay, so the Hutus, they murdered the Belgians and the Tutsis together. Okay, this ain't going the way you painted it, my boy.
The murder of 10 Belgian blue helmets on April 7, 1994, the hatred expressed on RTLM, and the threats against Belgian expatriates who were lumped together with the Tutsis and had to be evacuated in haste shocked Belgians all the more because they had until then regarded Rwanda as a friendly country.
Oh, so they waged war on the Belgians and the Tutsis.
Country. Rwanda was now a grotesque parody of Belgium's own system based on balance and compromise between linguistic, if not ethnic, groups. On April 14, 1994, when Foreign Minister Willy Claes told UN Secretary-General Boutros Boutros-Ghali that Brussels intended to withdraw its peacekeepers and encourage other countries to do the same, there were no objections in Belgium to a decision that effectively abandoned Rwanda to the executioners.
Yes, this is it right here.
It was only in April 2000 that Belgian Prime Minister Guy Verhofstadt, who had led the 1998 Parliamentary Commission on Rwanda, traveled to Kigali and said, "In the name of my country and of my people, I beg your forgiveness."
All right, so go ahead and give your twist on it, and I'm gonna see if the other article lines up with this.
All right, I'm not giving no twist. Okay, the part that you left out, first of all, was that in April 2000, the Belgian Prime Minister Guy Verhofstadt went to Kigali and said, "In the name of my country and of my people, I beg your forgiveness." He begged forgiveness for their role in it, as well as did Emmanuel Macron. So the entire idea that Belgium had no involvement, which is what the UN article said, that you try to act like Belgium's name was only mentioned one time, but yet we see Belgium had much more of an involvement. And you can try to dance and Harlem Shake around the reality of Belgium's involvement and the fact that they begged for forgiveness, but you can't do that. So not only did they start the class system, which they gave the Tutsis, as I said yesterday and today, basically, the better living. They gave them the colonial rule, but Tutsis became an arm of the colonial rule, and then they begin to create forced labor camps among the Hutus, okay? And it wasn't only until the Belgium realized that the Tutsis was having sympathizing with some of the Hutu uprisings that they began to support the Hutus against the Tutsis after they already supported the Tutsis against the Hutus. And the Tutsis began to feel as the Tutsis, the Tutsis begin to feel as though their Belgium counterparts was down with them, if you will. Okay, so it says here, tools of the colonists, right? It says, what does it say? Tutsi notables had come to believe in the superiority the Belgians attributed to them, became tools of the colonial administration, responsible for assigning, and then were responsible for assigning forced labor and punishments on the Hutus. So that's the Tutsis being backed, if you will, by the Belgian government. Then when you go down a notch, okay, it says that where is it at? It says that let me see, uprising against the Tutsis. Okay, it says this social revolution was supported, the Hutus social revolution was supported by Belgium's special military resident Colonel Guillermo Logias. So we have Belgium backing the Tutsis first, creating them, giving them a class system in which they propped them up and allowed them to carry out punishments against the Hutus. But then when the Hutus decided to rebel, Belgium backed the Hutus. Okay, so this is Belgium on both sides of the Civil War. Okay, on both sides of the Civil War. Okay, then it says, what is it? Independence declared in 1962 was presented as a victory for ordinary people. The Tutsis were burned and 300,000 fled into exile. That was backed by the Belgians, okay? Until 1990, the Belgians supported the Hutus. So you supported the Tutsis first. You armed them against the Hutsis. You propped them up. The Tutsis first. You propped them up against the Hutus. You allowed them to deal out punishment. You allowed yourselves to be an arm, and you allowed yourselves to believe in the superiority Belgium attributed to you. So Belgium backed the Tutsis first, but then from 62 up until 90, the Belgians supported the Hutus. So this is them on both sides of the coin, okay? And then it says they backed them in the belief that the ethnic majority was the political majority. Okay, so then when you read further on, it says for 3 decades, Rwanda, the land of thousands of civic service workers, young Belgians who chose to perform civic services overseas instead of military service, was one of the biggest recipients of Belgium development aid. It was often favorably compared with Mobutu Sese Seko's uncontrollable Zaire, now the DRC. Even by the end of the 80s, structural adjustments had forced a devaluation of its currency, and anger was brewing among impoverished population in the grips of an AIDS epidemic. We all know where the AIDS came from too. Okay,
No,
it
we
came
don't.
from whatever. It came from the Belgians. Now,
No. Okay, no. So I'm gonna step in now. I'm not
why?
like
Because I
to
said
lie.
that AIDS, but you just
Yeah.
want to ignore everything I said
No. We know.
about the.
No. Okay, dude, stop. That's just go on. When you start lying, I gotta stop you. I was quiet listening and just lie. AIDS do not come from Belgium. It comes from Africa. Okay, now give a source on that, which you don't have. You can never provide. So just continue on with Belgium, but don't start lying. I gotta cut in and stop you. But go ahead.
Okay. Whatever. The Tutsi notables who had come to believe in the superiority of Belgium attributed to them, became tools of the colonial. Oh yeah, that was in there. War broke out in Uganda in border of 1990, and then when war broke out, okay, in Ugandan and on the Ugandan border on October 1990, Belgium failed to support the Rwandan government against the army of the Rwandan Patriotic Front, made up of the Tutsi refugees who had fought in the National Resistance Army that brought Yoweri Museveni into power in Uganda in 1986. So now we have them not supporting Rwanda, Belgium, the power that was there, the power that was supposedly all involved in Rwanda, okay, who backed the Hutus. Now all of a sudden, when the Hutus is murdering right along Belgium warlords, okay, who backing them, okay, now all of a sudden you don't support the Tutsis. Okay, Belgium is all involved in this, brother, and that's the point. They was playing both sides of the fence, as I said yesterday. They armed the Hutus against the Tutsis after they propped up the Tutsis and put the Tutsis as this superior class, gave them schools, gave them funding, built them up, created them as the number one class. Okay, the Tutsi leader was having freaking lunch with the Belgian king, okay? So they begin to believe in the superiority that was attributed to them by Belgium. Then after you prop them up of superiority, when the Hutus rebelled, you abandoned them. And you jumped on the Hutu side and began arming them against the Tutsis, brother. So like I said, the reality of the matter is Belgium was all involved in the genocide in Rwanda. And they want to hide their wicked hand, talking about we ain't think it was going to get this bad. Maybe we should stop now because you want to hide your wicked hand, okay? And then advocate for bullshit articles like the first one you read that removes all culpability from the Belgian government. So as I said earlier, the European colonial powers were all involved in the destabilization, the underdevelopment, and inciting civil war in Africa and in Rwanda, okay? And this happened all throughout Africa. So let's stop with this bullshit as if, we're the only people on the planet who face white supremacy and white colonial rule. Therefore, we're the only people who can say we're underdeveloped based upon white supremacy, and them niggas in Rwanda killing each other, and them niggas in Nigeria is killing each other because they ain't shit. We can't never work with them. No, this is clear proof that the Belgium was involved in everything that was going on in Rwanda, Belgium, and France, which is why the president of France apologized in May, which is why the Belgian prime minister begged in 2000 for the forgiveness of the Rwandan people. Beg them. It's only you niggas running around talking about, but they only mentioned Belgium one time. Belgium ain't have nothing to do with this. Oh, this is interesting. The freaking prime minister and presidents of these countries themselves are begging for forgiveness. See, this is common history, common knowledge.
All right, slow down. So you went like 12 minutes.
Only you tethers.
Okay,
I'm running around here acting like you can't.
Y'all the tethers. So he want to talk over me. He went free, uninterrupted. He's not going to stop. I had to cut in because he will never stop and say, okay, bro, what's up? He would have kept going for 50 more minutes had I not saying the same thing over and over. So now watch this. Now, watch how you kill it. So I let him go. See, like when you got truth with you, you don't care what somebody say. Now, what makes that website better than the other one? Like more credible again?
Well, first of all, it's much more detailed.
Wait,
it gives names.
It gives names.
It gives dates. No ambiguous argument
I asked a simple question. I said, what makes that website more credible than the other one?
Because it gives more details. It gives names. It has journalistic integrity, and it's not biased.
Dude, was the other question? Okay, cool.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Wait, dude, you let me get the question out.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, your chat. This dude is drunk. I'm telling you, this dude is drunk. This dude cannot control himself.
Chat not rocking with you tonight.
Okay, he's drunk. Okay, so now, what makes the UN website uncredible?
Well, first of all, they have a vested interest in
Okay,
making.
prove that. Okay, no. Okay, prove that. Source up.
I'll prove it right now.
Okay,
I don't have to source up.
No,
Hold on.
we don't
Wait a minute.
want your opinion. No, not with your opinion. Okay,
I don't
so
have
because
to.
you're in Jersey, Show us a credible source outing the UN website. Do that right now. Not you.
Hold on.
We want
Time out.
we want to yes, we want an unbiased source.
Sir.
No, I'm gonna throw you that way.
They mentioned Belgium one time.
We didn't even read 94 genocide yet. Okay, so Belgium is actually in the Belgian is actually in there. Okay, so now I need you to now show us why the other website is no good. Because chat, what he just did was just pick and choose any, money, mo, whichever one agrees with me website. So show us. So you got to now disqualify the other one.
It's disqualified because they mentioned Belgium one time.
Okay. All right. Go on mute, girl. Go on mute. But like I did. When you was talking, I was on mute. Because I didn't want to interrupt you. So you go on mute. Okay. So.
Thank you for not muting me, but go ahead.
No, I don't want you. I was literally on mute while you was going. I went on mute. I didn't want my background to stop you. I didn't want me to moan or laugh or grunt. So I went on actual mute while you went for 10, 12 minutes. I knew you would kick yourself in the foot. Okay, so chat. We have two opposing websites. How do you guys pick which one is credible? Because first he said something negative about the UN website. So we need to know, how does he know that? Because this guy had his insight alien information that none of us are privy to. So we need him to show us something online, because he likes to Google. So show us something online that discounts the UN.org website. If not, then we have two different websites having two different so-called. I didn't read the 94 genocide just yet. But so far, prior to the genocide, we have two different stories on what happened. That's a problem. Okay, so when you have two different stories, then we need to know which story is more accurate, which one isn't. Because it said that the France was warring with the Tutsis against the Hutus. So, and this is a French paper. So I can make the argument that this source is biased towards the Hutus. Since the Tutsis war with the French against the Hutus, and this is a Hutus website. This is a Hutus website. And then wasn't it the Hutus that attacked the Belgians? So I mean, you talk about bias. So again, in order for us to come to the knowledge of which website is good, or they both good, but if you say one is bad, you got to prove that. Because this guy is a horrible researcher, and when a website doesn't agree with him, he will automatically say it's with the Illuminati. It has an agenda. All these negative things to make it look shady and bad. And when he finds a website he agrees with, no matter how poor it is or how good it is, it's okay. It's a friend. Like I said, the UN website was team white supremacy. But the French website, there's team white, because he said earlier, the French is team white supremacy, but now the website is no longer team white supremacy. Now the website is a friend of the blacks of the world. Like this is his whole Black Power Pan-Africanist point. They just pick and choose. Whoever agrees with them, they run with it. But I'm gonna finish reading the 94 on the UN. I want to see if it might say the same exact thing. We never read it. We don't know. But he said it don't read the same thing, by the way. So keep in mind, chat, he said that the UN website is not going to say the same thing as the French website. Okay. So now I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to play. I'm on my iPad. I'm going to go to the computer and I'm going to play the other website. Okay, because you got to explain if it is different. Chat, how do you know who's telling the truth and who's lying? Do we trust Focus? Do we trust his third eye? Do we trust focused third eye? Okay, so now I'm back upstairs. Let me just switch audios. Give me a second. Oh, so now the chat's no longer biased? You see? Hey, chat. When the chat agrees with me, the chat is biased. They got wrenches. Yeah, this dude is sick. His logic is one-sided and is sick. So when the chat agrees with me, the chat is biased. They got wrenches. But he said the chat agrees with him. You mean the same chat that's biased with wrenches? Oh, so the wrench gang, they aren't biased. Which one? He flip-flops whoever favors him. This dude is sick, yo. All right. The website's bad because it doesn't agree. The chat is biased because they don't agree. But when they agree, they're no longer biased. They are fair. All right. So let's do the other article. All right, so we're back. We're back.
On April 6, 1994, the deaths of the presidents of Burundi and Rwanda in a plane crash caused by a rocket attack ignited several weeks of intense and systematic massacres.
Okay, so chat. We didn't read this in the other article. Chat. We didn't read this rocket attack killing the Burundi and Rwanda presidents. We didn't read this in the attack. So this is either true or false. So let's find out. Because if it's false, there's no need to read from that source again. Okay, so this is actually true. So far, this website seemed to be accurate. Okay, but he said it was inaccurate. All right, so now why didn't we read? And then he said this is wrong because we didn't read things in the other website here, but we're reading stuff here we didn't see in the other website. So it looks like they both are picking and choosing what information they want to display and express. Okay, we read nothing about a Burundi and Rwandan president dying in a rocket attack on 94. All right, so let's go on. Now, who do you guys think is more credible, the UN, a bunch of nations, or just one nation, one European nation? You guys got to decide that.
On April 6, 1994, the deaths of the presidents of Burundi and Rwanda in a plane crash caused by a rocket attack ignited several weeks of intense and systematic massacres.
Okay, so they said this attack ignited intense and systematic massacres. Okay, and look how many people died because of this rocket attack that we did not read from his website.
Massacres. The killings. More than 1 million people are estimated to have perished, shocked the international community, and were clearly acts of genocide.
Okay, so this is genocide. Why didn't we read this on his website?
Genocide. An estimated 150,000 to 250,000 women were also raped.
Is that true or false? Guys, chat, women. Did we read anything about grape on his website? So if this is true, is his website false? Remember, he said that if it's in one, it's not the other. Then the one that didn't have it is false. We didn't read about an assassination plane attack by rocket, and now I'm reading about 250,000 women being raped by these African savages.
Raped. Members of the Presidential Guard started killing Tutsi civilians in a section of Kigali near the airport. Less than half an hour after the plane crash, roadblocks manned by Hutu militiamen, often assisted by gendarmerie, paramilitary police, or military personnel, were set up to identify Tutsis.
Okay, we didn't read none of that. Okay, let's keep going. This is why he didn't want to read this. But I know what I'm doing.
On April 7th, Radio Television Libres des Mil Collines, ART-ELM, aired a broadcast attributing the plane crash to the RPF and a contingent of UN soldiers, as well as incitements to eliminate the Tutsi cockroach. Later that day, the Prime Minister, Agathe Uwilingiyimana, and 10 Belgian peacekeepers assigned to protect her were brutally murdered by Rwandan government soldiers in an attack on her home.
Uh-oh. 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 We see the Belgians being attacked again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. One more time. Who's killing the Belgian, by the way?
Later that day, the Prime Minister, Agathe Uwilingiyimana, and 10 Belgian peacekeepers assigned to protect her were brutally murdered by Rwandan government soldiers in an
Okay, so Rwandan government soldier brutally killed 10 Belgian peacekeepers.
attack on her home. Other moderate Hutu leaders were similarly assassinated. After the massacre of its troops, Belgium withdrew the rest of its force.
So Belgium ran away. So this guy was acting like Belgium was in the middle of it, and Belgium's being attacked, and they got to retreat. Interesting.
Force.
This is getting interesting, right, chat? Which source is correct?
On April 21st, after other countries asked to withdraw troops, the UNAMIR force reduced from an initial 2,165 to 270. If the absence of a resolute commitment to reconciliation by some of the Rwandan parties was one problem, the tragedy was compounded by the faltering response of the international community. The capacity of the United Nations to reduce human suffering in Rwanda was severely constrained by the unwillingness of member states to respond to the changed circumstances in Rwanda by strengthening UNAMIR's mandate and contributing additional troops.
He wanted that smoke.
On June 22nd, the Security Council authorized French-led forces to mount a humanitarian mission. The mission, called Operation Turquoise.
Okay, so that's either true or false. There's a mission called Operation Turquoise, or there isn't.
Turquoise saved hundreds of civilians in southwest Rwanda.
Hold up, but the French, ain't this the white man? Ain't he behind the genocide? Why is he saving hundreds of civilians in southwest
Rwanda, but is also said to have allowed soldiers, officials, and militiamen involved in the genocide to flee Rwanda through the areas under their control. In other areas,
Oh, so he allowed folks to flee. Okay.
Killings continued until July 4th, 1994, when the RPF took military control of the entire territory of Rwanda.
Okay. We're almost done. But we have a whole different story over here.
Government officials, soldiers, and militia who had participated in the genocide fled to the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, then known as Zaire, taking with them 1.4 million civilians, most of them Hutu who had been told that the RPF would kill them. Thousands died of waterborne diseases.
That part I know about.
The camps were also used by former Rwandan government soldiers to rearm and stage invasions into Rwanda. The attacks were one of the factors leading to the war between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo that took place in 1996. Former Rwandan forces continued to operate in the DRC alongside Congolese militia and other armed groups. They continued to target civilian populations and cause deaths, injury, and harm.
So they continue with their warmongering. Okay. Let's see who gets held responsible here. Dude, not ready. Do the pick me website. Pick me.
That's what you're doing, buddy.
The Rwandan government began the long.
Well, you guys prove this one is false because if this is okay, so here's the problem. They both can't be true. So one is false, one is true, and I would love for you to prove this one is false. With outside of you, because you don't know shit. Like you said, you from Jersey. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to prove that this website
Hmm?
is wrong. Okay, but let's finish.
Spider.
You might want to mute your background because got some extra. I'll mute you real fast so I can read this.
The Rwandan government began the long-awaited genocide trials at the end of 1996. The delay was due to the fact that the country had lost most of its judicial personnel, not to mention the destruction to courts, jails, and other infrastructure. By 2000, there were over 100,000 genocide suspects awaiting trial.
I wonder if they were Belgian or from the Hutus or the Tutsis.
In 2001, the government began implementing a participatory justice system known as Gakaka, pronounced GACHACHA, in order to address the enormous backlog of cases. Communities elected judges to hear the trials of genocide suspects accused of all crimes except planning of genocide or rape. The defendants in Gakaka courts have been released provisionally awaiting trial. The releases have caused a lot of unhappiness among survivors who see it as a form of amnesty. Rwanda continues to use the national court system to try those involved in planning genocide or rape under normal penal law. These courts do not offer provisional release for genocide defendants.
So not only were they killing people, these savages were raping. So not only were they killing people, they were graping. But we didn't read the grape at all from this cherry pick website he went to. Okay, so he said that his website, that's why I set him up the question. I said, why is your website more authentic than the UN website? He said, because it was more specific. They had information that the other one didn't have. I said, yeah, but we didn't read 94 down. So now this website has information that his website didn't have. So do we use the same measuring stick for both and throw them both out? He said one was more detailed. Well, this is more detailed. This talk about grape. Yours didn't talk about grape.
Is it my go yet?
No, ain't no more go. You read a source. It's a source. We're gonna end it right there and move on next topic. Because unless no, ain't no hold to do. It's not your be quiet. It's not your go. I'm still reading.
Oh my God.
There's no hold on. We ain't going back and forth. You read a website. I'm reading one.
No, I know, but you did ask me a
No,
question about
the
the veracity of UN, and I wanted to respond to.
Okay, no, that's out because we're reading two websites that's contrasting conclusions and the whole history, and unless he could irrefutably show one is wrong, the other one's right, we have a he said, she said type thing going on here. Okay, and this is how you clap back. Okay, so it says the Gaka courts give lower sentences if the person is repentant and seeks reconciliation within the community. These courts are intended to help the community participate in the process of justice reconciliation for the country. Okay, my reader, I want to read. All right. So it says at the international level, the Security Council on November 8th, 1994, set up the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda ICTR to prosecute persons responsible for genocide and other serious violations of international humanitarian law committed in the territory of Rwanda and neighboring states between January 1st, 1994 and the 31st of December, 1994. The tribunal was located in Arusha, Tanzania, and had offices in Kigali, Rwanda. Its appeals chamber was located in the Hague, Netherlands. The tribunal indicted 93 individuals whom it considered responsible for serious violations for international humanitarian law committed in Rwanda in 1994. Those indicted included high-ranking military and government officials, politicians, businessmen, as well as religious militia and media leaders. The court convicted the prime minister during the genocide, Jean Kambana, to life in prison. ICTR ends its term in uh, 31st December 2015. Okay, so we just read websites that had contrasting summaries, basically.
They didn't contrast.
Okay, right. So now, this is not for you because it's not your time right now. Because I gave you all the time in the world to represent your own website. You even went back and re-explained. I had no problem. I went straight mute. I let you go all in unfiltered. So now I'm summing it up with this
So I don't
chat.
get the chance to talk again?
No, no, this is over. For what? This it ain't gonna stop. You go, I go, you go. It's no point. You read the website. You said what you said. You had 12 minutes. You said enough. That's it. Nothing else to say. I'm reading mine, and dude, come on, man. And now you want to just keep talking. Okay. So chat. This is for you. This is for the chat. And when I air this tomorrow, and again, tomorrow, I got like several channels, but this is for you guys. You got to ask yourself, what makes one website more valid than the other? You heard his reason. So his reason pretty much contradicts itself because this one had information that one ain't had.
They didn't hear
And
my reason.
okay, they heard you. Well, you don't have a reason. Okay,
I
it's your
do.
opinion.
You don't
No,
want me to
wait,
talk.
no, we don't. You still talk. Let me put you in a wait room, dude. Come here, man. He talked freely without me. I did not. I like to lead by example. I like to lead by example. I did not want him to blame me for cutting him off. He talked long as hell. I was quiet. I went on mute. I was listening. I went on mute because I knew I would interrupt. Because he said so much foolery that I didn't want to. I didn't want to. Stay silent. So I went on mute. He can't go on mute. He got background noise. He still don't want to go on mute. And then he keeps cutting in. Like he cannot. Like I think he's a toxic. He can't help himself. Where's the discipline? Well, I'm giving a chat something to ponder. I said, how do you guys determine which source is better than the other? He had to try. He first said the UN, oh, they got this conspiracy theory he did they cannot prove anywhere. I said, dude, can you prove that? What you said about the UN website, a website. I said, dude, can you prove that the UN has this vested interest in to shame Rwandans and make the Belgians look great? He couldn't. But then he went to, and that's the United Nations. He went to a French website, a French newspaper. Okay. We don't know how biased and racist this article is. We know nothing about it. How did he come to know about it? Okay. So, but it told a different story. So how do we know? Because I don't even know. Let's see if the French and Belgians had war because they really hated the Belgians. Let's find out. Did they have a war before? Because they were like super biased. Some type of friction or something. What the hell is going on with this? Oh, oh. Oh, so there's a couple things. There's a couple things going on here. The Battle of France. I'll look at this later. Because the France was shit on the Belgians. The Battle of France, 1940, the World War II. That's around the time that shit was going on. This keyboard don't light up. I gotta switch keyboards first chance I get. This is interesting. I'm gonna skim through it, but I'm gonna look into this later. Okay, so with British and French troops rushing into Belgium to meet the Germans. Check German. Maybe it's something, maybe it's nothing. I'll look into another time. But so the question goes back to the chat, not to us, because his mind is made up. Doesn't matter, and he can see my mind's made up. So that's why it's beyond us. It's to you guys now, and the people who watch this in the future. Why did his website list things about how wicked the Belgian armies and officials are or were, but my website didn't mention them at all?
The
Why did my
biased.
why did my website mention? Well, you just nuts. Why did my website mention the grape? 250,000 women being raped. Now he got to explain how can the Belgians force Hutus to grape 200,000 Tutsis, and then the Hutus chased out the Belgians. All right. So anyway, so that's going to be for the chat to decide later and the people in the future. All right. So moving on. What else you want to talk about?
Can I just have 30 seconds real quick?
We're
Real
done.
quick, 30 seconds.
No, we're moving on. We're moving on because I'm going to respond. It's not going to end. It's 10:39. Do you
I
want to
just
discuss
can't
something
say
else?
30
No,
seconds. All
you
right,
had
whatever.
12 minutes.
Let's move on. I just wanted to answer your question about the veracity of UN.
I don't
You
have
asked
a
for a
question.
source.
I don't have a question. I don't have a question.
UN is trash, but go ahead.
Okay, right. And the French is trash. Okay, cool. All right. So we
Nobody
move on.
trusts the UN.
Right, nobody trusted, but the French was trustworthy. Okay, just
Yeah,
ask the Haitians how trustworthy are the French.
it's
Okay,
detailed.
sure, yeah. Those guys got chased out of Haiti and then made them pay for their own independence, which bankrupted them. Yeah, they're so honest. Sure, and I would love to see a French account on Haiti and watch how they say Dessalines guys was so evil and these devilish Haitians dare revolt and kick us out.
Did
Yeah,
the president of France beg for forgiveness? Did the prime minister beg for
did
forgiveness?
did 250,000 Tutsi women get raped by Hutus
I
men?
don't believe those numbers, but I'm not gonna
Okay,
say that
yeah,
some didn't.
okay. So I don't believe your apology
But
then.
that wasn't my point,
Okay,
though.
okay, all right. So we're moving on. So now were you going to address the Nigerian thing or no?
That's what part of the Nigerian thing?
Any of it?
Are you going to allow me to talk, or are you going to
No,
mute
I'm
me?
just asking, is that something you want to do? It's either yes or no. We could just move on from that too.
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
I want to just
So
finish that conversation, but you're scared.
yeah, I'm scared. Right. Now I just
No,
know you.
you know
Look,
you're
he's still
losing.
going. He's still
But
going.
go
He's
ahead.
still going. Right, right.
We
Yeah,
can move
you got it.
on.
I know. You got a website.
Bully.
I
You're a
got a
bully.
website, and they both said different things.
They
But
didn't, though.
okay, sure. I know.
Mine was just more in depth on Belgium's
Yeah,
involvement.
yeah. Okay, sure. And mine's more in depth how wicked the Hutus were. Okay, sure.
The
All right.
niggas ain't shit.
Okay, right. So just prove the point. Like these niggas just
that's
it didn't take much of a
that's
battery
why
for
you
it.
was that's why you was scared to Google Belgium's involvement
And I actually Googled it, read it, and then let you do a 12-minute preach on
afterwards.
after
But
it.
you was
Doesn't matter.
initially you was scared.
Okay, I'm moving forward. This
Move
dude is
forward. I'm ready to
he
move
is
forward.
really sick. Okay, so what was your issue? What was your issue when I said the Nigerian people, the government, pretty much sank their own economy by focusing straight on oil and nothing else, therefore turning their citizens to now thieves because the only way they can make money is to touch oil. So they start to steal and siphon from it and bootleg it to make money. Like there was no way to make money in Nigeria other than tap it into the oil supply. That was all Nigerian. There was nobody to influence them, to encourage them, to manipulate them. What's the response to that?
Okay, so first of all, um, the stealing and siphoning was not the only reason why the oil fields depleted. I covered this last night. They were also depleted because of aging oil fields, which created depleting reservoirs, and then also they had um, poor infrastructure. Okay, to mine it, poor infrastructure. Okay, and they were undermined, of course, by the colonial powers who never ever get out of Africa. Okay, they always have their hand in the underdevelopment of Africa. They always have their hand in it, which is why now it's alleged that even their president has been propped up there by the American government because they've never been out of there. We've had a history of America and the colonial powers using Africa for its resources. So now we see a country who's getting rich off of
What they got to
oil,
do with?
who can potentially become a threat. Because remember,
No, they can't because when you put your see oil is like the stock market. It's very volatile. Oil go up, it goes down, it goes up. So that means in 2 years they can be rich, and 2 years afterwards they can be piss poor.
okay, so if you add that variable, that oil goes up and down, then that's even another variable as to why perhaps the Nigerian the Nigerians lost their fortunes with regards to the oil. But that wasn't what I meant when I said they could become a threat. They could become a threat by creating a African union, which is what Muammar Gaddafi was
But they
trying to
didn't do
do.
it. No, yeah, no, but not Nigeria. We're talking about Nigeria though. We're not
Well,
going to
they killed
Libya.
Gaddafi.
No, we're talking about Liberia. We're talking about Nigeria. We're not talking about this guy.
I'm
Not
not
talking
talking
about
about
Libya.
Libya. I'm
Okay,
talking about Libya's plan to unite
we're
Africa.
talking about Nigeria though. Stay on task.
Nigeria is part of Africa.
Okay, dude,
Libya
hold
had a
on.
plan to
All
unite
right,
them.
all right, okay. All right, that's it. I gave you a chance. Now I'm gonna play a video on Nigeria. Okay, you had a chance. You went to Libya. See, chat. This guy, he can't stay on task, man. We're talking about Nigeria. He's talking about Libya. Okay, so since you don't want to do it, I'll do it. Okay.
I wasn't talking about Libya. I was talking about their plan to unite
For
Africa.
what? For what? For what? We're not talking about Libya. We're talking about, you could do that next. We're talking about Nigeria right now.
Well, let's take a good look at Nigeria and Jamaica and try to uncover why there's so much vitriol for foundational Black Americans, or also known as FBA, coming from the continent and the diaspora. Please show and his then reach out with a donation effort to educate you and it's time to get started, you dig?
I dig.
Nigeria gained a degree of self-rule in 1954 and full independence from the United Kingdom on October 1st, 1960.
Uh-oh, they had 1960. Yo, we're so all these fools getting independent in 1960s. All right, so now we got full independence. Okay, so from what they say, UK. So nobody could come to you and lie and say somebody's not independent. Full independence. Let's go.
The disequilibrium and perceived corruption of the electoral and political process led to 2 military coups in 1966.
Okay, so right at the back, right after the independence, corruption within their government, not influenced by anybody white. There's nobody white there. Is nothing but Nigerians, okay? And let me back it up.
The electoral and political 1960. The disequilibrium and perceived corruption of the electoral and political process led to 2 military coups in 1966.
Okay, so 1960, their independence, and 6 years later, they're already one of the most corrupt regimes on the planet. All right, what happens next?
The first coup was in January 1966 and was led mostly by soldiers. Nigeria enjoyed an oil boom in the 1970s, during which the country joined OPEC and received huge oil revenues.
Okay, this is 1970s. So independence in 1960, over 10 years later, they got the oil boom. They're being successful, got some riches. Let's go.
Despite these revenues, the military government did little to improve the standard of living, help small and medium businesses.
They was all into themselves, nothing about the community, nothing about the country. This is typical Black immigrant countries.
Or invest in infrastructure.
DJ Folker just talked about the infrastructure. It's because they never invested in it, dude. They ran away from that. They just wanted the money. So he talked about infrastructure is their own fault why the infrastructure is terrible.
As oil revenues fueled the rise of federal subsidies to states, the federal government became the center of political struggle and the threshold of power in the country. As oil production and revenue rose, the Nigerian government became increasingly dependent on oil revenues and international commodity markets for budgetary and economic concerns.
So now I advise you right now, as I'm doing this one, go find your website. We'll play that one that shows all this is false and the Nigerians were so innocent and the UK really didn't grant them independence. They snuck back in, they colonized them again, and they took over their oil wells and they decided to bankrupt them. Show us something different.
Boko Haram and the bandit conflict have been responsible for numerous serious attacks with thousands of casualties since mid-2010.
Oh, so now we have black on black crime. So now we have more black on black crime in these black countries as soon as they get independent.
Since then, according to the Council on Foreign Relations Nigeria Security Tracker, over 41,600 lives have been lost to this conflict as
41,000 people died over just greed, chat. 41,000 Nigerians are dead because of Nigerian greed. They're independent and everybody dies. This is almost every black country. They get their independence and everybody dies. Jamaica get their independence and they're the most murderous country in the world.
As of October 2022. The United Nations Refugee Agency UNHCR counts about 1.8 million internally displaced persons and about 200,000 Nigerian refugees in neighboring countries.
God damn, they fleeing for this. They're fleeing. They're displaced. They're fleeing from this persecution, this corrupt piece of shit government. These guys are savages.
Nigeria's economy is the fourth largest in Africa, the
fourth largest economy in Africa,
31st largest in the world by nominal GDP, and 30th largest by PPP. GDP, PPP, per capita is US $9,148.
So $9,000.
Security situation
That's shitty.
In Nigeria is considered inadequate despite political stability. 68% of Nigerians feel not safe in their country.
Uh-oh. Ain't that sound like Jamaica? So 60% of Jamaicans said they didn't feel safe. They'd rather be under British rule. And 68% of Nigerians said it's unsafe. This is 7 out of 10 Nigerians said since our independence, our country is very unsafe. It ain't safe out here.
77% do not know of an alarm number helpline for emergency.
There's no help there. Nobody gonna save you. 77% don't know of a 911, 611, 211, 411. Can somebody please call 9? No, ain't there.
Emergencies. Nigerians, according to the above survey, fear being robbed, 24%, or kidnapped, also 24%, being
robbed and kidnapped by themselves, not the infamous white man boogeyman that Focus keep bringing you back to. These are black countries who are afraid of themselves right after independence, by the way. Savages. We are the only ones.
Victims of armed bandits or of petty theft, both 8%, or being harmed in the herdsman-farmers conflict, also 8%. Internationally, Nigeria is infamous for a type of advance fee scam along with a form of confidence trick.
So they're known for scamming. Listen to the scam.
Victim is talked into sending money or bank account information to the scammer on the premise that a larger amount of money will be transferred.
Yeah, this scam she's talking about is part of their Britannica. Like this ain't something I just Google like he does. This is part of their Britannica, the scam. This ain't me.
Transferred to them. In reality, the scammer collects money from the victim with no payout occurring. IN 2000.
Yeah, how your bio includes scamming? That's crazy. Your country's bio.
3. The Nigerian Economic and Financial Crimes Commission was created to combat this and other forms of organized financial crime. The EFCC is quite active. According to the International Monetary Fund, 32% of Nigeria's population lives in extreme poverty as of 2017, living on less than $2.15 a day.
God damn. $2 and $2.15 a day. these scumbags live off of. And they got the nerve to look over here and say, you niggas are lazy. You take drugs, you're violent, while they're killing 41,000 of each other over greed. Let's go.
World Bank stated in March 2022 that the number of poor Nigerians had increased by 5 million to 95.1 million during the COVID period.
God, 95.1 broke ass bum eating dog and cats eating mud cakes Nigerians. 95 million of these dogs piss poor. And they're talking about we're lazy and they're doing so much better than us. Not 95 million of y'all poor. The hell you doing better than a damn runaway dog?
Accordingly, 40% of Nigerians live below the poverty line of $1.90 as handled by the World Bank.
Told you, 40% of them lives off $2 a day. And but they're saying they do so much better than us. Not a bum could get $3, you dig? $3 real quick, panhandling. So I don't know where y'all get that from. A bum can get $3 panhandling in probably 3 hours.
Despite the undoubted existence of slums in Nigeria, for example,
Damn, God, how many slums?
the fact that 92% of men and 88% of women in Nigeria own a mobile phone is difficult to reconcile with the poverty percentages published by the IMF and the World Bank.
Yeah, they so broke and discouraged. They gave them all a phone, an iPhone, just to cool out. Like stop complaining. Here's a phone. When you look at all these poor countries, even Jamaica, you'll always see these dusty bastards with an iPhone, with internet connection. Like how you got strong internet connection and you live in a fucking toilet bowl?
Nigeria's human rights record remains poor.
Uh-oh. Don't tell me Nigerians are not letting people have civil rights. I thought it would be the infamous UK.
According to the U.S. Department of State, the most significant human rights problems are the use of excessive force by security forces, impunity for abuses by security forces, arbitrary arrests, prolonged pretrial detention, judicial corruption and executive influence on the judiciary, rape.
Uh-oh. Did you say grape?
Detention, judicial corruption and executive influence on the judiciary, rape, torture, and other.
Okay, so she said grape. So this is the third black country that has a huge issue with grape. We read it with Rwanda, we read it with Jamaica, and now we see it with Nigeria. These savages just can't get away from grape.
Cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment of prisoners, detainees, and suspects.
By the way, this is black on black guerrilla crime.
Harsh and life-threatening prison and detention center conditions, human trafficking for prostitution, and...
Oh, no, not prostitution with these queens. Not with these queens. Not the queens selling booty. Not the queens getting off their throne to clap. And that's all good, my Waka. Let me see you. Like the twerk. Yo, queens turn to twerkers.
Forced labor, societal violence and vigilante killings, child labor, child abuse, and child sexual exploitation.
Oh, not a bunch of Drakes. Like Jamaica. Like Jamaica. They produce a whole bunch of Drakes. 69 gods.
Domestic violence, discrimination based on ethnicity, region, and religion. Discrimination based on sex is a significant human rights issue. Forced marriages are common. Child marriage remains common.
Oh my, wait. Forced marriage is common. Child marriage is common. Yeah, she just said child marriage is common. But listen to what else she's going to say. This is why I say arguably Jamaica and Nigeria has the worst countries in the world. Listen to what she's going to say next, what they do to their women. So we got forced marriages, we got forced child marriages, and look what's next.
Common in northern Nigeria. 39% of girls are married before age 15.
30, you can say 40% of girls in Nigeria are married before the age of 15. This is a child pretzeler country. And this guy said, "Hey, we should unite with some of these African booty scratcher countries." No, sir. Go, Marky. Wait, go, Garvey, go. How that chant go? Garvey must go.
Although the Marriage Rights Act banning marriage of girls under 18 was introduced on a federal level in 2008.
So 2008, on a federal level, they had to ban the act of marrying girls under 15.
293. There is rampant polygamy in northern Nigeria. 294. Domestic violence is common.
Domestic violence is common, just like Jamaica. Domestic violence is common.
Women have fewer land rights. Maternal mortality was at 814 per 100,000 live births in 2000.
Oh, their own abortion system going on over there. These guys doing natural abortions.
2015. Female genital mutilation is common, although
No. Female what?
births in 2015. Female genital mutilation is common, although a ban was
Oh my, ban when?
implemented in 2015.
Damn. So up until 2015, they were just cutting off the clitoris of these women. I would love for Focus to break down his black magic science to why Nigeria cut off the clitoris of women.
At least 500,000 suffer from vaginal fistula, largely as a result of lack of medical care. Most Nigerian literature is written in English, partly because this language is understood by most Nigerians.
These bastards don't even have a native language. All right, so I'm done.
Okay.
You can go. See how fair I am?
All right. So, for my source, it would be scholarworks.umass.edu.
Hold on. Scholar works. What happened? Scholar works what?
.umass.edu, the University of Massachusetts Amherst.
Wait, that's all one thing? EDU what? /
Yeah. Scholarworks.umass.edu.
That's it.
That's the site. The article is the political and environmental effects on oil in Nigeria.
Okay, so this a trusted website now?
It's the University of Massachusetts, brother.
Okay, so the University of Minnesota, when they had an article on Rwanda, that was no good? It doesn't matter. I'm here. This okay, so what am I typing in here?
Political and environmental effects of oil in Nigeria.
Political shit and environment. Come on. Mental and I put in environment. Hey, come on. Effects. You said effects
Mm-hmm.
with an A or E?
E.
Effects of what?
Oil in Nigeria.
So is this responding to oil or everything that the article? It doesn't matter. We'll find out. Okay, here we go. Wait. Shit, what the fuck? All right. Okay. This one, right?
Yep.
Okay. Where am I clicking?
The article.
All right. I ain't even see it. Where I'm starting at.
Go ahead, read the whole thing.
Okay, it's only 15 pages.
It's not that long of a read.
Well, I ain't reading it.
You don't gotta read. You don't gotta do the sources at the bottom. I mean, you can, but whatever.
Well, I'm not gonna keep stopping and copying. 'Cause, I mean,
All right, that's
I'm trying to
fine.
be hands free, like you were.
And I bring this article to prove that colonial involvement was still in Nigeria even after 1962 when they supposedly left, and that the world political system and corporations exploited Nigeria. And this was the reason that the agriculture failed because the oil fields ruined the agriculture. So what you said last night, like they just abandoned agriculture and then start robbing each other, siphoning oil fields. That's some white supremacist garbage article.
So okay, this is what he said earlier. All right. So this is how he so this is what chat. That's an argument I would never make. Okay. So when he brings out an article that disagrees with mine, I'm gonna say, hey, how do we determine which one is right and what's wrong? What I never do is get an article that disagrees with what I read and dismiss it as white supremacy or see, I take the good and bad. This guy, this is his pattern. When something does not agree with him, it's automatically white supremacy's agenda to, this. But anyway, let me know when to pause it.
Just press. All right, I got you.
The political and environmental
That's not what you want.
effects of oil in Nigeria.
Shit. Oh boy. Good.
The political and environmental effects of oil in Nigeria. Item type primary source-based article. 2021 University of Massachusetts. The political and environmental effects of oil in Nigeria. Hannah Whalen. Departments: History and Psychology. 98. Introduction. The year 1956 represents a dramatic shift in economic development for the colony of Nigeria under British rule. For below the Niger Delta lay a rich resource that was yet to be discovered. Nigeria became a protectorate under Britain in 1901 and remained under British colonization until 1960. During the early years, the British pushed for exploration to discover and extract valuable natural resources, predicted to be present in the Niger region. Finally, in 1956, oil was discovered in Oloibiri, and since then oil has become a leading source of economic value in Nigeria. Two big oil companies, such as Shell, BP, and private British companies took part in the extraction of Nigerian oil. This extraction led to the pollution of the Niger Delta and its surrounding land. 3 In 1960, Nigeria became independent and took control of most of its oil reserves. Due to the great success of the oil industry, Nigerians chose to move forward with both the legal and illegal extraction of oil in order to continue to maximize their wealth. This paper will discuss how the economic stability of the oil industry became crucial to Nigeria's survival as a sovereign nation, and how, ultimately, the environmental damages were overlooked by the Nigerian government. Origins of colonization. The colonization of Nigeria was a direct result of the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885. In this wave of new imperialism, European nations sought out the vulnerable African countries for their economic value. For just under 60 years, the British government controlled all aspects of First John Agbonifo, the colonial origin and perpetuation. 99. Nigerian society, and took a special interest in extracting profitable resources to send back to Britain and sell around the globe. Nigeria saw little to no benefits during this time and, instead, was stripped of its rich culture and diverse ethnic identities to fit a more Eurocentric idea of civilization. 5 Colonization forced Nigeria under a unified rule, classifying Nigerians into an African homogeneous identity. Prior to its colonization,
All
Nigeria consisted
colonials
of
who did
multiple
that.
ethnic groups that were separated by region and independent of each other. 6 The establishment of the Royal Niger Company in 1879 aided the British in securing the Niger area and allowed them to sign treaties with native groups to gain access to the rivers rich with oil. 7 Britain acquired the Niger region by establishing their authority within these treaties. On January 1st, 1901 became known as Nigeria, under the leadership of Governor-General Frederick Lugard. 8 The newly formulated nation was completely reorganized by Governor-General Lugard and divided into 2 regions, Northern and Southern Nigeria. 9 This split was put in place to satisfy the pre-colonial Nigerian structure and to ensure that the 2 regions remained at peace. 10 Prior to British interference, the 2 regions held different religious beliefs and loose political structures. 11 Shortly after the establishment of Nigeria, the Mineral Act of 1914 granted priority of oil resources to private British companies with the promise that proceeds would be split. With the Nigerians. 12 It appeared as though Lugard was mainly motivated by the economic benefits of exploiting Nigeria's raw materials and had little interest in providing benefits for Nigerians. All of 5 Enyenwu, the 100.
Pause. Are you pausing for me? Okay. So we see right there that the British colonial powers not only took control of Nigeria, but they took control with the express purpose of exploiting Nigeria for their raw materials. They begin to set up class systems, if you will, in Nigeria that would more mirror Eurocentric point of view. So this is the British all involved in the exploitation of Nigerian crude oil. All right, you can press play.
Yeah, nobody disagreeing that this.
Hold on, it gets better. It gets better.
Okay.
The infrastructure implemented under British rule served to assist the British companies in oil extraction rather than Nigerian political progress. 13 Railroads, harbors, and roads opened up different routes for the British to explore Nigeria and eventually export oil. 14 As Nigerians suffered from ill-intentioned foreign interference, their land suffered with them, as participation in oil extraction would only continue to grow. 15 Transition of oil and political power. While the British remained in control, they began to outsource oil extraction. The Shell Company was offered a total exploration of the Nigerian colonial territory in 1938. 16 New oil deposits were discovered in the east around 1956, and in 1958, removal of the oil began. 17 This exclusive access to Nigerian oil made it possible for the British to dominate a large part of the global oil industry. 18 Africans felt the burden of being under foreign rule during the Second World War, as Nigerians were conscripted into the British service, and families struggled to maintain linkages to home. 19
So they use Nigeria because of them basically colonizing Nigeria and taking their crude oil to become the number one power with regards to oil in the world. Okay, so they took overnight. That's what it just said. It just said prior that. Go read it right up there. It's British. The exclusive access to Nigeria's oil made British become one of the top suppliers of oil in the entire world.
You said number one.
Okay, number one. I believe that is what it said.
No, it said where? Which where?
Right here it says. Hold on.
Show me. Like what line? 18, 19. What line? The line's got numbers.
It says. Hold on. Okay, it says this exclusive access
to
Nigeria.
What number?
This is 17. This exclusive access to Nigerian oil made it possible for the British to dominate a large part of the global oil industry. Okay, so
wait, hold on. Because you said dominate, bro. Where's the number one at?
all right, I concede that point. It may not be number one, but it still dominated.
I'm gonna go on mute.
It dominated a large part of the global oil industry, which is no lightweight thing, that you can exploit a country of its natural resources while simultaneously destroying its natural agricultural value that it made money off prior to you, and then you use that exploitation to become the one of the most dominant global forces. Okay, so we you know, I'm not. And then we're supposed to believe they just left and just had no further involvement in this lucrative oil investment that basically granted them this global hegemony when it comes to the oil. Go ahead, press play.
After the end of World War II, political parties among native Nigerians began to form from within the youth movement. 20 resistance against British rule spread across the region. Nigerians slowly became more involved in politics and developed movements such the political and environmental effects of oil in Nigeria. The political and environmental effects of oil.
Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Okay, all right, let me do it.
Exclusive access to Nigerian oil made it possible for the British to dominate a large part of the global oil industry. 18 Africans felt the burden of being under foreign rule during the Second World War as Nigerians were conscripted into the British service, and families struggled to maintain linkages to home. 19 After the end of World War II, political parties among native Nigerians began to form from within the youth movement. 20 resistance against British rule spread across the region. Nigerians slowly became more involved in politics and developed movements such as the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons to promote self-governance. 21 It is unclear whether or not the increased interest in Nigerian self-governance was the catalyst for independence, but at 13 England 101 most likely had some impact. Eventually, autonomy was granted to Nigeria on October 1, 1960, and the newly independent government was left to its devices to sort out the organization and formation of their politics. 22 The British colonial government left abruptly, leaving the newly formed country of Nigeria to navigate the creation of its own modern governmental system, legislation, and societal values. 23 Nigeria was tasked with building an entire country from scratch. One thing Nigerians could depend on was the land they reside on, which, at this time, was rich in natural resources. Nigeria turned to the excavation of these resources, specifically oil, and prioritized its production over any other aspect of nation-building. 20 For the lack of attention on creating a solid...
Pause. Okay, so what we have here is the British colonials not only colonizing them, but then conscripting them to fight in their wars as British soldiers. So we're going to take your men, we're going to take your people, we're going to take your national resources, and we're going to become a global domination based upon your national resources. And then when we leave in 1960, we leave without giving you any reparation, without giving you any reparation, without giving you any aid after we used you, depleted your certain resources from you, and then also had you fighting in our wars. We leave abruptly, which is false in itself. And then the Nigerians are now tasked with building a nation from scratch. Okay, when they owed by the British government for real.
Welcome to the black family.
Okay, yeah. Well, guess what? Welcome to the black family. After you already raped the land, raped the people, and use our.
The land is still the same.
Okay, let me finish now. we okay, and I'm gonna get to that next. But let's not act as though that wasn't a corrupt move in itself. To after you became a global
White
dominating
supremacy gonna do what white
power,
supremacy do.
this is my point. White supremacy exists not just here;
No,
it
no, no.
exists
They left.
throughout the world.
1960. Wait, so
Hold on, let
1960,
me
did they leave?
finish. Let me finish. They
I'm
left.
saying, I'm saying by the article. Are
They
they still
left,
there?
yes, but they left abruptly, and they left after becoming a world dominating power with the oil from these people and having them
No
fighting their
problem.
wars.
But they
So
left though.
they owed dough, okay, and they didn't pay, and then
No, that's a whole.
they
No,
they
well,
were
we don't know if they owe
tasked.
though.
Okay, what regardless, they were tasked with building their country from scratch, even after you just raped us of our people, raped us of our
Welcome
oil,
to white
and
supremacy.
won World War II under Churchill with Nigerian soldiers, but then became a global dominating force. Go ahead, keep reading.
Solid system of government left Nigerian politics in a highly vulnerable position as the nation struggled to institute a formal system of government. 25 without a consistent level of authority, the Nigerian government failed to supervise resource extraction. The transition to sovereign power was not easy for Nigerians, as they felt the repercussions of long-term colonization.
Long-term
Nigerian independence
colonization.
did not signify.
So they felt the repercussions of long-term colonization, and that's basically another way. That's basically another way of saying they weren't repaired or given proper reparation after the long-term colonization. The same way we still feel the repercussions of slavery because we weren't properly repaired and we weren't properly given reparation. So once again, we have another example of Nigeria not being some African booty scratcher killing each other, don't give a fuck country, shithole country, but them being purposely underdeveloped and them having to fill the rule of long-term colonization without properly being repaired from their exploitation. But go.
Whatever that meant. That's word salad.
Okay, not word salad.
Signify the immediate control of the land by Nigerians. The 1914 Mineral Act remained in place until 1969 and granted rights to British Petroleum and the Royal Dutch Shell Company's control over the oil extraction. 26 Essentially, this meant that Britain and the Royal Dutch Shell still maintained control of the subsurface resources and therefore had access to the surface land that was needed to acquire the oil. Nigeria viewed oil production as a vital aspect of its economy.
So even though they left in 1960, they left. That's what you just said. But they still controlled. Okay, the Royal Dutch Shell. Essentially, this means that the Royal Dutch Shell still maintained control of the subsurface resources. So you left, but you still had control of the land. You still had control of the resources, and therefore. 1969. They left in 60. Hold on, but wait. We're not finished. Wait, we're not finished yet though, because you think
I'm saying like that was part of the Mineral Act, right?
they acted as though they left, but they still maintained control for nearly a decade.
But isn't they did that because of the 1914 Mineral Act, right?
It was in place until 1969. Yeah, so they
but what made that lawful? Was it the 1914 Mineral Act?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right. 1914 Mineral Act. It lasted until 1969. So you left in 1960, but you still had acts in place, you still had power in place, and you still exploited the land because you had control of the subsurface resources. Okay. So go ahead, keep playing.
Economy and a reliable component of the nation's identity, but 22 England, the colonial legacy. 102 was not always involved directly in the excavation process. Up until 1968, the Nigerian government had limited involvement in the oil industry and restricted themselves to financial involvement through taxation on oil companies and collecting royalties. 27 This left Nigeria in a frantic position to maintain control over some aspect of their country, and because of that, rushed them into a corrupt deal with Shell, BP 28. This agreement granted Shell total control of oil exploration and extraction. 29 Nigeria agreed to these terms because Shell had the technology that Nigeria needed for oil exploration. As the Nigerian government struggled to find its footing, oil firms took the opportunity to abuse Nigeria's vulnerability. This undoubtedly led to cutting corners and damaging processes of extraction, as oil firms were enjoying massive fiscal concessions since
Okay,
the
pause.
Nigerian government failed.
Pause. Okay, so not only did you destroy the country, they were still feeling long-term effects from colonization. You had a mineral act that you act as though you left the country, but you really still had control of the subsurface resources, which led to Nigeria to only be able to get money from the taxes. Okay, hold up, go back up.
You said it. It's right here. It's right here. Right here. I just went up a little bit. Right here.
Okay.
There.
Okay. All right. So then they were forced pretty much into a corrupt deal. Okay. Well, that's what it says here. It says this agreement shall total control.
Force somebody to do a bad deal.
Hold on. Yes no. Well, because they were in a fucked up position. They didn't have the technology because they were left without it. You can't just abandon, still have control of all the resources and the subsurface minerals and resources, and then expect us.
This is a technological
Hold on,
country.
let me finish. They were forced to have to build their country from scratch. That's what it said. Okay, because you left them abruptly and you did not leave them with the proper technology, repair, or reparation. Okay, exactly. This is my point, brother. Yeah, that white supremacy still affected them. Let me finish. All right, because you're running around saying these African booty scratcher shithole ass people, and they just wanted to siphon each other's oil, and they just went from agriculture because they fucking stupid.
You're gonna keep playing a read.
Hold on, we're going to keep going. But
why are you talking more than a read though? That's crazy.
I'm just pausing it for a second to let you.
By the time you get done, I'm about to get off the lines.
Okay, well, I'm just letting you know that it wasn't no African booty scratcher. They just siphoning each other. They hate each other. Nigeria. It was more nefarious means by the colonial powers that was involved. Okay, now, it forced them into this corrupt deal with Shell, where Shell was continue to be able to exploit all the natural resources. So we still have outside corporations, outside colonial powers, all divested and invested in the fortunes of Nigeria. So it ain't just they found oil after Nigeria. Last night you said they found oil after the colonial powers left. That's patently untrue. They was exploiting the oil of colonial of Nigeria the entire time since 1901 through 1969. They were exploiting the Nigerians for oil. So when last night you said they found the oil reserves after the colonials left, that was false.
All right, dude, can we press play? I mean, goddamn.
All right, go ahead, press play. I'm just acknowledging it's false, but go ahead.
Goddamn. Yeah, because we don't get to that misuse of oil. And that's what we're going to have pop.
Go ahead, press play.
On was the land they reside on, which, at this time, was rich in natural. 22 England. 102. Was not always involved directly. 27 Usman. 103. As Nigeria faced division within the transformation to an independent nation, it held on to its most profitable attribute of oil. Oil companies acknowledged Nigeria's struggle, and Shell offered to invest in the transformation to an industrial Nigeria. 34. However, Nigeria preferred its agrarian-based society and refused to industrialize. They agreed to a relationship with Shell, one in which Nigeria offered them continuous exploitation of oil and, in return, received financial support.
You want to address that or no?
No, keep reading.
Exactly. Moon. He pick and chooses the bad part, but the good part where they benefit from. He don't
brother.
Brother. 0.35 portion.
I'm gonna play it.
Portion of whatever money Shell made from Nigeria.
Because that didn't sound like they was forced to make that deal right there. That sounds like it was.
Brother, they were forced because they were underdeveloped, they were exploited, they didn't have control, and they didn't have the technology or the infrastructure. So you feigned as if you were leaving, but you still controlled the resources, and then you forced them into a corrupt deal because you knew they couldn't mine the oil on their own.
You said that
they didn't have the money. They were raped.
Let me know when you're gonna say something different. You're saying the same thing over and over.
I wanted you to keep playing. I don't have to explain.
Nigerian oil had to be
corrupt. But dude, listen, I don't mind you talking if it's something new.
You paused it.
I know, but
so I had to re-explain how the deal was corrupt.
No, you don't. You're saying, I mean, dude, come on, man. I know you. Yo, shit. You're more intelligent than that. Saying the same thing over and over and over.
Nigerian government. Outside influence in the Nigerian oil industry thrived on the fragility of the Nigerian government and their economic reliance on taxing the extraction of oil. The
Okay, so
exploitation of oil in Nigeria by
still outside
Hey, yo, this guy
influence.
is literally cherry picking the.
I'm just letting you know that outside influence existed the whole time.
Okay, cool. So I want to say this. It appears like when Nigeria want to do something voluntarily, he's not going to read it. He's only going to read the part where Nigeria is forced to do something because of their situation. But anything they do according to their own will and they think their benefit, he's not going to read it.
They were forced into it because they didn't have the
foreign
resources.
companies.
Okay.
Foreign companies was partly responsible for Nigeria's categorization as a third world country. 36 Oil extraction kept neocolonialism alive in Nigeria as foreign influences continued to intrude the nation and monitored their national decisions. 37 However, with the oil boom in the
So it says that they, what does it say? Hold on, where we at? Oil extraction kept neocolonialism alive in Nigeria as foreign influences continue to intrude the nation and monitor their national decisions. Right, so they were still in control.
Because they were irresponsible. That makes sense.
No, because they were still in control. Whoa.
1970s, Nigeria found their way to the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. 38 OPEC encouraged the Nigerian government to become more involved in the oil industry.
Okay, so OPEC, you gonna read that part where OPEC encouraged the Nigerian government to become more involved in the oil industry and to regulate the process? Are you gonna read that part?
Brother, keep reading.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And helped to regulate the process. 39 In 1971, the Nigerian National Oil Company was formed and began oil exploration on behalf of the state. Nationalization of the oil industry was intended to end the cycle of neocolonialism, and in 1979, Nigeria decided to nationalize the assets of the British Petroleum Company, 40 a step towards greater oil control. However, did not particularly lead to better management of the oil extraction process.
Okay, that's something they did. All right, bad idea.
Process 34 104 Environmental damages revealed heading into the 1980s. After nearly a century of oil extraction, environmental disturbances began to reveal themselves from the countless oil spills, and current ecosystems suffered irreversible changes. Despite gaining authority in the Niger Delta, Nigerian officials did not seek a more environmentally friendly approach to extracting oil.
So did they get blamed for that?
Brother, at this, perhaps they could gain some blame for that, for not seeking a more environmental approach. But by the time we got here, the damage was already done. That's the point.
So the damage is done, so they get to just fuck up on purpose, and it's everybody's fault but theirs. Got it.
No, but no. But last night you made the point that they abandoned agriculture and they were stupid booty scratchers, and then they start siphoning off the oil. This contradicts all that.
Everything. Yo, these guys are 100. Yo, these are. Keep in mind, chat. These guys are 300 million deep. Okay, these piss ants in their country regulating them are probably 100,000, if that. These guys are in the hundreds of millions deep. So to sit here and take this shit, these are a bunch of cowards.
Brother.
Okay, I'm gonna press play because there's a lot more reading to do. You could go in as much as you want.
Okay, go ahead.
Point 41 This can be attributed to the high cost of environmental protectant infrastructure that was not incorporated in the national budget, and also the prioritizing of economic growth over the interests of the Nigerian people by the government. Point 42 The region of the Niger Delta is known for its sources of food and income to local communities, according to the Human Rights Watch, and it now faces the pollution of oil cultivation. 43 The Ogoni people, a native group located around the Niger Delta, relied on the land for income and the nourishment of their community up until the extraction of oil in the region. 44 Once Shell infiltrated the area, the Ogoni community found their land flooded, and the wildlife within the river was dying off, leaving their farms inoperable. 45 In addition,
It's all a lie. It's the white man's source. I
No,
don't believe
no,
this.
no. Excuse me,
This is the
sir.
white man's source. The white man is lying on Nigeria.
Excuse me, sir.
The
Shell.
white man is lying on
Once
the white
Shell
man.
infiltrated and took
No,
over, they been
no, this is the white man's source. The Shell, they hate Shell. They're biased.
okay. Once Shell took
addition, the Ogoni
over.
were contracting skin diseases as a side effect of the polluted water. 46 These environmental effects were
This must be an Exxon source. They bias against Shell.
dangerous to the freshwater and mangrove ecosystems that reside in the delta, and also to those surrounding human communities who no longer had a source of livelihood. 47 Not only were indigenous groups being negatively affected by the process of oil extraction in their region, but they also were not. 41 105 gaining any of the profits made. The Ogoni community called for government assistance, but were ignored by the Nigerian government as they gained economic stability through this process of exploitation. 48 Oil spills.
So it was the Nigerian government exploiting the Ogoni.
No, it wasn't. It was the Shell companies.
Okay.
It was
So
the corporations that
Ogoni
that infiltrated because
okay,
they had right to hold on because they had rights to the land
So let me read
based upon a corrupt deal.
The Ogoni community called for government assistance, but were ignored by the Nigerian government as they gained economic stability through this process of exploitation. So Shell is exploiting them. Nigeria is gaining some money, and as a result, Nigeria turned their back on the Ogoni community. They sold them out for some Shell money.
You know what? Even if that was true, which is really not. Even if that was true,
so this part is not true. Where it says the Ogoni community. So the whole article, but this part is not true. It says the Ogoni community called for government assistance, but
no. The part that's not true is that you can't just say they sold their people out. The fact of the matter is,
what are you talking about?
Because of the years of
but the Ogoni community got nothing to do with that. The Ogoni community can only deal with the skin disease they're faced with right now with their family. And
listen,
wait. I'm speaking from the Ogoni perspective. They don't got nothing to do with Nigeria and Shell, right? They're being affected. And by the way, they asked for Nigerian support, and they ignored them because Nigeria was making money.
Okay, listen. No, it's not that.
Okay, we read it. I'm not gonna do that with you.
Okay, but Nigeria was placing
spills, air pollution, gas flaring, and careless production have left these native communities in complete distress and were the catalyst for a series of protests against Shell Company between 1993 and 1995. 49 Rise of neocolonialism.
You are crazy.
Neocolonialism, throughout their involvement in the Nigerian oil industry, Shell utilized their economic power over Nigeria to exploit the unstable government for easy profit.
The unstable government. They got shitty governments.
Brother, the government was unstable and vulnerable based upon the exploitation and the abrupt departure.
The government is shitty because they hire their own family members instead of like the rightful people.
Oh, just stop, please. Okay, let me say this. Hold on, let me say this.
50 between 1976
and
and 2001 oil spills were commonly reported to the Nigerian government. Regardless of protests from communities, Shell refused to take responsibility and clean up after themselves. 51 Gas flaring, a process during oil extraction where associated gases combusted, causes high levels of toxicity in the atmosphere. 52 Shell chose to neglect the communities that resided in the delta and performed such processes in their vicinity. exposing them to the extremely harmful effects of toxic emissions. The proximity of the gas flaring to local communities and lack of
Okay, so hold on.
safety precautions have been
You can
reported to
pause that.
cause acid rain, which corrodes their homes and other local structures. 53 corruption in the Nigerian
You
government
can
led to
pause
the
it, I
oil.
said.
Corruption in the
Okay.
Nigerian
Oh,
government.
excuse me. You can pause that. I said, okay.
God,
So the fact of the matter is,
corruption.
excuse me, sir. The point that I'm making here is that the colonial powers never left. Outside forces kept
They are gone.
exploiting them. Hold on. Outside forces kept exploiting them. The colonial powers never left. And this wasn't just a Nigerian on Nigerian. They're stealing resources from each other.
They did a business deal.
No,
they
did a business. Hold on. They did a business deal based upon.
How is it stealing from getting paid? See,
brother, they did a business. They were forced
this
into a
guy just
corrupt
be
business
lying.
deal. Hold on. Don't ignore that part. They were forced into a corrupt business deal.
How is it stealing from getting paid?
Hold on. They were forced into a corrupt business deal because. God, bro.
So it's stealing a bad word. It's stealing a bad word.
Nigga, listen to me. The Nigerians were forced into a corrupt business deal.
Can you prove the stealing?
Hold on, bro. The Nigerians were forced into a
doesn't equal stealing, by the way.
Bruh.
Prove the stealing.
Hold on, time out. The force, first of all, they stole it from 1901 to 1969 when they colonized them and used their oil to become a number one dominant. That was theft in itself. Hold on.
Let me first play. If you can admit.
Hold on. Let me say my point. So they were forced into.
You said, now you're saying
force.
God. You use
yes. I didn't say that. The article said that.
So the
article said they were forced into a corrupt business deal.
Where did it say stealing? Where did the article say stealing at all? Did it say one time?
They said exploiting.
Okay, no. Exploiting different stealing. Okay, we got black exploitation. That's not stealing.
Okay. When you it's still nefarious, brother. You can't exploit.
I want to just point out something. Wait, stop. I'm saying like this dude is like he's not honest. He's reading an article. The article has strong words. He uses his own strong word that's misleading. He says stealing. And then when I call him out to check him on it, he don't want to say, yeah, my fault, wrong terminology. Let me just go to, he want to just dodge and go to forcing. It's like, dude, why'd you say stealing? The article never says stealing.
Brother,
colonial, no, the word stole, stealing was not used.
Brother,
you're misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting the article, dude.
I'm not misrepresenting the article. You are, because you're only pausing on the points where you feel you can blame a Nigerian. But the fact of the matter is, the article says that they were forced into a corrupt business deal based upon the fact that they were not in a position to govern themselves, and their government was vulnerable based upon the fact that. Hold on, based upon the fact that the colonial powers are left abruptly. Hold on, brother. Based upon the fact that the colonial powers left abruptly and left them in a position where they did not have the technology to gain any resources. Okay,
so oil industry serving as a fundamental aspect of Nigeria's autonomous survival, which resulted in a lack of consideration towards vulnerable communities and ecosystems around the delta. 48 Agbonif 106. In the push to hold Shell accountable
for national resources is stealing from them.
Wait, okay, so hold on. Because you keep saying exploiting. You said forcing. Okay, let's start with the first one. Does forcing mean stealing?
I didn't say that it did.
Okay, does exploitation mean stealing?
If you exploit them for resources, yes, it does.
I'm asking a simple question. Does exploitation, does this article equate exploitation with stealing?
It does.
Okay, all right. So look, chat. Either he has a comprehension problem, he's just a bold-faced liar.
Listen, sir. When they took in 1901 to 1969 and they used the resources of a country that they
Hey,
dominated
bro. Okay,
illegally
let's go for it. The article does
and
not talk about
occupied
oil.
illegally to become
Okay,
a
I'm about to press
national
play.
power, they
Right,
stole from them.
cool.
They stole
Okay,
their
right.
There were
resources.
oil spills and
Nut.
pollution of communities.
Article says
Some turned
nothing
to the
about.
vandalism of oil pipelines. Point 54.
Okay, so now this is me talking to the chat. This is my chat, ain't your chat. Okay, so it's me talking to my chat. Chat. When I read an article, I'm honest. I don't care if I disagree with it. So when he did his article with the source that he had that didn't agree with my source, I just read it. I didn't lie and misrepresent it. I read it for what it was, and then I went to mine and I said, "Hey, man, we have a contradiction in what happened." This guy, he has to lie.
I'm not lying.
Okay.
They
No,
stole
wait. I'm talking.
resources
Do
from
we,
the
we
government
we heard? Do we heard you? We
of
heard you.
Nigeria.
The article
And
does
they
not.
maintained colonial power
No,
throughout.
the
And
article
they
does not.
forced them into corrupt business deals.
All right, I
And
gotta mute you. Okay, okay. Listen, he said he went to college and he graduated. Okay, this is what he's saying he did. Okay, what he cannot do. Well, I guarantee you one thing. Unless he lied about graduating, he did not read an article like this and put it in his own words and come back and said he stole. Okay, he know he didn't do that. He know he didn't read an article like this and come back and get out of it. They stole something. You know, because he was forced to be honest.
they did steal.
Okay, but here he's still saying we're still. But you can't find it one time in his article.
Brother, they stole their
No.
natural resources.
Okay, dude. You're using force. You're using all type of words, but one word that's not used so far is stealing. So if the word's not there, and stealing is a complete action to itself. Stealing is different than forcing. Stealing is different than exploitation. He has to say stealing. Chat. He can't say exploitation. He can't say forcing because it does not go with his narrative. So he gotta omit those words and introduce or admit stealing. And I catch him every time. When he said number one oil in the country. I said, where's it number one? Oh, a large dominant. Yeah, but large dominant don't mean number one. Okay, yeah, my fault. This is what he does. The entire article, he takes out keywords and he inserts his own words to make it more romanticizing, to go in his narrative. This dude comes on this platform with a narrative. He just can't read the article for what it is and just explain what's going on. He got to add and insert words to make it more, shock value, clickbait. But he has a narrative. Dude, use the words the article's using or something similar, like you know, something close, right? Stop coming up with words that the article doesn't use just to make it seem worse. It's disingenuous, bro.
It's
And you
not
doing it live.
disingenuous.
I got it. We're doing okay, cool. They're doing it live, and he's saying it's not disingenuous. Lying.
It's not. They stole the resources of the people.
Okay. You know what? He keeps saying he stole something, but we didn't read that one time. So what's the point of the article? What's the point of reading this if he's just gonna make his own history up anyway? What's the point of reading this shit if he's just gonna make
Okay.
his own end story anyway? He keeps saying he stole something. We didn't read that one time.
You know,
His doctrine is the white man's the devil, and everybody, I guess, is black power, some bullshit. And this is why he keep making them the devil. The article don't the article point them as cruel, rude, cruel, rude, and shit like that. But he has to make them the devil because the article ain't saying devil. The article is saying, hey man, they were inhumane, they did this, they did that, but then they left. And they did contract deals with these guys.
they didn't leave and do contract deals.
But for him that's not good enough. They gotta be the devil. So let me insert this devil narrative and let's say they stole, they robbed, they killed. Ain't nobody die yet. But the killing will come. It'll be for themselves. Now I want this article to now, watch this. Guys, don't get caught up on this oil shit. Because I want him to tackle the women getting their clitoris cut off. I want to tackle all the rape, the children being forced to marry under the age of 15. I want him to tackle all the other things because this article is just focused on oil, and we're gonna get to the misuses of oil because already you see Nigerians dismiss the Ogani community and the ill effects they're suffering from this greed the Nigerians are trying to get to. They're getting paid, okay, and they're ignoring their own family
Okay, my response to that is that
for money. Now,
my
that's the article we read. That's not my word. That's the article word. That's not mine.
the article
I can
also
show you.
said that these people were forced into these
Okay. All right. No,
corrupt
no, 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 no,
deals.
no, 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 no. Wait. But this wasn't forced. The Ogani community called for government assistance, but the Nigerian government was forced to ignore. It doesn't say that.
I never said it did.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm saying it doesn't say that. It doesn't say the Nigerian government was forced to ignore the
I never said
Ogani.
it did. You just haven't. You gotta create straw mans and argue against
It's
that.
straw man. Yeah, it's straw man. I'm reading the Bible. I'm reading the thing word for word. Straw man. So this I'm reading it word for word. It says the Ogani community called for government assistance, but were ignored, not forced to be ignored. They were ignored by the Nigerian government as they gained economic stability through this process of exploitation. So the Shell oil company is exploiting the Ogani community and exposing them to cancerous toxins. This is the articles, not me adding stuff like he does. This
I'm
is
not
the article.
adding anything.
Okay. Right. You don't gotta keep ad libbing. So, but you did add. You add stole. Okay, and then you add number one. You add number one oil distributor, and you added
You
stealing.
just
You actually added stuff. Okay, I'm actually giving you back what the article says in my own words. So the organic community is being exploited. They're being exposed to the toxins, not the Nigerians. It's
you're
the
trying to
organic
mute me to
community.
get your own.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute you because I'm reading the article back. What you should have did is be honest. I'm not
I
adding anything.
am.
Okay, sure. So but here's the fact: the Ogani community called for government assistance, but were ignored by the Nigerian government. Why? Because they were gaining economic stability through this process of exploitation. So they were in on the shits. They were in on the exploitation. So this whole narrative, they're innocent and they're being pawn, they're forced. They're not forced here, brother. They're gaining money. So you know what happens when a person robs a bank and force you to the vault? When you're forced into the vault, you're innocent. You're kidnapped like everybody else. But you know what happens? When you rob the bank and give you a cut, you're going to prison with the bank robber. You're both going to prison when you get a cut. So right now, this Nigerian government is responsible for this Ogani community if they make a claim for reparation. They can sue the Nigerian government and the Shell BP. They were complicit and they had a gain. They was getting money incentives to exploit this Ogani community. That's a fact. That's how you truly read an article with an unbiased mind. Okay, so now let's go on.
Hold on, let me respond to that,
There's nothing to respond. I read the article. I can respond to the article.
bro.
54, however, this vengeful act did not bode well for Shell, the environment, or the community that is impacted by the oil extraction. In the case of Shell v. Isaiah, Shell was able to claim that vandalism was involved once the oil company feared it was liable to pay compensation. 55. Not only does vandalism of oil cause greater pollution of the area attacked, but it also dismisses responsibility that could be forced upon the big oil companies. Although vandalism is a tactical move to gain the attention of leaders, it ultimately fails to serve this purpose since it allows Shell to scapegoat the local people. Due to the magnitude of Shell's influence in the oil industry, the company was able to manipulate the system to its advantage.
All right, go ahead. Let's see what you got. Thank you, Moon Eyes. Go ahead. Focus. What you got? But I'm gonna keep you honest. Thank you, Moon. Yeah, I am great father over here. Right, there's 500 million of them getting exploited by these 3,000 matter of fact, these folks not even in the country. They got their oil trucks there. The army is not the who the UK? Who are they exploiting them? The UK army is not even in the country. It's their oil trucks. And so he, by the way, he's not on mute. He's not on mute. Okay, his microphone is not on mute. Let me see what's going on with this guy. Because I should screenshot it because he's gonna pretend like he's on mute. He's not.
No. I was on 1%, so I had to put my phone on the charger. And without my headphones, my audio was not going to be great. So I was just going to let you talk, and I really couldn't hear it because I couldn't.
Yeah, I don't want to talk anymore. I'm gonna be your go.
Okay, so yeah, so I don't know if
I
the
don't do
chat
that.
can.
I don't talk for 50 minutes.
Okay, so the reality of the matter is this: when you take a country illegally, okay, and you create deals with them that you're supposed to, give them half and you never give them half, okay? But you also take and become a colonial power over them for 70 years, okay? And then you take their natural resources for yourself. That is stealing, brother. And then they
Why didn't
stole
you?
the.
Why didn't you? Okay, so you know what?
Let me finish. Let me
No.
finish.
Wait. I'll let you finish,
Wait,
but I'll
you
let you
said you
finish.
wanted me to talk.
I
Okay.
got you. I'm done with this article. Yeah, find me another article that says they're stealing.
Hold
Okay,
on.
no. When I'm not, what you do is misrepresent this article. Find me
You're
another
doing
article.
that.
Okay, find me another article that talks about stealing, and I will read that one. But I'm not gonna allow
Okay.
you to keep saying stealing, and we don't see the word one time.
All right, whatever. I'm not even gonna
Okay,
argue with that
okay.
point with you. Okay, fine. We will use the word exploit. Okay, exploit.
That's
All
the
right.
word they use. This. Yeah, she wrote the article. She's a historian and something else. She wrote the article. The woman
Okay.
can't quote the article. You chose this article.
Okay, right. And I chose the article to disprove the points you were making that the colonial powers had
But you didn't
nothing to do.
disprove it.
Okay, had nothing to do with the depleted oil reserves. I also chose the article to let you know that they were exploiting the Nigerians' oil for 70 years, which you said last night they didn't even find out about the oil till after the British already left. All lies. Okay, you're incorrect. And then also I chose the
Incorrect or
article.
lies? Which
I
one?
also chose the article to show you that they never took their hands out the pot. Okay, so when
That's
they left
because they
in
were in a pot
19
together.
when they left, according to the article, after they left and exploited them for 70 years and took their oil for themselves to become one of the greatest, one of the biggest, or dominate the low oil field around the world, oil market around the world. They left abruptly without giving them proper reparation, without giving them the technology that they needed, which is the least they deserved after 70 years of exploitation and fighting in all of your wars. Okay, you never gave them the proper reparations or the proper technology to build
Why
for
would they
themselves.
give them? Why would they
You
give them
left,
that?
you left, and you left abruptly, and you did that to leave them in a destabilized position to force them to make a corrupt deal with you, which is what the article
No.
says. They said the article says they were, because they weren't in a proper position to govern themselves, they were forced into making corrupt deals with these corporations, Shell, and whatever the case may be. And then after they were forced into making the corrupt deals, because that's what the article said. I'm not misrepresenting. That's what the article says. That they were forced into making corrupt deals. And then after they were forced into making corrupt deals, well, prior to that, actually, when they abruptly left in 1960 for another decade, the British colonial power still maintain all of the oil, everything that was below the land. Okay, the British still maintain control of. So they maintain control of all the resources and all of the oil for 10 more years after they abruptly left. So you're still making money off of us, but you're not still providing us. How do you make money off the oil reserves without the technology? They had the technology. So you left, but then you let this 1914 Mineral Act leave you in control of
Right.
of the resources, and then you continue to mine them. By the time 1970 came, many of the farmland was in agriculture was already destroyed based upon the
We didn't read
oil.
that. We,
It
we didn't
it
read that.
it did say that. Hold on.
Wait, you
Wait,
want you
hold
want you
on.
want you want to show me where it says that?
Hold on. I will, but let me
Yeah,
finish my point.
yeah.
And
I mean, but
they,
you got a source. Okay, dude. No, 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 no.
this is my
No, so
source.
no. But I keep trying to tell you how the platform works. Okay, so you got to always be ready to source up. The article is right here in front of us. You
I
can't. Okay, you can't say something and then you get called out on it and then say, "Let me finish." It's like no, because if you're lying, then the lie just gets, it grows larger. It's like, dude, where did it say the majority, or whatever you just said, of the resources was depleted? It said it had hella resources right afterwards.
No, what I'm saying, I didn't say that's not my point. My point is that they destroyed a lot of the farmland and the agricultural value of the land through 70 years of exploitation, and that's what the article says. Okay, and then after you destroyed many of this land, which was largely responsible for the agricultural under the destruction of the land. Okay, which goes against what you said last night. Because last night you said these
Okay, so
dumb niggas. You said these
let's play it. Let's
you
play it. Let's play it. You
okay,
keep
but
talking
wait,
about
wait,
last
wait.
night.
Last night,
Misuse of
No, no,
oil.
no, no,
last
because no, no.
night you said these dumb
Oil
niggas went
in
off of
Nigeria, the access to
agriculture
oil in the Niger
because they
Delta
wanted to
has,
be
in
greedy
some
and go
ways,
in oil,
prevented the
but
growth
that's
of the
not why.
country.
The
As government
agriculture they went
priority is
off
given
of
to oil
based upon
extraction,
the fact that
communities
the
that once
land was
thrived on their own
destroyed.
are now being forced to relocate
As
and
you
call
just
for
said.
government aid. Where Nigeria relies on oil to run their country, they lack the political stability to apply the economic benefits into community resources that would strengthen the Nigerian public.
Because this is what I was talking about. I was talking about the misuse of oil. So it says the access to oil, because for one, do you know countries that really get oil, like they call them the cursed countries? The countries who try to get money off oil, they usually, most of them are fucked up. They call it the curse of oil. Okay, so it says the access to oil in the night. See, because he keep talking about my talking point. My talking points are from this point on. My talking points was when they had control of the oil. Okay, so the access to the oil in the Niger Delta has, in some ways, prevented the growth of the country as government priority is given to oil. I said that. I said they dropped the agricultural stuff and and everything else, and they focus all on oil,
But
which
that's
is
not true though.
which
Don't
is
play the
horrible. Okay,
article and pause so you
so
can
so
talk.
so here, well, I'm actually reading the article. I'm not doing what you're doing.
Okay, so
It
the
says
article actually says that
as
the agriculture was destroyed.
okay. Well, we'll go back up, but we're again. I'm speaking from my points yesterday and then before, and even when I played the video. My points are from when they had their hand in the oil, like with their hand, not when they were not in control, but when they had some control of oil, their hand. So right here, this is their hand. It says misuse of oil in Nigeria. It says the access to oil in the Niger Delta has, in some ways, prevented the growth of the country. As government priority, this is not the British government. This is Nigeria's government is given to oil extraction. Communities that once thrived on their own are now being forced to relocate and call for government aid. Why are they doing this? It's because government priority is given to oil extraction. See, this is called comprehension. It's right here. So they're calling for aid because the government priority is given to oil extraction. I use the words into sentence. When Nigeria relies on oil to run their country, look, when Nigeria relies on oil to run their country, they lack the political stability to apply the economic benefits into community resources that would strengthen the the Nigerian public. So
Okay,
look what
but
it says.
they're
Wait,
relying
wait, no,
on oil.
no.
They're
Hold on.
relying on oil
Okay,
based
okay,
upon.
no. I'm gonna put you, dude. Okay, stop doing that. Okay, stop doing that. Stop doing that. It's starting to get annoying now because I'm actually reading. I'm doing what you won't do. I'm reading the article and I'm staying within the article. You won't do that. Okay, so now he see the blame is back on Nigeria. It says when Nigeria relies, they are. This is the article. When where Nigeria relies on oil to run their country, they lack something. That's what the article says. Your article, by the way. Your article says they lack the political stability. Why do they lack the political stability? It is because they rely on oil to run their country. This is so easy. Okay, so they lack the political stability to apply the economic benefits into community resources. So relying on their oil to run a country, they cannot apply economic benefits into community resources that would strengthen the Nigerian public. So they're taking away, their greed is taking away their strength that can into the Nigerian public. Once an area full of fish, livestock, and agriculture, that's what I said, agriculture, the region of the Niger Delta now suffer from the depletion of fish, deforestation, and polluted soil determined to be infertile. As an area is approved for oil extraction, okay, so who is approving these these areas for oil extraction? Okay, extraction. It says, as an area is approved for oil extraction and the land is emptied to make way for pipelines. So now we're seeing the pipelines. This is the government. Okay. This is who's doing that. Let me show you who's doing that. Because DJ Focus don't know. You don't know. You don't know no better. Okay, I don't want that one. I want this one. You don't know better.
You misrepresenting the article, bro. You're trying to cherry pick.
I'm reading it line for
No,
line.
you're trying to cherry pick little points that could go against the Nigerians without reading it in full context and letting you know that the colonial powers were involved. They were forced into corrupt deals. They were exploited.
Okay, all right. So he just crashed out at this point. He just tired. He just crashing out.
I
He's
am
going
tired,
back.
man.
Okay, all right. So then that's okay. So you gotta have patience now. But you're being very disrespectful like that. That's the wild thing about it. All right. This guy.
This was my article. You took over the whole.
When you start saying the number one, when you start saying stealing, when you start using words like that, that's not an article. That's gonna hurt
That
you.
gives you reason.
Yes, I'm now gonna represent it correctly.
Not though.
Okay, right. So you can point out something I said I was incorrect just now.
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm sure you can.
Yeah, I can put plenty things.
All right. So this is the problem with you in Nigeria. This is your problem.
Government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government.
So now you know why he made this song for shit like this.
Oh my God, this is hilarious.
Once an area full of fishing, livestock. So once an area is full of fishing, this is not the UK, British government. Full of fishing. So he keep going back to some 30 years ago. I'm focused on right now in the article. It says this move forward. Okay, this is past all that. It says once an area full of fishing, livestock, and agriculture, and the region of the Niger Delta now suffers from depletion of fish, everything we just named. Why? It says because as an area is approved for oil extraction, who's doing that and why? Is because the government made priority to oil extractions. This is why. Okay? They rely on oil to run their country. So as a result, they're approving places they shouldn't. And did I pass it? Yeah. So watch this. So now the government is approving areas for oil extraction, and the land is empty to make way for pipelines. The land is empty. So he blamed all of this on the British. When now you see the Nigerian government is
They were
not,
forced into corrupt deals.
yeah, but then, okay, are they forced to do this? Are they forced to keep approving oil areas for oil extraction? Are they forced to do that, or that's what they want to do?
By this time, yes, they were, because they weren't
Okay,
they didn't they weren't given the proper reparation.
I got you. I got you. So now you're just forced to go ahead. So now you're just forced to keep.
Why don't
So
you read that part of the article
okay. So
that they were forced into a
agriculture.
corrupt deal?
Okay. Agricultural lands and ponds are usually destroyed. This process strips communities of their income. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This process strips communities of their income and brings about the stagnation of society as it struggles to support what? Itself and discover new ways of living. This is the Nigerian government, the government, the government. The attention to native groups and their success remains absent from the Nigerian agenda, not the British agenda. The natives groups like the Ongami community and their success remains absent from the Nigerian agenda. They had their own agenda. Like Focus got his own agenda. Okay, so he's trying to quit these guys when they're dirty and guilty. They're an accomplice to the British and leaves ecosystems in extremely damaged condition. So these guys' hand is in the pot. As Nigeria entered the early 2000s, its oil industry. So now we're talking about the 2000s, dude. We're 30 years removed from what you're talking about. Its oil industry continued to cause harm to the environment. Illegal, I talked about this one. Illegal oil cultivation has been adopted by communities that lost their jobs as farmers and fishermen. So he literally turned fishermen and farmers into criminals. They lost their jobs because Nigeria was focused on oil extraction and improving areas for oil pipelines. These illegal oil sites are rated by the national government to destroy the inventory before it can reach the rest of society, and residential communities become flooded with illegitimate oil. What? So they got illegal oil sites, not the British government. The night they moon, we got them. The Nigerian government has it. See, that's why I said I wanted to start from here. This is my talking points are from here. The early stuff, good information, good history. But this is where I want to start from. These illegal oil sites are rated by the national government to destroy the inventory before it can reach the rest of society, and residential communities become flooded with illegitimate, illegitimate oil. Okay, illegitimate.
Get it out.
Polluted
Illegitimate.
by
Get it
oil
out.
spills. So now this ain't the British government. This is the 2000s. They're talking about the Nigerian government. But when Focus talk, he's gonna remix this and make it say the British government. All right, so he keeps saying force, 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 and this guy lies so much that I mean it's just embarrassing. Okay, so now I'm gonna show you the screen. You let me know where it says force. He kept saying they forced him into business. Okay, so now I found the word force. Okay, so it's only mentioned 4 times. We got colonization forced Nigeria under a unified rule, classifying Nigerians into an African homogeneous identity. Nothing about business. The word force is there. Let's go only 4 times. Okay. Not only does vandalism of oil cause greater pollution of the area attacked, but it also dismisses responsibility that could be forced upon the big oil companies. Where is force into business? He keep using that. He keeps saying it over and over and over. So now it becomes true. Okay, here we are. As government priority is given to oil extraction, communities that once thrived on their own are now being forced to relocate and call for government aid. All right, so nobody was forced into business there either. Now, the 4th time the word force is used, and then last time, communities already polluted by oil spills and gas flaring are forced to participate in the extraction of oil to receive some form of income, and in turn, extend the destruction on the environment. So where did we read anywhere where it said they was forced into a business deal? So Focus kept lying over and over and over, and he wanted me to stop what I was reading to address this lie to throw me off course. That's why I kept on course. I know this guy. He just can't stop lying. Where is forced into a business deal at? Okay, those was his words. It's not there. Okay, so let's get back to the show where I was cooking them. Flat out bust him in the lie. Force, force, force. No force. Okay. Communities already polluted by oil spills. I'm so yeah, thanks for this article. Thanks. I'm gonna use this one instead. Thank you. Communities already polluted by oil spills and gas flaring are forced to participate in the extraction of oil to read. All right, so let me show you my thumbnail for it because he's gonna come back on around 8 o'clock p.m. This is my thumbnail. So that's me graded his paper of what he did last night, his research paper, failing, and all the bush meat on the ground. So that's the thumbnail for tonight. Some form of income. Now look, now who's doing the forcing now? Who's doing the forcing now? It says communities already. So you know the old saying, hurt people hurt people. So now they're hurting their own people. Communities already polluted by oil spills and gas flaring are forced to participate in the extraction of oil to receive some form of income in turn. So they're getting their money, extend the destruction of the environment with no aid from the Nigerian government. With no aid. So now the government can't complain about getting aid from the British government.
Okay.
So wait, I'm not done this article. So your reparations claims in the trash because you're not paying off. So with no aid from the Nigerian government or compensation from large oil spills, so this is Nigerian government, Moon. This is nothing to do with the British government. The residents of the Niger Delta have succumbed to take part in the acceleration of climate change to survive. Look, that's crazy. Okay, so conclusion, it's the best part. Oil in Nigeria continue to be the basis of the nation's GDP coming into the 21st century. The oil demand continues throughout the globe as sustainable options remain sparse. A report from 2000 claims that oil and gas exports accounted for more than 98, it's crazy,
Keep
90%
reading.
of the export earnings, displaying the critical nature of oil to the Nigerian economy. However, the success of oil as an export has caused an enormous decline in agricultural exports. This is what I said, and I was right, which then damaged the nation's economy. As Nigeria continues to struggle politically, they have remained dependent on their control of the oil industry. The economic benefits of oil may not be as expected. Nevertheless, Nigeria continues to prioritize the production of it. Continue to prioritize it. They're crashing out the production of it. Now this is now they have technology. They have technology now. They're a tech country. Nigeria continues to prioritize the production of it at the expense of their environment and native communities. Not all of Nigeria's environmental struggles can be linked to the extraction of crude oil, but the lack of government, the lack of what?
Government, the government, it's
Okay. The lack of that response to the damages done proves where priorities lie. Both the global capitalist system and Nigerian capitalist society that controls Nigeria's management of oil sites are highly concerned with maintaining stability and exportations.
Okay, so let me respond real quick to that. Now you see, it says the global capitalist system is still very much involved. Okay, with the exportation. Hold on. Let me say this real quick, because you just was talking for mad long.
But you just said that within the article.
Right. It says both the global capitalist system and Nigerian capitalist society that controls Nigeria's management of oil sites are highly concerned with maintaining stability and exportation. So, hold on. So, but wait.
No, not but wait. So
No. Hold on.
No, you highlight.
I'm not denying that the Nigerians didn't make corrupt deals with these people. But
dude, I'm asking what you read. See, again, regarding what you read, you highlighted this. I want to know why you highlighted this. Who's involved? Global capital.
bro, why can't I talk?
Because I'm asking you who's involved. You highlighted this sentence. Why you can't say it? Who's involved here? What's the both? The both are
the Nigerian capitalist government and the global capitalist government, okay, which is global,
wait.
not.
I'm almost done. I got what two? I'm almost done.
Okay, then I could talk.
Yeah, why stop? I'll let you go for 10, 12 minutes.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish the article. What was that? Once rich agricultural. Yeah, I'm just reading. I don't care to give a commentary afterwards.
Read.
Once rich agricultural lands are now polluted by oil, gas, flaring. Did I read the line? Or deforested to make with pipelines, the environmental toll felt by the Nigerian oil industry in most ways is permanent, but with the immediate intervention and company reparations for cleanup, there could still be hope for Nigerian communities surrounding the Niger Delta. Had it not been for the British colonization of Nigeria and the discovery of natural resources, Nigeria may never have introduced oil extraction into the society. So this oil would never have been there. Okay. But Nigeria is happy this. Nigeria continues to feel the everlasting effects of colonialism as it works to build a sustainable, independent nation that can compete with countries who exploited them for decades. Ultimately, Nigeria's intentions of allowing, not force, allowing is different from force, is actually the opposite. Nigeria's intentions of allowing oil extraction to run their country have resulted not only in political instability and continuous civil unrest, but an everlasting strain on its land that's contributed to the current climate crisis. In my point, a shithole country that's fucked up, a bunch of scammers and sellouts. I'm done.
Okay. All right. So first of all, the point you made last night is absolutely incorrect, because you tried to portend as though these Nigerians found this oil and the primary reason they lost it was because they were siphoning from each other and stealing from each other, and then they end up fucking up their economy. That's the point you made last night. You never mentioned the colonial powers. You never mentioned the fact that they were forced into corrupt deals with these global corporate systems, and they were forced, according to this article, into these deals with these global corrupt systems based upon the fact that they were exploited for 70 years. This is why the conclusion, even though you tried to skim over it at the end, says that had it not been for British colonization of Nigeria and the discovery of natural resources, Nigeria may have never introduced oil extraction into their society. Nigeria continues to feel the everlasting effects of colonialism. Okay, so the colonialism effects still exist. That's my point. You made the point last night that they didn't even find oil until after the colonial powers left, when I told you that Britain was all involved in what happened in Nigeria. You tried to act like, well, no, they didn't find out about oil until Britain left, and then they dumbasses abandoned their agriculture for this oil industry, and then they fucked the oil industry up because they start stealing it from each other. That's what you tried to act like. You never mentioned the everlasting facts of colonialism. Effects of colonialism. You never mentioned the fact that they were exploited for 70 years and basically forced into a dependent oil dependent society because of colonialism. You never mentioned the fact that they were forced into corrupt deals because of this. You never mentioned the fact that the 1914 Mineral Act actually, even when the British abruptly left, which was wrong in itself in 1960, they still British in these global corporate oil folks still had control of all the subsurface resources for a decade afterwards, and then right after that they forced them into corrupt ass deals, and still until today they are dependent. The global oil economy is still dependent on the natural
Yeah, I don't think I had the
extraction
microphone
of
next to
oil
my mouth. I
from
realized that
Nigeria.
last
So
night,
all of
and
this you left
I was
out, and you
so
tried to
done
act
with this
like
guy.
it
I
was
didn't
this
even care.
shithole African booty scratcher
Pull the
country
trigger.
who
To
start
be honest,
stealing from each
I
other
seen the
after
microphone not
they
near my
made the
mouth,
decision to
and I was like,
leave
I don't give a damn.
agriculture
How does it
after
sound right now? Does it sound good?
after they didn't even find oil until after the colonial powers left. All that shit is bullshit, and all that shit is wrong. They were exploited for 70 years. Okay, after the British left, they British maintain control of all the subsurface resources. Then, when they abruptly left, they did not leave them in a position to mine the oil themselves, which is why.
Here I go talking on mute. Okay, so what he does really well and is really bad. He misrepresents your argument as though it's your argument. My argument was never to explain why um Nigeria was in a condition of turmoil or whatever with the white man. I don't care because we all know, we could just assume that all black countries ran it for the most part ran into white supremacy and was colonized to a degree. Okay, controlled or colonized to a degree. So to me that's a given. But what I'm speaking on is the present going to the past, not the past to the present, present to the past. You know why? Because a lot of these tethers are talking about our present condition. So what we do is say, well, look at your present condition. All right. Just like they don't consider Jim Crow, redlining, housing segregation. They don't consider 40 acres in a mule deal reneged. They don't consider Tulsa, Oklahoma. They don't consider 100 years of lynching. They don't consider Jim Crow. They just look at our current condition and say, look at those Akatas, those Yankees. They're squandering opportunities. They don't want to work. They don't want to walk. They're unemployed. They're on welfare. So they're looking at our present, and they're not even wanting to know how we got here. Okay, so I'm looking at their present too, and then I'm going backwards just a little bit. Not all the way to white supremacy. I'm going backwards all up to the point where they were considered independent. Now, if their independence is in 1962, and DJ Focus' argument is they were not truly independent, then that's their fault. Why are you claiming independence and got this stupid goofy flag when you're not independent? So you're lying to the people. Okay, so that's not my job to explain white supremacy ins and outs throughout Nigeria. No, I'm playing the same game. I'm playing the same game Nigerians are playing. Okay, You want to look at us today and judge us? Well, I'm looking at you today and judging you. All right. And everything I read was a fact. I don't give a damn about the hidden hand because they're talking about us and they don't care about our hidden hand. So it's mano y mano, is 1v1. You dig? So that's where I'm at. So he's misrepresenting me saying, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. That's a lie. Okay. As I just articulated just now, my true standpoint, which always been it, my true standpoint. I'm looking at these countries as the shitholes they are today. And I would go a little back until they were independent. I don't really care too much about when it was colonized. If you follow my arguments, is normally from their independence on, okay, or their freedom on. Now we know that I could finish the debate, which was one-sided. But he'll be back tonight to try again.
They had to be forced into corrupt deals with Shell and these other companies throughout the world, and Shell maintained control.
And you see how excited he is. You see how minded. Like I have a temperament about me. I have moments where I turn up, right? And I have moments where, let me see. I hope the microphone is good. Peace, Uncle Ruckus. Hey, man, I'm talking, and this new microphone I got, I hate it. I hate this new microphone. I hate it. I'm always stepping on it, or my body's pressing it, where it keeps turning the volume down, or it goes complete mute. Okay, every time. So, Kaisha, peace. Florida Chucker, Uncle Ruckus, peace. So I won't repeat everything I just said earlier, but I will just say that he's misrepresenting my argument. My argument was not to know about Nigeria's inception, right? All the way to our present. No, I'm playing tit for tat. Nigerians and all these other shithole countries, they're not looking at our past, Jim Crow, redlining, housing segregation, the renege on 40 acres and a mule, the sabotage of the Freedmen's Bank, 100 years of lynching, pianist system, convict leasing, the new Jim Crow, school to prison pipeline, the old Jim Crow. They don't consider that when they talk about our present condition. They don't consider none of the above. Okay. So when I look at their current condition focus, I'm not considering their white supremacy hand either. They're not considering our white supremacy hand. I'm not considering theirs. So now you know my true argument is tit for tat. We're starting where we are now, right? So we're saying who's better off. Now I will go to their past. They won't go to our past because they're lazy. They're lazy minded. I will go to their past, but guess what, Trucker? Guess what, Ruckus? Guess what, Kaisha? I'm gonna stop where they're independent because when they're not independent, I understand that a lot of things are not in their control. So for focus to keep going back where they were colonized, it's like, dude, I'm not even arguing that. That's a given. Most of us understand that a lot of these black countries were under the rule of white supremacy. I'm only attacking them once they were freed, and then when they were given. So once they were freed, I'm attacking that point, and then when they were given their independence. So these countries' independence is like our civil rights. So a lot of times their freedom comes first, and then their independence comes later. So we were free 1865, and our independence came 100 years later, 1964. Okay. So in 1965, 66, 67, 68. So this is my position and always been my position. My position is their present, and I will go as back as far as their independence or their freedom. So I'm attacking them from that timeline all the time. Okay. I don't really go back to white supremacy ruling over them. None of these shithole countries. I start at independence or their freedom. Because Remember, what they're doing is looking at us and pointing a finger and waving their finger. And I'm saying, really? Well, look at you. Look what you got going on. So I don't need to know the whys and hows because they don't care about our whys and hows. There's everybody on board. So I come from that. I can be as petty as them. I can get as low as them. Lil John, the East Side Boys. Okay, I could get limbo low. I could get low like a lowrider. You dig? So it's no problem. So for him to give us a history lesson on Belgium involved in the beginning, we care less. All we want to know is when Belgium left, what was going on. And they were making deals. Nobody forced them into a deal. They were making deals because they wanted to be greedy and level up at their own people's expense. That never happened over here, by the way. And these are the leaders. These are the leaders, the ruling class of Nigeria that is and Rwanda that is benefiting the same way the UK or the Belgians were benefiting at one time. So they're no different than the oppressor. And y'all know the saying, hurt people hurt people. So they were hurt by white man, and then they took that hurt and hurt their own people. So when does it stop? It don't stop. Rock it to the beat, y'all. So that's the problem. And that's what DJ Focus can't get focused on. I need him to get focused on I'm arguing their condition after the white man physically left them. Okay? So either they're independent or they're not. So Focus, are you saying when they were independent, they were not independent? See, every Nigerian would disagree with you. They would claim they got independence. But that's what your pan-Afroism gets you. It gets you where you are now. Okay, so now y'all know my true position. Okay, I'm going to be quiet and play the rest of it. And he's coming back on in about 2 hours. All right, I'm going to let him go in for like 10, 12 minutes straight. He's going to preach. I'm talking. I'm pausing. I'm stopping. He doesn't pause or stop. He just keep going like a run-on sentence. I'm pausing. I'm stopping. I'm gathering my thoughts. I'm putting my words together the best I can. But I'm not in a rush to just say a whole bunch of nothing. But when he come on tonight, listen to see if he's going to stop and pause. And I'm like, yo, somewhere in your communication, there has to be a comma. There has to be a question mark or a period or semicolon or a colon. Somewhere you got to use a punctuation mark in your speech to make you stop. Then he wonder why nobody understand what he's saying, dude, because you're not stopping and slowing down and creating independent clauses and clauses. You're just going on and on and on.
Over the oil reserves straight up until this day. You never mentioned none of that. You try to act like it was just this independent Nigerian economy.
Yeah, I'm still waiting I need a sister to call in. I ain't say it gotta be you, Kaisha, but I would like it to be you. You can call, I want you to call. But we need some representation from the sisters. We need equal representation so some tether won't say, hey man, y'all oppressing y'all sisters. They can't even talk. Like this ain't the red pill space. We allow and we welcome equality, equal representation. So we would love a sister. You ain't got to debate. We'll beat them up. But if you want to highlight something or reiterate something or add to the conversation or even debate yourself if you wanted to, that's all welcome. All right. Just want to say that.
And the only reason that they fuck their money up is because they start stealing from each other. All that is bullshit. Okay? All that is bullshit. That may have been a tactic that people were forced into based upon the fact that the agricultural market was depleted based upon oil reserves. But let's not forget, they've had it from 1901 till 1970, the British, okay? And then we haven't had 70 years up till now. You barely have 50 and some change. So who destroyed the agriculture more? The 70-year colonialists, the Shell, BP, who forced these people into a deal because they were already dependent on an oil economy based upon what the colonialists did, okay? And then, or just the Nigerians who were forced into this oil dependent economy based upon the everlasting effects of colonialism. So don't cherry pick the article to try to only point out Nigerian fault and Nigerian culpability while you reprove Massa. What do you mean? They forced them into a deal. That doesn't mean anything. They were being businessmen. They just made a deal. No, they forced them into a corrupt deal, knowing what they were going to do, knowing that they still had control over the subsurface resources, knowing that they created an oil dependent economy, not just dependent upon for the Nigerians, but dependent upon the global oil market, and it's still dependent upon the global oil market of today. These people use Nigeria to become a dominant force in the oil market around the world, one of the most dominant forces in the oil market around the world. And as I said, you think they just left abruptly and that was it? No, they left with a plan. They left with a plan to remove their culpability or hide their hand, if you will, while they made corrupt ass deals, forced them into corrupt ass deals, and exploited the fact that they made them an independent oil economy. They made them that. That's why in the conclusion, it clearly says that the environmental toll of the Nigerian oil industry is, in most ways, is permanent. They didn't create that permanency. Even if you say they turned a blind eye to the Ogani because they had already made the deal, okay, and there was nothing they could do after they were forcing the corrupt deal, they did not make the effects permanent. Colonialism made it. Neo-colonialism made it. And all of that is in this article, okay? The corrupt deals by the global oil companies made this permanent, which is why the article further says that if it not had been for British colonization of Nigeria and the discovery of natural resources, Nigeria may have not even introduced that oil extraction into their society, okay? But Nigeria continues to feel the everlasting effects of colonialism, everlasting. So while you sitting here trying to point the fingers at Nigerians only, this article clearly states that the effects of colonialism are everlasting. And Nigerians still feel it. They've never been able to escape it. They were raped of their land. They were raped of their resources and raped by people who benefited solely and never put nothing back into the Nigerian people. They had to fight to get some sort of independence. And when they got the independence, they said, all right, you want to be independent? We'll leave you abruptly, but we won't replenish you. We won't give you oil reserves. We won't repair you, give you reparations and the things you need to and deserve based upon our exploitation of you, give you the things you need and deserve to keep the oil economy thriving and keep it thriving for the Nigerian people. They forced them into a position. And once they were forced into this position, okay, they had no other choice. They were left in a frantic scramble, the article said, to try to build some sort of society from scratch. So you build colonial powers, you build yourselves as the number one oil market based upon Nigeria, but then when you leave them, you say you got to build it from scratch and build it from scratch while we still own all the subsurface resources. They fucking pulled a corrupt ass deal, underdeveloped Nigeria on purpose, okay? And the everlasting effects of colonialism are still in effect today. So you could try to pick and choose points from the articles that only make the colonialists look bad. But the fact of the matter is, it's much more deeper than that, just like it was much more deeper in Rwanda with the Belgium and the France involvement. You coons want to run around here trying to remove white supremacy's culpability in these underdevelopment of Africa. But as we read in all of the articles I presented, whether it's France, Belgium, Britain, or the corrupt global oil market who forced Nigeria in these corrupt deals, all of them were responsible for exploiting these African countries for its natural oils and minerals and resources. Now, we know that the colonial powers exploited Africa for their mineral and resources. It's only you coons that sit up here trying to act like, what? They didn't.
Okay, so most likely this live won't be running around 8 o'clock. So actually, he got about 22 minutes of ranting, and then I'm gonna close this one down. So the new number, we won't know until we start a new live because the number changes every time a new live is started. Okay, so all you gotta do, sis, is be around 8 o'clock, and I will send the new phone number, in the chat, and you can just call. Okay.
Exploit anything. It was the Nigerians who did it. The Rwandans killed themselves. You want to remove the culpability of white folks and of white supremacy because it benefits your bullshit ass argument when you're trying to destroy the credibility or culpability of everybody else's fight for reparations. Okay, and you want to act as though these shithole ass countries.
Or did you want to call in now? So you said what's the number? I wasn't sure if you was asking for later on during a new live, or did you want to call in now? I wasn't sure which you know which live you were talking about.
Countries was governing themselves the whole time and they just couldn't get right. No, at the end of the day, it wasn't that they just couldn't get right. They were plotted against, okay? Like we were plotted against. They were destroyed like we were destroyed. They were corrupt deals and programs and policies put in place by these colonial powers to purposely fuck them up and fuck them over. And guess what? Like I said, the agriculture was destroyed based upon the oil production that Britain introduced and controlled for 70 plus years and then still control now, but through shell companies and all the rest of it. There's a global need for Nigeria's oil, and that money is not going back into Nigeria. That money is going to everybody the fuck else, okay? So don't sit here and act like this article bolsters your point, because it didn't. It destroyed your point. It destroyed that point you made last night. You purely lied last night.
The only confirmed liar is him, and we got it on record. Okay. And he was misrepresenting his own argument. Like, how do you read an argument? How do you read an article and then how do you read an article and expound on it? Like, dude, like how are you expounding on somebody else's work? Just read the information and pull out from what's within the information. That's called exegesis, right? You're exegizing the text. But what you don't do is put in the text what's not there or intended to be there by the author. That's called eisegesis. So that's what he's doing. He's eisegizing the text and not exegizing the text. That's why I stopped. Okay, like he said, number one, oil supply. He said French was or Belgium was, or Shell was as a result of Nigeria, which he didn't say that. I caught him on that. And then like he used the word stole or still in the article, and that's not there either. It said exploiting and it said forcing. So I said, brother, does forcing equal stealing? He said no. I said, okay, do exploitation equal stealing? He said no. I said, so why would you say the word stealing when that's not in the article? Oh well, but so he's the only liar and only person who misrepresent articles, and I caught it right away. Like, yo, hold up. I called him out on the spot. Like, dude, it doesn't say those words. Why are you putting those words there? Why you just can't use the words that they're using and give back what you learned and what you think is vital for your position. But obviously the article wasn't sufficient enough if you got to add to the article to make his point stronger, which the article still agrees with me because I gave you my position on this stuff. Like, the fact is that the Nigerian government where they became complicit on um shitting on the Ongani tribe community over money. Like they did it because they were getting paid by Shell BP. Yeah, this is about to end. Yeah, so that's the fact. Okay, but I let him rant for 40 minutes and lie. You know, I didn't mind. Like, dude, just go ahead. Because the article said what it said, and at this point, people just gonna get it or not. You can't force somebody to get it.
Right? When you said that the colonial powers left before Nigeria found oil, that was a pure lie and fabrication, and you made that shit up, okay? Because they didn't leave after. I mean, they didn't find oil after colonial people left. No, colonial people came there and they started extracting oil from the line of scrimmage. And then even after they left, they still controlled it for another decade after that. So all that bullshit you was talking last night that these people left and then the Nigerians found oil, and the only reason they fucked it up is because the Nigerians started siphoning reserves. No, the Nigerians were forced into the position of siphoning reserve because the British already fucked up the whole land. They fucked up the land through their illegal extraction of the oil. They fucked up the land through the corrupt deals that they forced the Nigerians into making. Okay, so let's not do that. All right, you could all of these.
Now keep in mind, he keeps saying that, but we didn't read it. Okay, I found the word force. It was used 4 times, and never once never once did it say that the French forced Nigeria into a corrupt deal, a corrupt business deal. So, but you know, if he says it over and over and over and over, it must be true.
Countries you talk about shithole, we can
And if you say it with enough conviction, it must be true.
Go and trace back all of the colonial powers and their hidden hand involved in the destruction of these African nations. So let's just stop this bullshit acting like.
Okay, and like look at all this energy he has in this conversation, and then he'll justify it by subjectively saying I did something wrong, I'm lying, I'm being deceitful, and like, but this is how he debates, by the way. No matter if it's religion, we could do sports. Somebody's always cynical, facetious. Like he always got to make somebody the bad guy. Like nobody's agenda is pure but his. You can't just have an opposing argument. You can't just have an opposing opinion and you want to stick with it and you don't want to conform to his. Don't ever do that with this guy because you are the devil and you have this wicked hidden agenda and all this other stuff that he wants to use as fuel to sound and behave like this. Like this is how he justifies unruly behavior. But he said the French or Shell BP oil extraction was illegal, but in the article it talked about Nigeria extraction oil was illegal. I mean, you can't make this up. So tonight, you know, we're gonna look at the article a little more deeper, and we're gonna see what it's really saying and what it's not. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. But what we are gonna do is when he says something, force into a deal, we're gonna have him prove it on the spot. Okay. I keep letting him know how this platform is. This platform is if this is the show me platform. Okay. If you say it, you got to show it. Okay, if you say it and you get called on it, you got to show it. Because sometimes we don't even care. Just finish up, my boys. I can go. But but the way it works here, this with anybody. If you save something and we call you on it, you know, you got to kind of show where you got it from or retract it.
Like Nigerians were just fully in control of themselves, and Nigerians just fully had control of all of the oil, and they was this rich ass country that only got fucked up because they start stealing from each other. That's how you tried to present the argument last night, and it's false and it's bullshit.
Okay, so look, I mean, he's spitting everywhere. He's the only person in his surroundings, right? But he comes from that black power background where the white man's a devil and he can never be any good, and everything the white man does is horrible, and everything that's going wrong in these African countries is all the white man fault, even when these countries continue the practice of the white man, and the white man's long gone. It's still the white man's fault. It's always the white man's fault. So let's give these corrupt governments a pass, and let's go ahead and link up with them and do a business deal with these corrupt governments as they are, as they stand. And I say, miss me.
It's fictitious, okay? This article, nor does American history, world history, backs up that point. Okay, that point was 100% trash and bullshit, and it was only designed to make the Nigerians look bad, okay, and to make you look good.
Yeah, it's all Yakub's fault. So Kaisha said, so if they understood white supremacy so well, why are they so right, right? Like these guys actually took notes from white supremacy and said, so how you do it? So walk me through this. And then when white man left, they continued every last practice. You can find this in most black countries in the world. They before the white man left, the white man left the blueprint how to continue his sick behavior. And these black governments says, thank you, sir. We will call you back when we need you again.
Good, and then to make the white supremacist power structure look good. Last night you said what? The black people are in America are the only people who can make the claim of being underdeveloped or plotted against by America, as if we are unique in that right. But that's not true. Everywhere we go around the country,
that's not what I said. So again, again, in order for him, now I can actually clip what I said on the first debate Friday, and I can repeat what I said today. I said we are the only black people, okay, to never come up from the thumb of white supremacy. Stop. I said we were the only black people to never come up under the thumb of white supremacy. I said they've always been here monitoring us, influencing us, and affecting us. That's what I said. I said every other black country at some point got their independence from white supremacy, and the white people physically left them. Our white supremacy problem did not leave us. We're under their government. We're under their just name it. We're under all elements of white supremacy. It never left us. We had a small break, and I believe that was the Black Reconstruction era, where white supremacy for the first time didn't govern us. Okay, if y'all know another time, you let me know. But I say the only time FBAs and ADOS and free people did not experience white supremacy was during the Black Reconstruction. And what happened? We thrived like no other black nation. Okay? We thrived like no other black nation. It was our glory days. And then what happened? The KKK formed and came in hundreds and thousands of numbers, right? And they got us from all those powerful positions and all those riches that we gained. They sabotaged it, took our homes, and really just created the system of Jim Crow after that. And now you see the system of peonage, the system of convict leasing, and all type of housing segregation laws, all type of zoning laws, all type of just name it, discrimination laws, water fountain, don't drink for this. That's when all this started popping up. It was after they dethroned us from our Black Reconstruction era. So again, so every time he quotes me, believe me, it's going to be 100% chopped and screwed. Okay. I don't know why he just can't make his argument without trying to quote me. Now with this guy, I don't got to quote him. I quote the article. So I don't make it that personal where I got to quote him. I go with the argument. I say, hey, the article really agrees with me. But for him to go, he got to keep trying to attack my character, which is why he's a clown. Like he's actually the clown emoji. That's actually him with a clown mask on. You know, when they came up with the clown emoji, it was him with the clown mask on. They took a picture and put it in these emojis. Okay. But that, and you'll see it tonight. All tonight, I'm going to tell you right now, all tonight, he's going to attack my character. He's going to misquote me. It's going to be all about me and not the information. It's going to be all about me and not what we're reading in the articles. He's going to, oh man, you're being cynical. You're being facetious. He's going to paint me out to be this evil, no good, can't get right, FBA ADOS free person. That's what he's going to do. Well, I'll never attack his character or nothing like that. I'm just going to just debunk the argument. Okay. When you debate, you're debating the argument, not each other personalities, not each other, you know, none of that stuff. It's the information. But he can't do it because he can't win that way. He can't beat me with information. So he got to be sloppy and messy and try to attack me with nothing but lies, by the way. All lies. All lies. All lies matter.
That we see shithole fucked up ass countries, yeah, America was right there. And when I mentioned Libya earlier, and I mentioned how Gaddafi was trying to create an African Union, kind of like the European Union, okay, and how that would have put Africa at the forefront of the world.
I don't know where he got that from. Like, let me. Now, this is some fantasy stuff right here. Now, what do you mean? Hey, let's go back. This is some fantasy stuff. Listen to his claim again.
Trying to create an African Union, kind of like the European Union, how yeah, America was right there. And when I
now, by the way, he has no idea that North Africans are not Africans like sub-Saharan Africans. He has no idea that the Gaddafis, the Libyas, and all those folks up there, they are a different type of African. They're not the sub-Saharan African like we are, that we have in our genetics. He has no idea that they are North African. They're like Morocco. They're more like a Semite. They're more Egyptian. He has no idea that. He thinks that they're just as black and African as us, sub-Saharan African. So wait till he learn that sometime. But that's a whole different. So my point for saying that was Gaddafi was going to do something for North Africa. You dig? The Middle East. He was not going to join equally with Zimbabwe, Liberia, Nigeria, Sudan, all these places. That was not going to happen. But let's hear this fantasy, this cartoon narrative.
I mentioned Libya earlier, and I mentioned how Gaddafi was trying to create an African.
He said, I mentioned Libya early, and I stopped him because we're talking about Nigeria. We're talking about Rwanda only. Why are you mentioning a third country? We're not even done with Nigeria. So that's why I stopped him. Like, dude, we're not going to do that. That's called rabbit holes. He don't want to focus on one thing. He likes to jump around so you can't hold him down. Like, no, we could talk about Libya a whole different day, but not today. Because Libya is not a black African country. Okay?
African Union, kind of like the European Union, okay, and how that would have put Africa.
He heard him. That would have put us. Then he said Africa. I told you this guy is a Pan-Africanist in denial. He said that would have put us, and then he corrected himself. Oh shit, FBAs and ADOS are listening. He switched it to Africa. I'm gonna play this back for him. That would have put us, Africa.
Kind of like the European Union, okay, and how that would have put Africa at the forefront of the world when it comes to resources and when it comes to the value.
Okay, this is all make believe.
Of the unified African dollar. They killed Gaddafi. They sent drone over there and killed his ass.
Oh, okay. All right, Uncle Ruckus. All right, I know you are now. So you know, Colleen, Miss Brand, yeah, Brand's my guy. Yeah, I wish I'd have had him when I had my virgin birth run. When I was debating the virgin birth, Brand would have been a great source of help right there.
Because they wanted to destabilize any chance of Africa uniting. This is
Dr. Umar. Oh my God, that's a whole nother That's a whole nother one.
What they do, they go over to Africa and they covertly and overtly destabilize and destroy it, and then hide their hand and put out bullshit articles like the UN article you read.
So again, a bullshit article in his mind is an article that doesn't agree with his narrative. And a great article is an article that agrees with his narrative. That's how he judge articles, whether they're good or not.
Okay, that just point the blame at the niggas. Yeah, you goddamn Africans.
Yeah. This guy talking about Gaddafi when his own people like sodomize him and beat him dead in the street. But somehow he would have unified. Again, this is a make-believe dream that was in the final call. So if the final call says it, so the UN.org is a horrible source of information. But the final call, my God, that is some great journalism. That is a great source. They're not biased at all.
They just gonna point the blame at them. But we're gonna remove all culpability, which is what you tried to do just now, from the white colonial powers. You ain't gonna pull that small time stuff over on me, brother. You pick and choose and cherry pick this argument right here. I mean, this article right here, and try to find little keywords.
Notice how he does not pause. He doesn't take a break. He just keeps going. And this is for 40 minutes straight. And he said he only stopped because the phone died. So he'd have gave you 2 hours of not even breathing.
Nigeria's government, they abandoned the old guy.
Oh yeah. So ILCK, it's a Keep It Real Israel. So I'm gonna use that channel for the Bible debates. Yeah. So I'm gonna open that channel back up, and there we'll debate salvation. Is it for everyone, or is it just for a special people? Okay. That's where we're going now.
Money, okay, as if that trumps in any way the Britain's involvement with the destabilization of Nigeria, the corrupt deal.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna log into it so you can subscribe. It's going to be yeah. So as I'm playing this, I'm gonna log into that channel.
That was made by Shell and the neo-colonialism and colonialism that left everlasting effects on that country. Everlasting. They can't get it back. 98% of the land is destroyed. You can't get it back because you mined the oil for so long and left the Nigerians dependent on an oil-based economy. They don't have nothing left. And when they tried to fight to gain control over it, you left them high and dry after exploiting them, after having them fighting.
Well, in those arguments, Uncle Ruckus, there's only one place to stand. Like there's no, you're right, I'm right. Maybe there's only one place to stand on. There's a right side and a wrong side. So when it comes to salvation for all or just a special people, somebody's going to be wrong 100% and somebody's going to be right 100%.
All of your wars, you conscripted Nigerian human beings to fight in World War I, to fight in World War II, to fight for the British in all of their wars. So you stole the land from the people, then you stole the people from the land. And you had them fighting for your wars, okay? And then after exploiting them and becoming this big global actor in the oil market, the least you could do, okay, since you want to give Israel reparations and fund them with billions of dollars and make sure they got the Iron Dome.
Oh yeah, and I'm pro-Israel on top of all that.
And make sure they have weapons and make sure they have the allied backing of America and all of these colonial.
I live in America. Why the hell would I be for another country to destroy us? Yeah, I mean, that is like the most asinine things one can do. I live in America, and let's say if America is doing some BS behind my back, it's like I still got to roll with it. Why would I be like, nah, America need to be destroyed. Let me live in a dilapidated shithole like these other countries. No. If America is doing some naughty stuff in the background, oh well, you did. You said, oh well. I feel sorry for those people, but I got to continue living my best life and trying to be better. Over here it's like all in. Like we all in over here.
Colonial powers, the least you could do is actually leave them with some of the infrastructure or technology that they can mine the oil
He
themselves.
said I lied almost 100%. Nah, yeah, I mean, I came to, sometimes you have that moment where you just look at things for what it is and be like, you know what? Damn, like this is just the way it is. Like what's that? Changes by Tupac. This is the way it is. Like, wow, you can accept it and be good, or you could be delusional and deny it and sound like this guy.
But you didn't do that. You left them abruptly. You left them high and dry. You refused to give them any of the technology. So, as this article says, they were forced in a frantic race to build their infrastructure
Yeah,
from
he
scratch.
didn't breathe yet.
But how do we do that? How do you build from scratch when all we got is oil? We don't have the agriculture like we used to
What
have.
you mean we? I told you this dude's a Pan-Africanist.
All we have is oil because you fucked up the land for so long, okay? And then you created an oil-based economy. So how do we do that without making a deal with you?
Yeah, if you click my other logo, the logo that says Unbiased Ron, if you click that logo, you're gonna see what my logo is. Yeah, I'm American flagged out.
For the technology, which is why the article says they were forced into corrupt deals. The deals was corrupt, but they didn't have no other choice because of the
Okay,
everlasting.
now he said it again. He said forced. They were forced into deals. I'm gonna need him to read that verbatim, okay? And then we will grant him with. I don't think that's there.
Effects of colonial the choice into corrupt deals, which is why the article says they were forced into corrupt deals.
I didn't read that one time, so I'm gonna need him to come tonight, 8 o'clock, and read to us where it says they were forced into corrupt business deals. These guys, that's all. You read that, fine. Point made. But I don't think it's there.
The deals was corrupt, but they didn't have no other choice because of the everlasting effects of colonialism. You got to read this whole article and read it in context and from a point of view that is not skewed by you trying to reprove white supremacy for everything that they have done. Okay, so let's stop the bullshit. All right.
Look. Is he gonna take a pause?
Let's stop the bullshit. That's the problem with this argument of yours and you guys. You are so hell bent on pointing the finger at other black nations and other black people that you refuse to point the finger at the hidden hand of the colonial powers that exist in every one of these stories of underdevelopment.
Okay, so here we go. Tomorrow, I refuse to point to the hidden hand of the colonial powers. All this violin talk. We already know that that's history. But again, this is a tit for tat thing. I'm American, all right? So I got to defend myself, my country. So when I hear a person who's not American and they're being anti-American and deliberately to black people in America specifically, okay, then I'm not going to look at colonialism in your country when it happened. I'm going to look at you guys when you got your independence or freedom. And I want to compare and contrast us versus you. When we got our freedom and when you got yours, who were better off? Who is better off? Okay. So for you to look at us and say we're squandering opportunities, and then I look at your history and see that all you do is just commit genocides on your own people. I don't believe you have the right to wag your finger towards Black Americans at all. Matter of fact, we are your superiors in every which way. So you should be looking at us for answers and to build an alliance and take the back seat on the bus, Rosa Parks. Okay, there's no equality. There's no equality with Black Americans in another Black country somewhere else. All you guys are getting into the back of the bus because all of your governments are questionable with corruption, compromise, CIA informants. Okay, so or y'all can just get out the way. Like I said before, we ain't got to build no alliance with you guys. We don't need you. We never did. We got things done, and not one of y'all was over here helping us. So we, you know, what I mean, we can just part ways, and you can do you, boo, and we'll be fine.
Okay, so stop. It's bullshit, bro. And you sitting here trying to.
He said they move here. Right. Yeah. Yeah, right. When you sign that, oh yeah, nah. He not aggressive with those folks. He got the red carpet. Yeah, all he do is excuse their behavior. And the first time we talked, he's talking about what about black on black crime? I'm like, really? You wanna compare our crime to theirs? 41,000 Nigerians died when they got their independence, and those coups, those coups were formed. 41,000 Nigerians died. When have we ever did anything in America where we killed 41,000 Black Americans ever, like total? These guys did that in one summer, like it was nothing. Yeah, so we ain't doing that.
Yeah, the Nigerians, they just abandoned the economy. Look at them. The Nigerian government was the problem. No. Everlasting effects of colonialism was the problem.
His dude said everlasting effects. First of all, this is a white woman's opinion, and her opinion is criticized. Like this dude acting like what she wrote was law. This was one woman with an opinion who is considered a left wing in her country. She's against neoliberalism, and she's against a whole bunch. So she has a political stance. So she's framing the French government in a certain way. Okay, she's entitled to that, but this is just her one opinion. But no worry, because I we're gonna look at some other things. Because one source don't rule, right? One source is one source. We look at others. Okay, and the others didn't say what he's saying. The others didn't say all that stuff he's saying, but they put all the blame on the Belgians. The other source put the um pin the tail on the donkey. Okay, they blame those who were involved. So out of those 90 people who were prosecuted, how many were Belgian and how many were from the Tutsi and the Hutu?
You destroying our land was the problem. You forcing us into corrupt deals was the problem. You abruptly leaving us was the problem. The 1914 Mineral Act that allowed you to keep all the subsurface resources was the problem. These were the problems that existed. Okay, so let's stop with the bullshit, bruh. Like it's bullshit. Like what y'all do and what you're trying to say. Now you tried to, employ a tactic of.
See, it's look like this guy making me Hitler. Bro, it's okay. We're just debating opposing viewpoints. Now I'm just diabolical Hitler now. You tried to employ this, but you're just kind-hearted. You're a teddy bear. You don't have an agenda. You don't want to win. You just want to just be correct.
Shutting me off and muting me
Yeah,
to
it
make it
is him.
appear as if I ain't got no knowledge or I'm slow or I couldn't really understand and this, that, and the third.
Brother, the dog will holler if he's hit by a rock. Okay, I'm not going to apologize. You are a horrible researcher. Okay, you are. You're horrible. You're not known for good research.
But those tactics not going to work when I have a chance to really speak and break down the article for what it is, break down the history for what it is, the history of exploitation, the history of colonialism, the history of neo-colonialism, the history of corrupt business deals. Like, stop, bruh. Like, stop. Stop. I don't want to hear it. Now, we can go to the next country you want to tomorrow, and I will explain to you, too, how Europeans had involvement in underdeveloping that country as well.
All right, so we're gonna talk about Jamaica then. So we're gonna revisit Rwanda, we're gonna revisit Nigeria, and then we're gonna sit on Jamaica. That's my favorite country to criticize.
Just like I destroyed you with with Rwanda tonight, you're gonna bring up some article that is totally devoid of Belgium's involvement and then try to give it credibility. They only mentioned Belgium one time. Look at this. Only which, as soon as we pull up the other article, we got Belgium.
Yo, that's because Ruckus. That's because he literally Googled Belgian's hand in Rwanda. Dude, if you Google Belgian's hand in Rwanda, you're gonna read Belgian. But if you just Google Rwanda genocide without guiding Google, we'll get a neutral article. But if you're steering it, you're going to find an article, whether good or bad, talking about Belgian's hand in Rwanda. Why we just can't Google or look up something about Rwanda genocide? Why we gotta put somebody there? Okay, I wonder if I type in Chinese hand in Rwanda if that will actually pop up. Let me try that. Let me try that. Let me try that. Let me just see. Okay, just kill my suspicion. Oh my God. Yeah, I was just messing around. Look at this. Are you serious? Following the Rwandan genocide, China provided Rwanda with 20 million. Okay. But you see how you can just guide it. You could just type something in there. And I had no idea. I had no idea China was involved in any form. But as you can see, when you guide it, yeah, it's going to mention those people. Because we didn't read China one time in there. But you see that they were involved after the fact. But that's not how you research, though. You don't research guiding it somewhere. That was funny. Okay, so matter of fact, let me come back over here. Okay, let's do this. Okay, there we go. Belgium's involvement in Rwanda genocide. Okay, so now this is my article. This is his article. What's the big deal? Okay, but this is the third article, so we're gonna go with this one now. Okay, we're gonna go, and look, this is the fourth one. So are you trying to tell me we can only read this article? This is one he favored. So we can't read, so he dismissed mine. And by the way, this is .org, this is .edu, this is .com, by the way. This is .org, this is .com. Okay. So can we trust University of Minnesota? Because he used the University of Massachusetts for Nigeria's research right here. It was yeah, see, it says right here. UMass EDU. So this was his source for Nigeria. See? So like he pick and chooses like what sources. Okay, can we stay with universities then? Okay, so this is UMass EDU. Okay, so can we just stay right with universities? And if that's the case, we're gonna look at this later on tonight. Okay, the University of Minnesota. Can we stay with university papers? All right, let's not go overseas to .com of some private white woman who's trying to make $1 off of 15 cents. Can we just stick to universities? Okay, where we know they're peer reviewed. And don't worry, I'm gonna show guys how to research. Well, not me, but I'm gonna read from Google how to research thoroughly, how to avoid pulling up BS articles. Yeah, confirmation bias. Yeah, bro, he probably got worse in 14 years. He probably got worse, man. This dude does not stop talking. He just keeps going and going and going and going. I'm like, dude, I listen, we're debating, arguing because we both want to be right. Okay. But he wants to do more than be right. He wants to win. It's like, dude, what am I winning? What am I? I'm not winning anything. But I do want to be right. But I want to be right. He wants to win. That's the difference. Now, when he comes back down to earth and wants to be right with me, then we have a better dialogue. But this guy, he won't, the energy is going to be up. I'm telling you right now, his energy is going to be way up. Okay. He can't just talk. He can't just like I'm doing right now. He can't just talk and pause, talk and pause, talk and pause. He can't do that. Yeah, but I gotta you see ILCK in the chat, Uncle Ruckus. So ILCK is part of our Bible study when we get into the Bible and debate the Bible. So it's a whole bunch of us. Damn near scholars in the Bible today, bro. Damn near Bible scholars. Yeah, we on a whole different level. Like where I'm at now, none of us, even Brand, was not where I'm at right now, and where we're at because the internet got so much more tools and things like that. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, but you know his angle now. It's the Black Power movement that they just can't shake off. You know, the white man just the devil forever, right? In his mind. But then they'll pick and choose that. Because then you'll find him in business with a white man. Say, hey there, I thought he's a devil. Oh, nah, see, I had to get this done. Nah, so you doing deals with the devil? Damn, no wonder you love Nigeria. They do the deals with the devils too. Okay, so 642. Anyway, so I'm gonna read up on this right here, and I'm gonna see if this lines up with my article or if this lines up with his article. And this is gonna be problematic if it lines up with my article. Because that means that his article is going to be the only article standing by itself. That's going to be problematic. All right, so I'm gonna end this live right now, so I can get my read on and get brushed up for this guy, because you can see what energy he's coming with. So I gotta really like drink some coffee or something to calm down, because this guy be doing the most. Yeah, so peace, Uncle Ruckus. So now you know the channel. Well, you already did. It's the same because you're here now. But yeah, but this channel, I just started talking on this channel. I think this year, no, last year sometime. Because this channel was shut down for 3 years, by the way. Matter of fact, the last time you was on, bro, the last time you was on this channel, bro, we was talking about 5G before it was even like around in America like that. Um, that's the last time you was on. My channel been deleted since then. So I have finessed Google to give it back to me, and they restored my channel after 3 years. And that's why you guys are here today. But not, well, I'm sorry, not this channel. This channel, no. The other channel you were on, with the 5G, that's not this channel. That channel was shut down for 3 years. So that's the channel you're gonna need to let me log in that channel. Hold on, I'm not leaving just yet. Because I forgot to tell y'all which channel to go to. Hold on. So let me log into that channel, because that's the channel I'm going to be live on. Let me just get there real fast. Okay. So now this is the channel I will be live on later. All right. So everybody make sure you're subscribed to this channel. As you can see, I got my beautiful American colors in my logo. Okay, so that is the channel you want to be subscribed to. That channel is the channel I'm going live on later. So, yeah. So that's what's going on. Saint Swarthy Encyclopedia. Okay. Yeah, we're saying he must have been busy, Saint Swarthy. Yeah. All right. So let me let me read up real quick and let me put together something where I can get to work really early in this guy. All right. So man, peace. Thank you guys. We out here. Shit, you might be already subscribed to it, but just